Looking at the way things are going at this point in time, looks like it's a big fight at the front end. Michael Danks having a good start. You got a movement up there as well from Emma Darling, starting to go make some moves right through the field, and looking for an opportunity to be at the front end. Watch out for Raphael as well. Raphael de Souza coming through there too. Flying up through their little S-bends here, and of course it's a very undulating circuit at this Formula K track in Benoni. They literally go all the way down into the valley, up down into the dam section. 626 Taylor Patel starting to make a bit of a maneuver up there as well. But out front, 623 Emma leads things out. Emma Darling doing a great job to maintain the front end of this field for this point in time. Raphael de Souza right there with her. And tucked in behind, looking for a chance now, Taylor Patel in the 3 spot. As they come up towards the top end of the circuit now, completing a second lap of 8. Look out for a bit of maneuvers coming through there as well from Aidan Beaumont. Beaumont starting to make a move through the field, looking for opportunities to get to the front end. But the top 3 starting to open up a little bit of a margin and get away from everybody else on track as we start things out here for round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge. Big welcome to everybody who's joined us on the live stream. I see we do have gone live now here on YouTube. Remember, it'll be also forwarded through and cross-posted onto a couple of the Facebook pages. So if you don't have YouTube, of course it's the easiest one to get hold of if you're watching live stream is YouTube. But if you do want to watch it on some of the other pages that are out there, they will be shared onto that as well. And the link that was shared here on YouTube will go out courtesy of DT Film Services. We got 6 laps to go. First heat of the day. And it's de Souza that hits the front now for the first time. So Raphael now hitting the front and looking for a chance to maybe get away there in the Tony Kart. But Darling staying right there with him. Raphael de Souza trying to just open up a bit of a margin. Not easy to do amongst these competitors when they are so evenly matched. 623 there, Emma Darling in second place now. Dropping into the clutches of the 626 kart of Taylor Patel. Patel starting to put the pressure on as well. Slowly but surely being reeled in there, as I said, by Aidan Beaumont. You saw Beaumont starting to make a move in that second lap on track and just close that gap down. So there's now 4 karts in with a chance of the win. Possibly up to 5 in a few minutes' time. Just watching and keeping an eye out on Christian Verheul starting to make his way too. And looking for a chance now. Santiago Freitas there too. That's the start there from Santi. And not quite on the first 5 karts, but a bit of a gap down to that 6th place. So it looks like there's 2 groups of karts out on circuit at the moment. The first 5 though starting to mix it up big time. Emma's at the front again. Darling hits the front. And down into the dam section, she just seems to have a little bit of an advantage over the boys and gets through. Moving away nicely up into the lead of this race again. And now with about a kart length away. Half a kart length under braking though, as they come up from the dam. Heading back towards the inner field of the circuit. Running the full circuit here, not the Indy circuit. There's so many configurations here at Formula K that they're able to run. It's just a fantastic facility that they built here in Benoni for karters and for short circuit racing. So Emma hangs on for now, looking for opportunities there to try and possibly keep the lead of this race, but it's not easy to do when you've got such an evenly matched field behind you. Bit of maneuvering there from Taylor Patel. Patel looking for a chance now and trying to catch de Souza out. Raphael de Souza going to have to be very wary of the attack coming from behind. It's not only coming from Patel, there's 2 other karts tucked in right there with Patel looking for a chance to pounce as well as they come down basically through what we'd probably call here Beverly Hills Boulevard. It comes past the magnificent facility here. Down into the hairpin at the bottom of the circuit, down towards the dam, and some changes again. Side by side, Raphael de Souza under attack. Patel looking for an inside line, heading out of the dam section. Just couldn't quite get there. Had a big look coming out of that dam section, but just was not able to get the kart up enough under braking to get the move up into second place made, and to make it stick as well is a bit more difficult to do. Start their way, make their way back up the hill now. It's chopping and changing all the way through this. Darling hanging on for now. But there's some big maneuvers happening just behind her. Looks like a bit of a change up as well, as we're seeing, as I said, Christian Verheul coming through. Verheul into the mix. Here comes de Souza. De Souza once by. Darling shuts the door. Doesn't quite give enough room there for any kart to squeeze through. The steam train heads up towards the very top of the circuit. Oh, a little touch! And a spin there. Little touch coming out, and it looks like it was Taylor Patel who got just tagged going out of that bottom corner just before they came past the big jumbo jet there from Safair. And looks like a little bit of an issue there for Patel. He's now dropped out of it. It has given opportunity now for the group to open up ever so slightly. So across the line we see a change up there. Dowling hangs on. D'Souza is in second, but it's a massive lead now. And that's due to the fact there was a little tag between 3, 4 and 5 behind her. So Emma's hanging on. D'Souza's second. Verheul is up to third. Coming into the mix as well as Matthew Shuttleworth. First time we got to mention him. He's not been quite there, but now with all that little bit of argy-bargy that happened, it's changed up and given him a chance now to be in that top 3. The group has definitely opened up here. Dowling opening up a big margin now and controlling it from the front end to stay ahead of De Silva. Coming through the back though, keeping an eye out on Verheul. Slowly but surely coming onto that back end of D'Souza's kart. Rafael D'Souza for Burrell Art. Verheul in the CRG, and that CRG is cruising at the moment, slowly but surely reeling in D'Souza. Dowling also in a CRG, but pulling away from the boys and leaving them in her wake. She looks for the first victory here on the day. She's got 2.5 laps to go. Absolutely perfectly done here from the young lady to keep out of harm's way. Little tag in the infield there. Spread the field out ever so slightly and giving the chance now for her to hang on for the next 2 laps. Dowling, D'Souza, Verheul, that's your top 3. Just behind that, you've got Shuttleworth coming through just ahead of Taylor Patel, who has recovered, back up to 5th place. Johan Nolte in there as well, then Santiago Freire. Rafael De Silva in there too. And then Franco Gibbard. And right at the back of this stage, looks like Michael Danks has dropped back slightly. So coming up and into what is going to be the last 1.5 laps of this race. This is where things could change up, particularly between Verheul and second place D'Souza.
Please keep yourselves updated and posted on that program change, and make sure that we in the pre-race pipeline on time.
Heading up into the top end of the circuit one more time. So De Silva hanging on for now, but how much longer can he just soak up that pressure coming from behind? The pressure being applied big time by Verheul. Verheul is right there. This is out a little bit coming out of the top section and now onto Beverly Hills Boulevard here, the main straightaway, past the awesome facilities here and past the restaurant where we're actually doing the commentary from today. TT Film Services crew out on circuit and giving us all the action that's happening out on the track at the moment between our Micromax competitors. Race 103 this is, and we'll be going live for every single one of the heats here today from Formula K. Right now the battles for second place, bit further back, nicely nice little fight as well, starting to rage a little bit for what is now 5th, 6th and 7th place. But coming up into some back markers here. Back markers could be a potential threat here to Emma. Emma Dowling trying to hang on for the win, but a couple of back markers here might have to negotiate coming to the flag. It might just change things up here, give both D'Souza, or De Silva I should say, and Verheul a chance.
So as soon as the junior maxes are in position and out on the racetrack for the start of the race,
here they come up to the final couple of corners. Checkered flag will be on standby. It's a big right-hand sweep at the top of the circuit, and fastest lap being put in there by Taylor Patel on the last lap. So trying to make up the ground that he lost earlier on. Across the line, first win in the bag. Checkered flag is out, and that's a great effort there. Awesome job, Emma Dowling taking the win. She comes through for the victory, beating out Rafael D'Souza, Christian Verheul, Taylor Patel and Matthew Shuttleworth. And that wraps up our first heat of the day. Great action as per expected here at Formula K, and more to come your way in a few moments time as we kick off with the first heat of the Junior Max. They'll be making their way out to the circuit in a few moments time here from Formula K.
check of a race day.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one brand racing, which is what we have here today. That changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that was much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it has ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
When I saw the karts for the first time, you know, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it.
Here we go, straight into Junior Max now for the first time today. Formula K in round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge here in South Africa. Fantastic to be here in the eastern side of Johannesburg, in Gauteng, South Africa. If you've joined us on the YouTube stream and you are watching us from all around the world, a massive welcome to everybody and everybody here at the circuit as well. Great to have you here on a nice chilly winter's morning. Getting ready to go now for some hot action out on track, especially with the Junior Max category. And looking forward to 10 laps of action here from our juniors as they start to kick things off here for their first of 3 heats of the day. Fighting at the front end is what's expected in Junior Max, and it's kind of how we'll see things go, probably a little bit closer. And already some argy-bargy into the first 5 karts as they come through and up into the top section for the first time. Coming past the Fly Sapphire Jumbo and making its way up to the top. They're absolutely brilliant to see how these guys and girls are getting in it. Watch out for Murat in the middle of that. Good start coming from Vion Bosov as well. And Casey Ensel-Smith in the mix there too. Divya Naidu also looking for an opportunity to be at the front end as quickly as possible. As you can see, things starting to settle down a little bit as they come now to complete the first lap. Casey Ensel-Smith leads out. It's Eric Heidenreich who's up into a good start there. Haystack as well with a good start, I should say. Vion Bosov up in the 3rd place. Jane Husen into 3rd, but it's Mohamed Murat who leads things out at this point in time. So not a bad start there for Murat. I kind of expected that out of the gates, but Murat is the man to watch out for now. Bosov in 2nd, Ensel-Smith into 3rd, and Gusen into the 4th spot at the moment. Looking for Nicholas Vostanis to come through as well. Eric Haystack and Divya Naidu. Naidu got bumped out ever so slightly there in that first heat. And the first lap of this first heat is starting to be a bit of a 7-way train here. A little bit of a gap down to 8th place at this point in time, and you can see they're going to have to try and sort things out there as Brandon van der Walt needs to try and close that gap down. Change up for the lead there as we come through there. Bosov starting to mix it up and get into the front end of this field. Not going to be an easy day in the saddle here in Junior Max at all, particularly with such a competitive field of karters going at it here for round 2 of the South African Championship. All, of course, fighting hard for an honour of representing South Africa at the end of the year at the World Finals for Rotax Max. And we've still got, of course, the big Africa Open, which will decide another seat in that team coming up in the very near future. So make sure that you stay tuned to all of the social media pages and to the app that Rotax has here in South Africa to get all the information that's required. Fastest lap of the race, Casey Ensel-Smith crossed the line on a 106, absolutely hauling around here. Ensel-Smith starting to open up a little bit of a margin and get away from Bosov and Gusen. Gusen also into the 6s, but not quite as quick as Casey Ensel-Smith was. But he's being blocked ever so slightly there. Bosov just keeping him out for now. Taylor Gusen definitely wants a chance now. He'll definitely be looking for an opportunity if one opens up to dive through there and try and close that gap down on Ensel-Smith, who's pulling away ever so slightly. So there's a bit of a fight on there for 2nd place, and the 2nd place battle is slowing them down slightly, allowing the leader to get a little bit of breathing room. Don't want to give too much room there to Casey Ensel-Smith. He will make you pay. We're at down to 4th. Haystack is now into the 5 spot. Vostanis there into 6, just ahead of Naidu. Brandon van der Walt, he follows very closely there by Ashton Repsold. And then it's Jono there. Good start from Jono Wilson. We've got Mamia Wabab in there as well. Nzalo, nice run from Nzalo Koza. And at this point in time, that's how things lie as they come across and complete the 2nd lap in anger. 8 to go. Fight's on for 2nd, there's no doubt about it. And that fight is starting to rage big time. You can see that there's opportunities being looked at and sought out big time there by Haystack. Haystack certainly wants a way through. Ensel-Smith getting the job done at the front and opening up a commanding lead. So it doesn't look like anybody's got an answer there to Casey at this point in time, but it's because they're fighting so hard there for 2nd place. The 2 and 3 battle having a bit of a rage, and then of course 3, 4 and 5, Gusen, Murat and Haystack in the mix too. So it's Gusen who's on the charge here, trying to get up to 2nd ahead of Bosov. And then you've got Vostanis, Haystack trying to get through there on Mohamed Murat. Out over the top, heading down into past where the pit lane entrance is. There it is, just on the right hand side of your shot there, just in front of that van parked there. And then of course down the main straightaway here. If you've never been to the circuit, if you've ever come to the circuit, it's absolutely amazing to see the facility that's been built here by the guys at Formula K. Flatlets and overnight accommodation aplenty. magnificent track itself. Asphalt on this track is absolutely mind-blowing. Haven't had an opportunity myself to actually go around in anything here, but I believe from various formats that have raced here in the past, including the karting championships, the track is very, very good in terms of tyre wear, so the Mojos are not going to take too much strain out there today, which is a good thing. They're going to be fighting hard to try and stay at the front end. Second and third drop down slightly now. Battle for fourth has opened up a little bit. There's a small margin being opened up there, so 5, 6 and 7 now fighting for honours. And Divya Naidoo looks like he's moved up into that 5 spot at this point in time. So that's how things stand here for this first one. It is Naidoo who's moved up Mohammed Murat into the mix there too, as I said, but it's actually Eric Haystack who's the quickest kart on track at the moment, getting down to a 105. There's the fastest kart on track at the moment is the 4th kart on circuit. He's currently all alone in 4th place. Might be a bit more difficult to try and bridge that gap down to Jaden Goosen, who's at 2nd place now. Haystack into the 3 spot. Bit of a change up once again down into the dam section. And it is a massive, massive lead and a huge turnaround here, as you can see from our junior competitors. Junior Max putting on a fantastic show here for their first heat and expecting more of the same later on in all 3 heats of the day. But it's a class act here from Casey Ensel-Smith to stay at the front end. So Casey Ensel-Smith is the man who's leading things out and controlling things from the front. Also down into the 105s. Brandon van der Walt just putting in a personal best lap on that previous pass, but it's Ensel-Smith, Goosen and Haystack that control the things from the front end. Goosen currently down in the 3 spot, looking for that 2nd place, wants it back again. Not going to be easy to get back from Haystack. The two of them are fighting so hard as they come down the main start-finish line. It's a big left-hand corner that drops them down into this section here, the hairpin at the bottom, close to the dam. And then they just wind their way back up, left and right, couple of hairpins, couple of switchbacks as well that take you back towards the pit lane area. And then it's past the massive Fly Saf Air Jumbo that's parked in the middle of the circuit. And then all the way up to the top of the hill again, heading towards Snake Road and heading towards the highway. Battle continues for 2nd. Ensel-Smith controls things from the front. Absolutely no worries at all there for Team Gazoo Racing's Casey Ensel-Smith. He's got this thing dialed in perfectly at the moment. So those Mojo tyres working to perfection. Another 105. 105 out of Haystack, 106 out of Goosen. And they've got 3 and 2 corners to go. 2 corners and 3 laps to go for these guys at the front end. Change up for 4th place. We're seeing a big move there from Vostanis. He's up to 4th, ahead of Bjorn Borsov now, dropping into the clutches now of Mohammed Murat. So it's Murat versus Borsov versus Vostanis there for 4, 5 and 6 as they've come through to complete another one. 3 to go. So this is the fight we're seeing at the moment there, as you can see. Borsov controlling things. Can he keep it all together to stay ahead of the rest of this pack? Not going to be easy to do with 3 to go. It's the battle for 4th place just in the background. There goes the 2nd place battle now through the switches. Little switch back. Brings them down a little section and they basically go back on themselves almost to where they've turned right. And they'll turn right again. There's so many configurations here at the circuit that they can run. Not running the Indy circuit here, basically running the full circuit for the National Karting Championships here this weekend. Had a full day of practice yesterday and some fantastic race action expected here today again. 3 laps to go, 2 and 2 corners to go for the leaders as they come across. And it's Casey Ensel-Smith now still continuing to lap in the 105s. Have a look and see what happens behind that 105 and a personal best from Goosen at the moment. So Jaden Goosen has now started to up the work a little bit, putting in a personal best there on the last pass, up into 3rd place. Just not able to get ahead of Eric Haystack at this point. Haystack just doing a superb job there for 2nd place.
Guys, please slowly but surely start making your way to the pre-race park for me.
Heading up into that switchback section now. No worries at all here for the leader. The Team Gazoo Racing pilot here. Just showing the rest of the field a clean pair of 2 wheels. 2 sets of wheels, that is. As they come out into a climb back up the hill. Enzo Smith,
Good race.
2.6 seconds ahead there. Another 3 seconds down to Goosen. Bjorn Boshoff still fighting hard there with Vostanis and Murat. Divianato into the mix there as well, not too far behind. Divianato would like to be a little bit higher up, I'm sure. Didn't quite get the start he wanted, but we'll wait and see how that goes for race number 2 and 3 later on. They got 1 to go, and it's Casey Enzo Smith who has got a very commanding lead of 2.6 seconds over Eric Haystack and Jaden Goosen. Half a lap to go here for the leader. Kazoo Racing looking for their first victory for the day. That'll be a good start to the proceedings there for Casey Enzo Smith. Just got to keep it all together for the next half a lap. Shouldn't be too much of an issue now to keep out Haystack and Goosen. Murat, Boshoff just behind that. And it's about 2 corners and a little short straightaway to go here for Casey Enzo Smith, heading to the checkered flag for race 1 victory here in the Junior Max. Junior Max class, very, very competitive category all around the world, and of course here in South Africa, take nothing away from the competitive nature of this sport. They put on a fantastic first heat there and complete things with the top 3, Enzo Smith, Haystack and Goosen. Boshoff in 4, Vostanis comes through for 5 ahead of Murat, Divianato in 6. It looks like Brandon's going to come through there, Van der Walt finishing up just ahead of Ashton Repsol. So great effort there from our first heat, and looking forward to more of the same. Up next, we're going to be heading into our Senior Max category, arguably one of the most competitive classes here this weekend. There's about 19 karts in the Senior Max, and I think, if I've counted correctly, approximately 25 former or current South African karting champions involved in that category. So looking forward to battles there from Senior Max in a few moments' time. We're going into Senior Max now for the first heat for their races for the day. And as I said, this is going to be arguably one of the most competitive races of the weekend. Multiple SA champions involved in this category, and 19 of the current South African crop of top competitors going to be fighting hard. So expect to see some exceptional racing coming out of this front end. And probably about 10 or 12 karts going at it for the lead. As they come to line things up there, Muhammad Wali, Tate Bishop, just to mention a few, will be running at the front end, looking for a chance now to take the race to the front. Karaba Malamela and Troy Staymont, Dylan Thompson in there too. Charles Fisser starts things out there. Good run there from the Team Red Racing boy as he heads down into turn 1. Left-hander and down into the dam section for the first time. Great start here from the competitors as they head into that first section, and this is where it all gets sorted out. So coming through this first couple of corners, you can see Fisser's moved his way up nicely. He's come up to about 3rd spot at the moment. I think Wali leads things out at the moment. Muhammad Wali with a great start and looking for a chance now to try and stay at that front end, but already under attack, as you can see. Fisser diving through. Oh, has a big look, but just runs a bit wide. So chopping and changing there for 3rd and 4th place as they came out. And he's looking for opportunities. Oh, a little bit of rubbing his racing happening out there already. That's what it's all about. I told you Senior Max could potentially be one of the most hardly fought competitive classes here today. And it certainly has started that way as they come into it. Change up for the lead. Wali gets forced wide. In fact, change up for 2nd into 3rd. 3rd into 2nd. And already the third place kart moves up into first place as they come up past the big jumbo. So a bit of chopping and changing that has happened in that first lap. We started with Wally leading things out, and things have changed up already as they come across the line for the first time. Lap 1 completed. 10 laps of action coming away now for Senior Max. And it's a epic battle as expected here in Senior Max. 19 competitive karts going out there. And as I said, we've got 6 or 7 current or former SA South African champion karters in this category. All looking for opportunities to be at the front end and hopefully take on the best in the country here in Senior Max. All looking for that very, very vital seat to represent South Africa at the karting world finals. Rotax Max has been an incredible class, and really some fantastic race action has happened all through the seasons in the past, and even during the COVID section. It's great to be out of COVID, enjoying full race potential again. Just seeing the nose cone there of that massive jumbo, courtesy of Fly Safair. But flying at the moment at the front end is the leader, and just disappearing at the front end as well. Opening up a bit of a commanding lead here. I can tell you something, it's not going to be an easy day in the saddle for second place, as they're starting to fight it out there for second. Second place starts to heat up. Delon Thompson starting to come into that mix as well for that second place battle. And you can see just how things are just settling down there in that mid-pack. Back end of the field as well, take nothing away from the guys at the back. They haven't quite got the start they wanted and weren't able to stay with this front pack of karts. It's potentially what they need to do. Karabo Malamela leading things out at the moment, though, and showing the rest of the field the way around. Snyman is second. It's Visser in third. Spot that yellow helmet a mile away. Delon Thompson's right on his tail. He's the guy who was sort of bumped and barged and tried to find a way through. But Snyman and Visser having a little bit of argy-bargy in the early stages cost him a little bit of time. Musa Kaji's up into 5. He's not too far off the back end. And Kaji already starting to make a mix, and he gets through. He makes his way through and passes Charles Visser as they came up through the twisty. Back up the hill. And Snyman wants to try and close things down now. He's going to try and find a way to catch Malamela, who is controlling things from the front there very nicely. So Karabo Malamela just hanging on for potential another lap at the front end of this field. Tucking in as they head down the hill, down Beverly Hills Boulevard here. The main straightaway towards the dam section. Past the dam, Malamela. Gaps have opened up a bit wider than what was expected. Battle for third place now will start to heat up as Snyman tries to close that gap again. Troy Snyman in the 222 kart up in a second place, only 0.6 off, and 105.7 out of Karabo. Troy was doing 105.8, so it's only a tenth of a second between the top two. Delon Thompson still in the 6s. Musa Kaji's up into the 5s as well. Visser's dropped back slightly, he's in the 106.8, so got to find a little bit of rhythm there, the Charles Visser. Early leader Mohammed Wali has dropped down to 6th place, so he's got some work to do as well, just ahead of Rashawn Goodman. Then it's Ethan Bostander, Kian Spies, and Daniel Kruger making up the top 10. Ethan Steer a little bit out of the top end there as well. Good little run there from Ethan Steer though. Cape Town based driver and into 13th place overall, in amongst arguably the hottest contested class. One man I'm really concerned about is Tate Bishop. The angry kart so far down in 17th place. Must have had an incident on that first lap to drop Tate Bishop so far back into the running. 105.3 from Mohammed Wali. He's turned the wick up. So early race leader definitely on a move now. Wali on the move and looking for a chance to close things down. Malamela, Snyman, Thompson, Kaji, Visser, and then Mohammed Wali has now closed right onto the back there of Charles Visser. So another Cape Town based driver there, Charles Visser, also out of Team Red Racing. He'll be in action just down the road in Delmas in a few days' time. And Wali up the inside of Visser. Dives on the inside, gets through. So Mohammed Wali is ticking them off one by one, trying to get back to where he was earlier on in the race. He led things out on the pole position, and then of course got completely boxed in on a few occasions in that first lap, which dropped him down to 7th place. But he's now coming through rapidly up into what is now 5th place on track with 4 karts to go. Not quite sure if there's enough time there with the halfway stage about to be reached, but Malamela, Snyman and Thompson might be able to hang on. I'm not sure if Kaji will be able to hang on and keep the charge of Mohammed Wali out. Wali tucks down right behind the steering wheel as they come across the main straightaways start-finish line and down the hill towards the dam. Big right-hand sweep at the dam there, very, very similar to the one we've got at a Doobie Kart circuit. Thunderdome is always a fantastic corner to go around in a kart. It's a triple apex. That one's only a double apex down at the dam there, but on a very similar vein to the kind of speed that they would run in these Senior Max karts. Of course, being up here on the high Felton at a slightly higher height above sea level is going to make it a slightly different configuration to these karts that they would run. But take nothing away from Karabo Malamela. He is absolutely eating this field up. Troy Snyman has tried to close him down, but just hasn't had the answer. 106 dead from Snyman on the last pass, 105 7s, 105 9s, and once again Musa Kaji and Mohammed Wali in the 105 8s. So Kaji and Wali starting to come through rapidly, closing down on Delon Thompson. Thompson in the 3 spot, currently all on his own, so I'm trying to bridge that gap. It's not always easy to do on your own. 2 karts definitely work better through this air, especially the cool air today. Cool track conditions, we're probably sitting at about 13 degrees Celsius ambient temperature here today. And at the moment, that's going to affect the track temperature, which of course then will affect the grip available to the Mojo tyres. But there's a magnificent tarmac that has been prepared here at Formula K. And hardly any tyre wear on these Mojos at the moment. The biggest wear that's happening at the moment, of course, is that the fact that Snyman is being closed down rapidly by Delon Thompson. Mohammed Wali is bringing Musa Kaji along for the ride as well. He's not too far behind the 2 karters there in the green overalls. Delon Thompson and Snyman. Snyman under a bit of pressure now, a lot more pressure than what he has been all race long, with 3.5 laps to go. He heads up the hill to complete another lap. Malamela just keeping that 1.3 second gap. It's about a second gap he's had almost all race long since he got to the front and pulled that small margin. He's been able to maintain that margin because of the fights that are happening behind him. They're fighting so hard amongst each other, they're slowing each other up. It's an 4-way battle for second. Snyman, Thompson, Wali and Kaji. Fist has dropped down. He's a bit further back there in 5th place, all on his own in fact. That's going to be very difficult there for Charles Fisser to make up that kind of ground. Roshan Goodman, and then it's Ethan Bostander. Tucked in behind them, it's Kruger, Spies and Ethan Steer up in 11th place. So nice little turnaround there from one of the younger karters in this category. 11th place ahead of Yifan Lee. Jean Reynal, Matty Wadley, Tate Bishop still further back in the field than what he'd like to be. That is for sure. Something has definitely gone wrong on that angry kart of Tate Bishop's. He has a move. Oh, great move. Fantastic move up the inside, but saw that coming. So Musa Kaji was having a big look there to try and get ahead. Mohammed Wali has got through on Delon Thompson. Not on Snyman just yet. Delon Thompson under attack though from Musa Kaji. Musa Kaji having another look as they go to the top of the hill. Right-hander, then down the hill past the pit entrance. Little right-hand sweep and then onto the main straightaway. And then bury yourself behind the steering wheel, try and get as much aerodynamics out of the karts with 2 to go. Karabo Malamela has put 105s in on almost every single lap of this race, bar the second lap. He basically put in a 106 on the first lap, 106 on the second, and then it's been consistent 105s from Karabo Malamela at the front end to hang on to the lead. The changes and the battle for second is what slowed the other karts down. And you can see Troy Snyman now going on defensive to keep out Mohammed Wali. Mohammed Wali up in the 3rd. He's got Delon Thompson tucked in behind him and Musa Kaji also looking to pounce with a lap and a half to go. Here we go, up to the top of the hill. That's how it stands. That's the gaps you've got to play with. There's no gap in here for these 4 karts fighting for second. One mistake could be drastic right now for any one of those 4. Little look over the shoulder for Musa Kaji just to make sure that he's got enough breathing room there ahead of Charles Fisser. Fisser's dropped back slightly, so it hasn't quite gone according to plan there for Charles Fisser from Team Red Racing. He's now currently sitting in 6th place ahead of Roshan Goodman, Bostander, Daniel Kruger, and Ethan Steer up into the top 10. Last lap started. Karabo Malamela looking for a chance now to hang on to that last lap and the lead. Mohammed Wali had a big look, but he ran wide, opened up the door. Delon Thompson's taking the chance. So is Musa Kaji. Kaji going to go around the outside, coming out of the dam section. Didn't quite make it stick. Mohammed Wali lucky to survive and only lose 1 position there. He went for a do or die, and unfortunately it made him die. Didn't do much doing as he came out of the dam section. He's lost out 2 positions. Here comes Kaji. Kaji gets up the inside of him as well. So it's rattled Mohammed Wali ever so slightly, and Mohammed Wali's lost out 3 positions. He comes back at Kaji though, and fortunately gets back. But here comes Delon Thompson. Thompson looking for a way past now on Troy Snyman. Fight for second place is certainly up for grabs. 3 and 4 looking tasty as well, but Delon Thompson looks very dangerous, probably most dangerous he's looked all race long, looking for a chance now for second. Can he get through there on Snyman? The two of them come out of the top right-hander, now make their way down. He's got to try and sneak through on the right-hand flick. It's not going to be easy to do. Karabo Malamela is going to come through for the win. There it is. He takes the first victory of the day. Happy with that. And just hanging on to the tune of 1600ths of a second. Delon Thompson finishes in third place behind Troy Snyman. Brilliant stuff there from Mohamed Wali and Musa Kaji as well. And Charles Visser finished up down in 6th place ahead of Roshan Goodman, Ethan Bostander, Daniel Kruger. Ethan Steer has come through for a top 10 finish in 9th place. Daniel Kruger, Keon Spies, Yifan Lee, Tate Bishop in 13th, lucky for some. Wouldn't so lucky for him this time. Look for him in the second heat. Maddie Wadley, and then it's Jean Draynal, Corbin Spies, Tristan Loesch, Olerato Sekudu, and Hannah Daniel going to come through to make up the 19 cards here in our Senior Max Heat 1. Karabo Malamela, Troy Snyman, and Delon Thompson, your top 3 for Heat 1.
Hi everyone, this is Alex, and in this video I'm going to show you how to install the throttle cable and the chain onto your Rotax 125 Max Evo engine. For this installation we need a wrench and a 3mm and the 8mm Allen key. The throttle cable consists of 2 ends. The loose end will be connected to the accelerator via this fixation plate. The other end will be connected to the carburetor. After the fixation of the chain, when the engine is in its final position, we will fix the engine with this 8mm Allen key. Put the loose end of the throttle cable through the throttle cable support on your chassis. Fix the throttle cable with the fixation plate, using a wrench and a 3mm Allen key. Remove the top of the carburetor. But pay attention, the top of the carburetor has a spring under it.
Right, here I have some fans of Keegan Martin. Keegan Martin presently standing at 7th in the National. Very, very good driver in the Mini-Max. And just a few words from family and friends here. This the proud dad.
I'm the dad, yes, I'm the dad. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, this is the second round of the National Championships. We had a tough Cape Town. But we qualified third, 0.1 off the front, so hopefully today will be a bit better than Cape Town.
Yes, I see that the third qualifying is a very good start to the day. How was Heat 1?
No, we'll go out now for Heat 1, so we'll see. So yeah, holding thumbs for a good result.
Brilliant, brilliant. And the rest of you, how are you feeling about Keegan's luck today?
We have no doubt that he's going to win today.
All right, thanks very much. And all the way back to Greg, we've got our next heat going on now.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. That was really awesome to catch up with a couple of guys down in pit lane. Of course, up next is the Bambinos, and that is our junior category. Expect to see some big battles at the front end of this one. They really are some competitive-natured little drivers out there. A couple of guys coming from some very famous racing stables in this country, and of course being led out by our pace kart to start things out, and they do the slightly shortened version of the circuit. So expect to see little fights here starting to rage amongst them. Keep an eye out on that front end. As I said, Noah Croneel, probably one to watch out for on car 24. Luan de Vet as well, and Callum de Toy. Michael O'Mahony, Liam Wharton, Omalemo Mfana. You've got Jaden van der Merwe, Diego Antunes. You've got Ronaldo Kuhn out there, Brody Dowling. Look out for Boipelo Motleche. And of course Benjamin Gibbard and Adrian Stein, all looking for opportunities to be at the front end. Brody Dowling looks like he might have the front end at the moment. That's not, of course, a Bambino. That's our pace kart. And Nico Vasanis doing us a little bit of duties there to get the pace kart up and tracking. As they come through there, 22 leads out. It is Brody Darling who's got the lead at this stage. Looks like Diego Antunes up in his second. Watch out for Noah Cronier down in 6th place, making his way through the field rapidly as well. Coming out of that famous racing stable, his dad Mark and uncle, of course the Ginger Ninja, doing a super job in terms of flying the flag high for South African motorsport in their racing careers. And looking forward to seeing what Noah's potential is. 54.358 there for the first lap in anger for our Bambino Heat 1. Dowling from Callum du Toit. Du Toit up in his second place. Good run there from Callum du Toit ahead of Ronaldo Kuhn. Noah Cronier into fourth place. Adrian Stein is down in the 5 spot. And then you got Diego Antunes, Boipelo Motlaechi, Jensen Diaz and Michael O'Mahony. Then it's Benjamin Gibbard, Liam Watson, Jaden Fanamava, and of course Molemo, I beg your pardon, Mfana in the 13th spot at the moment. So all 13 carts still out on track and fighting hard here for honours in the first heat of an 8-lap race for Bambinos. As you can see, they cut the circuit very short, kind of the Indy version of the circuit as opposed to the full track here at Formula K in Benoni. And if you have just joined us from all around the world, a massive welcome. I see a couple of guys on the YouTube feed that have jumped on. Big welcome there to Peter Hardeman. We've got Jake out there as well. Rob Marsden's in the house, so is the team from Black Sheep. And I see Amelia Bishop was on earlier on, watching Tate, flying the flag high, but unfortunately dropping down to 13th place there, so must have been some kind of an issue there for Tate Bishop in that last senior max heat. No issues at the moment, though, for Dowling. Brody Dowling, a little look over the shoulder there from Callum du Toit. Bit concerned about Noah Cronier coming through the field rapidly to find a way through there on Ronaldo Kuhn. Didn't quite get through on Kuhn, but a bit of pressure being put onto the back end of Cronier as well from Diego Antunes. So the battle of the double figures at this stage. We've got 22 at the front, 66 and 77 tucked into 3 and 4, or 3 and 5 at the moment, and in the middle of them is the 24 kart of Noah Cronier. And as we just mentioned, Callum du Toit there running 34, same as what his dad runs. So Jonathan du Toit, of course, from Extreme Supercars and Swartkops, and of course the Extreme Festival man there from Swartkops, always ran the number 34 as his preferred number. And it looks like the youngster there from his racing stable has now decided to follow dad's antics and gone with a very similar number. Same thing can be said there with Noah Cronier. Of course, Mark Cronier, famous for running 24 all of his race career. Now Noah taking over that mantle and the number as well to run things at the moment in 4th place for Bambinos. Just looking further back in that pack, a couple of carts have joined the mix, and it looks like the 11 cart of Adrian Stein is in the house as well, as we get into the mix here for the 5th lap being completed. 4 to go. So that's, sorry, third lap completed. 4 to go now for our competitors. Noah Cronier has moved himself up into 3rd place with the fastest lap of the race there, a 52.5 from Cronier in 3rd place ahead of Ronaldo Kuhn. Now Diego Antunes has dropped back slightly, so I was about to say Adrian Stein has joined the battle and is going to make it another double-figured cart into the front end. So 22 leads out, 34 and 24. Battle of the Fours there for 2nd and 3rd place, and then it's the rest of those double little figures, 77, 66 and 11, all in the mix for the front end of this field. Look at how they're chopping and changing. Change up for 2nd. There you go. Up into 2nd place goes Cronier. He now looks to try and close down on the 22 cart out front. So Brody's only got 1 cart to worry about right now, but look at the gap that he's pulled out amongst the rest of these Bambino competitors. So having a look at the gap now, 1.2 seconds down to Cronier in 2nd. And Tunis is 0.2 off that. 0.2 of that is Kuhn. 0.7 off that is Callum du Toit, and then 0.2 again to Adrian Stein. So you got the leader and then 4 carts behind, very evenly matched. Looks like Callum du Toit might have dropped back slightly there in the dam section. Maybe a small mistake there on that last pass from du Toit. But it looks like now that Noah's at the front of that 2nd pack and the fight for 2nd, he's now bringing along 66 Antunes and 77 Ronaldo Kuhn up for the run. Let's see what Brody Dowling can do to try and maintain that 1.2 second lead he's got as they come to the switchback now and head back down the main straightaway for another lap to be completed. They've got 2 to go in this first heat of Bambinos. Cronier has closed that gap down slightly. It's under a 2nd. Is there enough time, though, with only 2 to go, to catch Brody Dowling and get ahead of him? Dowling has got 1 bit of aid that could potentially help him out here, and that's the fact that Noah Cronier is going to have to go defensive to keep out the attack from Antunes and Kuhn, and that might slow him up ever so slightly. If Noah decides to get his head down, though, oh, there you go. Great move from Antunes, coming out slightly tighter line, making Noah Cronier come across and cut his nose off to keep that 2nd place. Defensive driving from Noah Cronier is going to keep him from catching Brody Dowling for the lead with 1 to go. As they come through the switch now, there we go. 1 lap to go for these drivers. Cronje under massive pressure, and Tunes looking good. Fastest lap of the race now goes to Ronaldo Kuhn, 52.5 in a Bambino. That's absolutely hauling around here for Bambino category. And Ronaldo Kuhn looking dangerous as anything as they go into this last lap. They still haven't been able to get through on No Cronje. He just has the ability to place that kart perfectly and not allow anybody through. But as I said, that defensive driving is giving the man out front a chance for the win. About half a lap to go in this one for these youngsters. First heat and Bambinos almost completed there. Cronje goes across, cuts off Antunes once again, keeping him out. And now with 3 corners to go, it looks like it's plain sailing here for Brodie Darling. Brodie Darling's first victory for Bambinos has been an easy one. If they'd been a bit closer, there certainly would have been a lot more of it. Checkered flag is about to come out. Darling takes it. Cronje in second. Oh, only just 1/10 ahead of Antunes. Diego Antunes there in third, beats out Ronaldo Kuhn, who was only 0.2 off him. And then it's Adrian Steyn and Callum de Toy to bring up the top 6. So you can see, well, they're still having a little bit of a go down out of the dam section. I don't think they've seen the checkered flag just yet, but fantastic race action there from our Bambinos. And we head from Bambinos up into the Minimax category. That'll be up next for a 10-lap heat. So that's how we start things out there for our Bambino class. The win going to Brodie Darling.
Right, guys, while we had the Minimaxes going out for the information that our Bambino's coming off circuit, they're in buckshot here. Guys walking around, sports psychologists,
Here we go once again for some action in the Minimax category. Also a nice field of 18 karts about to go to battle. 17 of them making it out onto track, so have a look and see who might not have made it out there, but looks like the usual contenders are there. Minga and Wadley on the front row, Martin and Kaji, then it's Swartz and Goodman, Chiwara and Lennox, Georgia Lennox just ahead of Spice Mayalila, Carl Spies, Udendal, Kinyura. You've got Pascal, Ntuli, Ruus, Moss and Keegan Beaumont all about to go to battle for the first heat. 8-lapper coming away now for Minimax as they get the green flag into the tram lines, and it looks like we've got a great start as they head down towards the dam for the first time. Travis Mingay, Torben Ruus with a good start as well. Keegan Beaumont into the mix there. Nice little start there from them. Jordan Wadley starting to come through the pack there too very rapidly as they start to sort things out down into the dam section for the first time. They come up the hill and through the twisties for the first time as well. And let's have a look and see who's hit the front end. Great start here from all the category, and of course everybody else on track. No one have with some off-track excursions just yet. You don't really want to be going off track here, not in the winter time. The ground is hard and it'll do some damage, and a spinner in the background. So a little spinner right at the back of the pack. Not quite what you want to be doing in terms of the start procedures here, but if you lose ground anywhere in this front train, you're going to be in big trouble. Heading up through the jumbo jet section now, past Fly Sapphire's big jumbo there. And it's Travis Minge, Wadley and Keegan Martin who are the top three. Ooh, running wide, putting some wheels onto the dirt. That's how hard Travis pushing. Minge looking to try and open a gap now over Jordan Wadley, Keegan Martin and Adam Kaji. You've got Ken Swartz and Darrell Goodman. Georgia Lennox in the mix there, the young lady driver up into 7th place overall. She's got Matthew Chiwara behind her, and Spicer's there too in 9th. Carl Spicer making up the top 10 as they come across the line and complete the first lap of 8 lap an hour. Getting this track warmed up for our DD2 Masters and Vets, getting the track warmed up as well for the DD2s. It'll be out just after that, and it'll complete our first heats of the day. What a great start here from Minge. Minge hanging on for now. He's got, 6 karts behind him, all looking for a chance to pounce. Could be even 7 or 8 of them in a few minutes' time, because that second pack has bridged the gap slightly. You've got a steam train of Minimax competitors flying through the twisties. And as they come up now to complete this first lap and a half of action, there is nothing in it between those first 6 karts. Can throw that proverbial blanket right over them. 5:38 in that mix as well. Superb effort. And Torben Roos, of course, in the 5:33 in the mix there too. A little bit of bumping there coming out of the left-hander past the XPS banners there. And the bumping is starting to happen right from the word go. Yeah, trying to find ways through. 0.63 of a second there between Swartz and Kaji. That was the 2 protagonists in that little touch coming out there to complete the first lap, basing in anger now. This is the one in full flight as opposed to the flying start that we get. A 1:11.9. Oh, look at that, how tight you want it. First 7 karts are all in the 11s. 11.9 up to 12.0. That's how tight it is for the first 7 karts on track. 12.2 if you go down to Regile. But Spice is just off the back end of that first pack of karts, so he's not quite there yet. Regile Maele having a fantastic, Maula I should say, having a fantastic run in his karting career. And Spice definitely starts to get into the mix there if he can find his way into that front pack. If he gets there, he's going to bring the second pack along for the ride, because he leads out that second pack. You've got 6 karts, followed by another 5. And we get all 11 of them together and see how things start to get a little bit more erratic and dangerous by the closing stages of this one. Minge from Wadley, Martin and Kaji, those are the hard stands for the top 4 as they come through, and also running wide, putting wheels onto the dirt. They're coming out of that left-hander past the big Fly Sapphire jumbo. It's a big concern there if you're going to be starting to run wide and putting wheels on the dirt. The karts are really battling enough to try and find traction for those Mojo tyres with the cool conditions here this weekend. And today we're sitting currently about 13 degrees Celsius ambient temperature, which means it's probably about 25 to 30 degrees Celsius track temperatures, which is not ideal. Carl Spies, quickest man out there at the moment, 11.2. Amazing run there from Carl Spies, but he's so far back. Kicking himself for not getting the start he wanted. But we'll keep an eye and see how his progress goes as he starts to close things down on that second pack. First pack getting away nicely. 6 karts and literally so evenly matched. 0.1s between each of those first 6 karts. No one showing their cards just yet. 11.3 down to 11.7 for the first 9 karts on the road. Make it to 10th with 11.2. Literally every single kart on track, barring the 2 or 3 at the back of Torben Roos, Sabelo and Tuli and Matthew Chiwara, not getting into the 11s. That's exactly the kind of kart action you want. Every single kart on a knife's edge and able to run on similar lap times. It's up to the drivers now to find a way through. And that is exactly what Travis Minge is trying to avoid. Wadley is applying pressure, huge. Getting to the halfway stage now, 4 done, 4 to go. Wadley, Martin and Kaji. Georgia Lennox up into the top 5. Good run there from the young lady. She's ahead of Swartz and Riachile. Spice is into the mix there as well, so nice little run there from Riachile. At this point in time though, Travis Minge 0.046 of a second ahead of of Keegan Martin and Jordan Wadley. So Keegan Martin just squeezed through there. But Jordan Wadley also finding a way past down into the dam. He comes back into second place. So Wadley having a bit of a fight on his hands here. Here we go, move on the inside. Oh, big move, not quite able to make it stick though. Definitely looking for a chance now to close that gap down. Travis Minge is just soaking up the pressure from behind. He's giving himself a slight bit of advantage. A little bit of breathing room there with about a kart length ahead of the second kart on track. Martin Wadley and Kaji fighting hard. Georgia Lennox in the mix as well. And any one of these 5 karts behind the leader can take and never mind take the victory, you could take second place, third place. It's still not done yet. Fastest lap coming out of Adam Kaji there. Adam Kaji with a 0.9, a 1:11.09, almost down into the incredible 110s around here. 110 in a Minimax is going to be a fast lap, that is for sure. And they're not too far off it right now. So Keegan Martin, Jordan Wadley, that's how things run as they cross the line again. A little bit of changing that's been happening at the front end and exactly what we expected here in Minimax. How close do you want it? There's 18 karts on track and 15 of them are doing similar lap times, all in the 1 minute 11 second bracket. Martin under pressure. Pressure's coming from the 5:46 of Adam Kaji. Jordan Wadley, Travis Minge dropped to fourth. Minge with a small mistake into the dam section and drops him down into fourth place. He's under pressure now from Georgia Lennox as they come into the twisties and back up the hill. Lennox having, oh, there's a big move. Possible change up for the lead there. No, not quite. Very, very close though. Wadley hanging on for now. And there's going to be some fun and games here in these last 2 laps of action. Right hand flicking down the hill onto Beverly Hills Boulevard they come. Yeah, they go. Everybody tucked in. Any one of those top 7 can take it. That's how awesome it is in Minimax. They are so evenly matched. Kaji from Martin, Wadley from Minge, Lennox from Swartz. Spice in the mix as well. So can Kaji hang on now for the next 2? Keegan Martin putting the pressure on, applying huge amounts of pressure, looking for opportunities now where there aren't any. He's got to find a way through if he can. Look at that, a little bit of rubbing between the two of them as they came out of the right-hander there. And waiting to pick up the pieces is Wadley and Travis Minge. They're all going, well, listen, if you guys want to fight this hard, we're going to just make you pay if it all goes wrong. But right now, Kaji and Martin, stablemates, having a bit of a fight of note here. The Paralympic boys are going at it here big time. And can they make an opportunity for a 1 and 2 here for the team? Certainly looks that way. Jordan Wadley wants to spoil that, that's for sure. And Wadley's going to have a go. Wadley has a big go up in a second. He runs wide. Oh, and he makes a big mistake at the top of the hill. So Jordy just ran up the inside, went a little bit too hot, came out of there a little bit too wide, and drops back down into about 6th place as he comes out of that top turn. 1 to go. Had to have a go, there's no doubt about it. I think at this point in time, anybody has to have a go. So it's moved Swartz up into 2nd, Martin into 3rd. Georgia Lennox is up into 4th place. Great run there from the young lady. And look at that, Jordan Wadley dropping down into 5th place after that big attempt. So the move was on, but just ran ever so slightly wide. Couldn't quite get the turn-in point right. Our teammates still 1 and 2 on track. Here they come through the right-hander. That's where mistakes have been made in the past as well. Here we come up towards the switchback section. It basically takes them into a little bit of a spoon-shaped left, and then back towards where they literally just come from as they head up towards the hill again. At the top of the hill, that's where things could change up, and there's a change up. Great move, Keegan Martin diving through up on Swartz. Swartz drops back 1. So Lennox in the mix now, also looking for a chance for a podium. Georgia's on it, looking for a chance that could spoil the day here. This could be a potential 3rd place here if you can just make it stick through the top end. You've got a right-hand sweep, a right-hand corner, and the flag is on standby. Adam Kaji hanging on for now. Absolutely brilliant stuff here for the run to the line. Minimax completes it out. Checkered flag is out there, and it is Kaji from Swartz. Lennox gets the podium onto 3rd place there. Great run there from Georgia. Moves up into 3rd place and finishes up on the podium. What a brilliant run there. Dad Alex is going to be happy with that one. There's no doubt about that. Just squeezing through there and beating up Ken Swartz to the line. That's how we finish things up here for our Minimax competitors. 8-lapper. Up next, we've got DD2 Masters and Veterans who will be on track. It also should be an interesting little battle. Some of the finest karters in this country have come through the ranks and still racing out on track in a few minutes' time. But what a run there from our Minimax competitors, completing their first heat today. Kaji from Swartz, Lennox from Martin, Riachile up into 5th place, beats out Jordan Wadley. Amani Kunyaya comes through there for 7th, beating out Darrell Goodman, Keegan Beaumont, and Carl Spish, your top 10. And that's how we wrap things up for Minimax. We'll be back shortly with DD2 Masters and Veterans.
So the checkered flag is dropped and the Minimaxes are coming all circuit up
crackerjack of a race day.
All right, we're back. We're back on track now with DD2 Masters and Veterans about to make their way out for the first time. Nick Verheul, Alistair Mingay, Frikkie Cornelius. We've got Jonathan Carouse out there. Felipe Chapat, Derek Joseph, those are our veterans. Jonathan Peterson and John Kruger, another one of the vets. We got for Connor Hughes, I beg your pardon, and Eugene Brits fighting for honours now in our DD2 Masters and Veterans. Verheul and Brits on the front row. Peterson and Chapat are 3 and 4. Connor Hughes is there in the fifth place. Watch out for Verheul and Brits now off the line. DD2s, this of course is a geared kart. So 2-speed box in this machine, going to give you a little bit of a run for your money. And these guys are going to just warm the track up for our DD2s who will be out just after this. It's a 10-lapper coming your way. First heat of the day here coming out of Formula K. And round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge South Africa. Time to drop the hammer and drop down the hill from Beverly Hills Boulevard into the left-hander at turn 1, down towards the dam for the first time. Looks like it's Brits who's got the whole shot. Eugene Brits just ahead. I think it's Brits. No, it's not. By the looks of things, a bit of a change up there possibly as they come through there. Is it 199? No, it is Brits. Brits who's got the whole shot. And what a move there, coming through the field rapidly. Watch out for some big changes here in the veterans and masters combined. And come through into turn number 1 now for the first time. I've got director in my ears as well, so I've still got you there, Neil. If you there you go, thanks buddy. DTM Film Services in the house giving us all the action here today, and I could hear Neil telling the cameras where he wants to go, bringing all this action on YouTube. And of course we've cross-posted it and shared it onto a couple of the Facebook pages as well. So if you are out there in the world of our live stream feed, a big welcome to all of you here to what has been a fantastic day's racing so far at Formula K. Round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge South African Championships for 2022. A full field out there as well. 10 karts in our Veterans and Masters. Brits from Chapat. Verheul is down to 3rd. Peterson's on his tail with Frikkie Cornelius there in 5. Derek Joseph and Mingay came through for 6 and 7. Kruger, Carouse, and of course Connor Hughes at the back end of this 10 strong field of Veterans and Masters. Would have been really cool to have these guys mixed up, of course, with the DD2s, but then again, some of the DD2 guys fight so hard and they put on a little bit of a scare for these slightly elderly statesmen. Front end of the field would have loved the challenge, and most of the times in the past we've seen the Masters category combined with DD2s, and some of the Masters drivers actually giving the DD2 drivers a bit of a run for their money.
DD2 Masters and Vets out on circuit. Now DD2 competitors, please make your way to the pre-race.
We do see the live chat that's happening on YouTube as well, and noting some of those comments. Thanks very much for your comment there, Stephen. We will have a chat and see, and maybe we can get a couple of shots of the drivers as they're celebrating their victories. Of course, we do appreciate the amount of effort that is put in from every single one of the competitors out there as they go to race and gain the victories. But of course, we are on a couple of we don't have a full contingent of cameras here. We're giving you as much of the action as we can, and the DT Film Services crew doing everything they can to bring you all the action that happens out on track. So that comment is noted, Steve. Thanks for that. And we'll see whether or not we can get that to you on the next couple of heats for the race action. So at the front end, Eugene Brits just grabbing hold of that mix and trying to get it richened up ever so slightly. Yeah, we are on the high felt, and of course it's a slightly higher height above sea level that these guys are racing at compared to Idubi, where they've raced in the past. When they get down to Idubi, of course, they get a little bit of extra power because of the sea level aspect of that circuit. But brilliant to see the amount of effort that's been put in here. And I've got to say, the first time I've ever been to Formula K was today, and this circuit and the facilities is world class. And you can see why the guys want to come and race national championship events here at this circuit. Out front though, they're all going to try and catch Eugene Brits, who controls things for now and completes another lap now ahead of Nick Verheul, who's moved up to the 2nd place. He's left Jonathan Peterson ever so slightly there in his wake, down in 3rd place. But the Masters now showing the way around and pulling away now from our leading veteran, Felipe Chapat, who is up in a 4th place ahead of Frikkie Cornelius and Alistair Mingay. Mingay, of course, is a master. Derek Joseph is one of the veterans, so the slightly elderly statesman, mixing it up there for what is 4, 5 and 6th place on track. Nick Verheul closing things down now on the 199 of Eugene Brits. Poster boy for this event. So a really cool shot they put up of him on the poster to promote this event. But it's Brits and Verheul now. Similar lap times. In fact, fastest lap of the last race, of the last lap I should say, came from Nick Verheul. Verheul down until 105.8 ahead of Brits' 106.3. So that's where things could change up there. Petersen in 3rd place. Felipe Chapat, Cornelius in the 5 spot at this point in time as another lap is completed. And looks like a little bit of a turnaround here. Is there a change up on the laps? No, 106 is out of both of the lead cards. Verheul still quickest on a 0.27 as opposed to the 0.63 coming from the leader. So he's just minding his way at the moment is Nick Verheul. Waiting for a chance now to try and pounce and get ahead of Eugene Brits. I saw Bjorn Roos on the sidelines as well here at the circuit. I'm sure he'd be loving life mixing it up here with the veterans and masters in DD2s, but deciding to look after his team for today. I'm sure that he would love to have an opportunity to climb into one of these DD2s to have a go here with both Brits and Verheul. He had a fantastic run in the first outing, of course, of this championship. Right now, it's Verheul on the attack, Brits on the defensive. And Brits is concerned. He's been looking over his shoulder on numerous occasions. He can hear that second kart, the CRG, right in his mix and putting pressure onto him. So it's Saudi kart out front, CRG in 2nd. And in 3rd place at the moment, it's the Tony kart. So all the manufacturers represented here and the chassis manufacturers represented in the first 3. Felipe Chapat, of course, is driving in the Ricardo kart machine. So he's out there leading things out in the veterans category. We've actually got almost every single one of the chassis manufacturers involved in this DD2 veterans and masters category. Tony Kart and Jonathan Petersen, I mentioned. Johan Kruger is running in the Burrell Art, and you've also got Connor Hughes in the Cosmic. So everybody getting an opportunity to get a bit of fair share there. The pressure's definitely being placed onto Eugene Brits. He's soaking it up admirably. Not too concerned about the fact that he is having to work as hard as most of these drivers had to work if you're at the front end, particularly here in Formula K. And over there just to get the little bit of a richer mix up the hill. Trying to get the advantage now gained as he comes through the left and the right-hand sweep. It's a right flick and then down the hill onto what I like to sort of call our Beverly Hills Boulevard here. It's where the facilities are here at the circuit, the restaurant where we're commentating from, just above that start-finish line area. And of course down to the dam section. That's where these karts are in full flight. Almost the same as what you'd get at Thunderdome at Tedubi. Big right-hand flick, double right-hander there. Of course, Thunderdome is a triple left right-hander at the Tedubi circuit, but on a similar vein in terms of what the karts can run at almost top speeds on a right-hander. Pushing those mojos to the limit for traction, particularly in the cool conditions we've got here today. Certainly has been a fantastic battle so far amongst all of the competitors that we've seen. Of course, this is the penultimate of the first heats of action. DD2 Vets and Masters. Up next, we've got DD2s. And then we'll have a small lunch break before we get into the heats 2 and 3 of all the categories that we've seen in action so far here today. And I'm sure glad that you guys are enjoying all the action out on track. We've got a nice field of competitors. We've got some nice sideline spectators in the house as well coming to Formula K. And of course we're going out on our YouTube stream and Facebook streams to the world, showing us what South African karting is all about. And these two names are synonymous in South African karting, particularly in this category, DD2s and the DD2 Masters. Brits and Verheul now fighting hard, coming up on some back markers. And that could potentially change things up here with a couple of laps to go. Are we going to see this back marker affect the battle for the lead? Or will they be out of harm's way? Being the back marker, basically the rule is hold your line and let the faster karts find a way past you. And Maybe there's enough time there for them to catch him on the straightaway, which will allow him to get out of harm's way there. It is Jonathan Caruso who's coming up, about to be lapped. Connor Hughes with some issues. He's had to pull into pit lane. So the Cosmic is out of this first race. Another lap down there for these guys. It's a 10 lapper for the DD2 Masters. And Brits and Verheul going at it here big time. Verheul now a little bit more serious, applying the pressure onto that Saudi kart. And yeah, 188 is the man being caught there. Connor Hughes just moves out the way. Great bit of driving there. Realizes that the faster karts are coming through. Makes it stick relatively easily as they come through now into the twisties. Oh, using the curbs a bit now as well. Getting a little bit more serious in terms of the action that's being applied and supplied here for the lead of this one. Fantastic to see just how hard these guys are working. They try and stay off the curbs as much as possible. The curbs usually hurt the karts, but both of them getting up and up close and personal onto that inside curb out of that twist back, the switchback section. So now heading into the latter part of this race. Just waiting to see how many laps we've got to go there as they cross the line. 0.176 of a second between the top two. Down to Peterson in third, a little bit further, bigger gap. 3.5 seconds down to that third place man. But the first three karts all coming out of the Masters category. Masters karts up for grabs here, and any one of these top two can take it. So it's Brits who's controlled things from the front literally the whole race. Has a look over his shoulder. He realizes that there's a little bit more pressure being applied now onto the back end by the 101 machine of Nick Verheul. So it's Verheul versus Brits. Verheul getting a slightly wrong line there through the switchback. Now heading to the top of the hill. Brits has opened the wick up. He's decided, right, let's put the hammer down. Let me get away here if I can. And you can see just how hard he's pushing to get away. He's pulled 2-3 kart lengths. That might be enough to control things to the line. It's Brits from Verheul, and Verheul's got no answer. He's trying to close that gap down again. He does under braking to the top of the hill. Comes right back almost under the gearbox there as Brits heads down the hill again to complete the last, I think, the last of the laps here. Coming to the line. Yes, indeed. There you go. Brilliant stuff as he puts his head down. It's Brits from Verheul. Jonathan Peterson will take third place, and that'll be the top three in the Masters class. Felipe Chapat will come through to take the veterans, and that is a great little battle that raged all race long. Superb race action from our DD2 Masters and veterans as they wrap up their first heat of the day. We stand by for DD2s on track shortly. Straight into DD2s, here we go. This is where things could get real interesting as we look at this front end of this field. Sebastian Boyd, Jamie Smith, Kian Grottis, Joseph Ools, Brandon Smith, Waylon Wyman, Nicholas Spaniasos, Nico Zafris, and of course Devon Brock and Carl Fisser fighting hard. We don't have Brad Liebenberg, who was entered earlier on. I'm not quite sure what happened to him, but I'm just going to see if I can pick up on the 12 kart. I don't see it on track at the moment. But multiple SA champion Brad Liebenberg was entered into this heat, but hasn't quite made it onto track at this point in time. But here we go for DD2s. Boyd and Smith on the front row. Grottis and Oels, Smith and Wyman, Spanianis and Zafris ahead of Brock and Visser. Stand by for that green flag. They'll get into the tram lines. And DD2 is about to go to battle now for the first heat of their 3 heats of the day. Here we go, round the right-hander. Into the tram lines. And there we go. Green flag, and we're racing down towards turn 1. Bit of chopping and changing there. Good move there from Oels. Oels trying to get through almost instantaneously to the front end if he can. Not going to quite get there. He gets up to second place by the looks of things as Joseph Oels. Who's the number 1 kart out there. No, he's topped into 3rd place by the looks of it. Always easy to spot him with that gold helmet. But as they come through now, out of the dam section, up through the twisties for the first time, heading back up the hill towards the top end of the circuit. Looks like it is the front end of this field where things could get a little bit more hair-raising. Starting things out here with a battle between Oels. Brandon Smith is up there too. And watch out for, of course, the charge coming from Jamie Smith. Sebastian Boyd in the mix as well, as always. But the 33 kart of Jamie Smith already applying pressure onto the leader. So you've got a bit of a fight on here. 69 leads things out. It is Boyd from Smith. Smith from Oels as they go to the top of the hill. Joseph Oels now up into that 3 spot, but losing some ground now to the 2 Burrell boys as they start to get a little bit of a move on. Kian Grottis coming through there as well, but dropped down to 4th place now. It's Oels into 3rd, Grottis into 4th. Waylon Wyman and Brandon Smith fighting there with him as they come through. Rolling start, 105.6 there from Boyd, 105.6 from Jamie Smith. 106s and 107s from the rest of the pack, so clearly a slight advantage there from the top 2 as they're now trying to work together. I'm sure there'll be no team orders in that Burrell Art team. Let's see whether or not they're able to do anything about Joseph Oels' attack coming from the back end. Oels in the LN kart. And also running for a chance now to retain that number 1 plate in DD2s. Kian Grottis now onto the 4th place by the looks of things. She's got ahead now of Brandon Smith. Brandon Smith in the Ricardio as they come to the top end. Going left and right up to the top of the track now, heading towards the highway. Past the tailpiece of the Sapphire Jumbo. And then it's a left-right flick back down the hill and into the right-hander to complete the 2nd lap in anger. 105.6s earlier on. Let's see if they're going quicker. Should be getting down into probably the 105.4s. Yeah, 105.4s from Boyd and from Smith. 105.1 from Oels. Oels has closed that gap down. So Oels has bridged that gap. Not quite on attack mode just yet from Joseph Oels. He's in 3rd place, but he's still got about 2 kart lengths to make up, and he does that almost as I say that he needs to make it up. And then just behind that, they line up in the 4th spot. 4th place at the moment, you can see a bit of a changing. Here comes Brandon Smith looking for a way through. Does he make it stick? Yes, the Ricardio dives up the inside into 4th as they come into the switchback. It's a right, left, left, and back towards where they came out of earlier on. So Smith on the move there into 4th. Front end is a huge fight between the 2 teammates. No holds barred yet between the 2 of them, but Jamie Smith definitely looking for a chance now to get ahead of Boydie. Sebastian hanging on for now. Sebastian Boyd has got troubles of his own coming out of his own stablemate as they come through there. 0.05 of a second between the 2 of them as they cross the line the last time. It's probably even closer this time out. Oh, exactly the same in fact. How would you like it? 105, 198 out of both the karts. First 2 karts on exactly the same lap times as they cross the line. That's how tight it is between the 2 Burrell boys. They're holding nothing back, and Joseph Oels is just waiting to pounce if something goes wrong. They are just hanging in there for dear life. Absolutely amazing lap times out of those 2. Not a difference in the split there between them at all. Exactly the same lap times on the last pass. And Joseph Oels trying to close them down. Working by himself there as Oels. Brandon Smith behind that is pulled away ever so slightly from the pack, fighting for 5th. So Brandon Smith now currently in 4th on his own. We have to try and close that gap down on Joseph Oels. Not always easy to do when you're on your own in a kart. Always easier to work with 2 karts. 2 karts flow through the air a little bit quicker, and you can use each other to sort of get the slipstream effect. Pull each other up to the gap that you're looking to try and break if possible. Here they come to complete another one. Are we going to see similar lap times? No, this time looks like Boyd's got a little bit of move on. 105 dead out of Sebastian Boyd. 105.2 out of Jamie Smith. So Boyd has opened the wick up ever so slightly, trying to get away from Smith and Oels. Brandon Smith up in a 4th place. And how far back is he? No, not too far away now from the back end of Joseph Oels. He's a little bit closer, but still some work to do to catch onto the back end of the number 1 kart in 3rd. 69, 33, 1 and 24, your first 4 karts on track. That's how they're going to come through to the switchback area. The fact that they can run so many configurations at this circuit here at Formula K. They are loving life here on the configuration they're running today. And all the action has happened out on the circuit and will be happening for another 2 heats of each of the categories that we've got here today on our live stream feed, courtesy of DT Film Services. Right hand, left hand flick, back to a right hand sweeper and then down the hill. Another lap completed in anger here for our DD2s. And it's still Sebastian Boyd controlling things from the front. Oels is now closed onto the back end of Jamie Smith. He's only 0.2 off Smith, so it's a lot closer now between Jamie Smith and Joseph Oels for second. A little bit further back is Brandon Smith. He's also pulled a bit of a margin, 1.5 onto Grottis. Grottis behind that, you've got Spanianis and Zafras. Waylon Wyman in the mix there as well. Not quite where he wants to be though. Wyman would like to be a bit higher up. They come through the back end and you can see them just in the background of the shots there. But the lead battle now opening up slightly is Boyd. 2nd place is where we're seeing the fight. Joseph Oels is looking dangerous. Bringing on the Allen Kart. And that gold helmet, as I said, pretty easy to spot on a racetrack. Always makes it a little bit more easier for the commentators. And you've got those various helmets. Don't even look at the numbers because they're so difficult to spot on the karts. Just try and look and see what colors they're running and potentially, if they're all in the same colors, what helmet colors they run, because each of these guys have got their own helmet designs. You see some of the guys there from Lodicious Rapso in the house as well. Going to get your helmet design. That's one place you want to be heading to, that's for sure. But as they head down into the dam section, it is Oels on the charge. Brandon Smith trying to close that gap again. Very close here between Brandon Oels and the charge here for 3rd place. He wants to get onto the back end of Joseph Oels, but he's just not able to bridge it. He's a lot closer. He gets closer and closer almost every single lap, but not quite on the mix just yet there for that 3rd and 4th place battle. He'd like to make it a 3-way battle for 2nd if he could, but I think he's going to be just found wanting by the time these laps run out here in the first heat of DD2s. Oels now looking for a chance. Jamie Smith just keeping about a kart length, half a kart length there between himself and Joseph Oels for the 2nd place on track. Loving all this action. Of course, we're loving all the support we're getting from the sidelines here at the circuit as well as on our live stream feed. Massive welcome to everybody who's just joined us from all around the world. He joined us in the midst of DD2's heat number 1 here at Rotax Max Challenge South Africa's 2022 South African Championships. It's round 2 of that championship. We're at Formula K, which is in Benoni, just outside of Johannesburg, on the eastern frontier of Johannesburg in Gauteng. Leader Sebastian Boyd, that's the man we're watching coming out of the switchback and twisty area, now heading into the 2nd part. And of course, into that switchback, that's where Oels closes onto 2nd place Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith in the 33 karts, that Joseph Oels all over the back of him. They have slowed up slightly. Once again, looking at the gap to Brandon Smith there in 4th. The Ricardio is slowly but surely ticking off the gap and the space between himself and Joseph Oels in the number 1 kart in 3rd place. But I don't think he's going to have enough time to maybe make it a 3-way battle for 2nd. He has to try and stay with that lead pack from the word go. But of course, he was down in 5th and 6th place initially. Had to fight his way to the front end of that 2nd pack, and by that stage, the first 3 had pulled away. So it's Oels in 3rd, Smith in 4, Grottis is 5, 6 is Wayman ahead of Spanianis. Waylon Wyman under pressure now from Nicholas Spanianis into the closing stages. The biggest pressure though is being applied by Joseph Oels as he looks for a way through. Smith soaking it up. Not going to make it easy for him, that is for sure. Smith is under a little bit more pressure. You can see in the background. Watch out though for that 5th place kart. Slowly but surely closing in on kart 24, Brandon Smith. could be in a bit of trouble here, that is for sure. But look at this. This is great action here from DD2s. These two DD2 boys have been at it almost all race long. And Joseph Wools, I think, has been waiting to pounce. He doesn't want to go too early, but he also can't afford to wait too much longer. Otherwise, he's not going to have a chance to get through there. No worries at all there for Sebastian Boyd. 1.124 seconds up the road. And into the closing stages now. Not quite sure if we're onto the penultimate lap. I would think we're either there or 2 to go. Can't be much longer in this one between these top contenders in DD2. As I mentioned earlier on, all of the categories here fighting for honours in the SA Championships for round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge, and looking for a spot to represent South Africa at the World Finals. So it looks like we're in for a bit of a fight here for 2nd and 3rd, but look in the background as well, 4 and 5 has got up close and personal as well. Grottis has now closed the gap down on Brandon Smith. So anybody's race here for 2nd and 3rd, anybody's for 4 and 5. There you go. Opportunity to see that for the first time. Team Gazoo Racing closing onto the back end of that Ricardio. And it's definitely on here. Bit of a wide line, watch for the cutback through the right and left flick. Sebastian Boyd has got it all under control, but this is a charge here for 4 and 5. And any one of them can take it. Checkered flag is out. Boyd has taken it from Smith. He takes the victory. Wools gets second. We're watching Smith and Grottis go to the line. And Brandon Smith just able to keep up Kian Grottis and Waylon Wyman. Nicholas Spanianos comes through there, beats out Carl Visser. Nico Zafiris and Devon Brock will make up the top 10. Great stuff there from DD2, our first heat of the day. And that concludes our first heats of the race meeting as well. That was the final heat of Heat 1s. I believe we might be going into a small lunch break here. And then from there we come back from race action here at round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge at Formula K in Benoni. Boyd from Smith and Wools, your top 3 in DD2s.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one brand racing, which is what we have here today. That had changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that was much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair, because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it's ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
There is no feeling like winning. The glory, the emotion, the memories. But there is so much more to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals than the world-beating, adrenaline-pumping racing. Every day, the Rotax family puts on something special. This is an event like no other. The Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals is about making new friends and catching up with old rivals, to smile, to laugh, and to support one of the 60 competing countries. It is an annual gathering of the biggest, most colourful, most unique family in karting. It is about putting on your race suit and waving your nation's flag. This is a celebration of our sport. Every driver has earned their place here, and this is their reward. Winners go down in history, but every driver fights their own battle, pushes their own limits, and celebrates their own achievements. Oh yes, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals is more than just a race.
Right, and welcome back to the Rotax Max Challenge. It's round 2 of 4 in the South African National Karting Championship. We are in the kiddies bullpen at the moment, and I'm going to do an interview, but we've just had lunch break. So at the moment we're going to go into Heat 2 and then our final Heat 3 for the day. I've got with me Jarell Goodwin in a Mini-Max kart. Jarell, how's your day going?
It's going quite bad. I had a bad start because of Jordan Whaley pushed me quite wide, so I finished in a bad position.
Okay, all right. So very, very competitive out there in the Mini-Max kart. What are you hoping for in Heat 2?
I'm hoping to win.
Okay, awesome. All the very best. Okay, we're going to go back to the track now, and I know that the Micromaxes are in Park Ferme and they're waiting to go out for Heat 2. Right, we're going to take you for a one-lap spin around the Formula K track. That's a FK track. It's a Rand Kart Club here in Benoni, where the Rotax Nationals being held this weekend. And thanks to Corbin Spies, a KZN boy who's trying to learn the track for his national this weekend, we've got a 1-minute lap around the track, the circuit, and I'm going to try and keep up with the Senior Max kart. It's going to be quick, but let's go for it. This is turn 1 and turn 2. To the right, they're both banked turns, 10-degree banks. That's the maximum banking you're allowed on a kart track. Then you've got a double right coming up here. You want to keep it neat and tidy because then you've got your sweeping left and right up the hill. You want to carry speed out of that exit. And then you've got a nice sweeping right, which you need to hit the apex, otherwise people are going to pass you on this long straight. Under braking, there's lots of bumps here on the sharp right. And then there's a sweeping left and another left coming up here, which is a bit of a tricky situation. You want to keep inside the rubber. You're there, just threw Corbin off the camber there. And then we've got the S's, and then we're heading on to another straight. There are 4 100-meter straights on this track. You want to keep it tight around that sharp left, up the back straight to the far end of the track where we've got a double right. You want to hit those apexes because otherwise you're going to lose your speed going through this very tricky chicane. This chicane is modeled on a MotoGP course up in LA. And then you've got a 90-degree turn and you tuck down because you've got 210 meters of a start-finish straight, and then here we are back onto the first corner.
Karts on track now for the second heat. Micromax making their way around now for the second heat of racing here after the lunch break. Fantastic to see such a big crowd coming out here today at the circuit as well, as we see our drone shots here of Micromax. Emma Darling was the first race winner, looking for another victory here. Potentially going to be taking on the rest of this pack of karters there. Michael Danks, Taylor and Patel had a little bit of issues in the first heat, had to come through. She finished just outside the top 5. It's Johan Nolte, look out for Christian Verheul, Santiago Freud, Rafael de Souza and Rafael de Silva, and Aiden Beaumont and Franco Gibbard fighting hard for the next 8 laps of action. Second heat now for Micromax. Making their way down into the left and right hand flicks just before the pit entrance, and about to come under starters orders here for race number 2. Getting him into the tram lines. Looks like we've got a green flag and we're racing. 8 laps coming away as they head down towards turn 1. This is the first start here for heat 2, and the first heat 2 action. Verheul and Patel on the front row. Who's going to have what it takes to get the whole shot as they come out of the left-hander down towards the dam section for the first time here in heat number 2 for Micromax. Micromax had a fantastic first race a little bit earlier on in the day. Conditions have heated up ever so slightly. The track conditions are a little bit hotter as well in terms of track temperature, so that's going to help things out. But Rafael de Silva once again to the front end as he was at the start of race number 1, and fighting hard there with Emma Darling. Darling trying to come through right from the word go. 6:23 there, Darling looking for a chance to get to the front end and get away from this pack. Tucked in behind there, look out for Christian Verheul and Santiago Freud. Patel in there too with Aiden Beaumont, Johan Nolte, And then Frey down in the 7th spot, just ahead of Rafael de Souza, as they come through past the Boeing for the first time now, up towards the hill and up to the top left-hand side of the circuit. Nice little shot here of the steam train of karts making their way to the top end. Watch for this little interesting section, a double right-hander, and they flick it through to a left-right flick, and then it's basically back down through another little left sweep, right sweep, and to complete the lap. Verheul looking for a chance now to stay at the front end. De Silva's in there as well, but De Silva looks like he's going to just change things up there with Verheul dropping to 3rd behind Emma Dowling. Dowling looking dangerous, has a look into turn 2. Big right-hander at the hairpin at the bottom near the dam. As they come out of that, Dowling applying the pressure on and De Silva soaking it up. Rafael De Silva and Emma Dowling going in at 0.03 of a second between them, 300ths between those first 3. And look at those first 6 karts, split by less than half a second. Absolutely brilliant stuff there, but it's De Silva from Dowling and Verheul in 3rd. Verheul has got Patel right on his tail. Patel looking for a chance now into 3rd. Yes, gets up, makes it stick into 3rd place there. So Taylor Patel moving up rapidly, looking to make up some ground now after the first race did not go according to plan. Little touch between himself and another competitor, dropped him right back, but things now starting to heat up. Fastest kart on track is Emma Dowling, 1:16.531 on that last pass. She's sitting in 2nd place at the moment and only 0.037 of a second behind our leader. First 5 karts though split by half a second, absolutely nothing in it between the first 5 karts on track here for Heat 2 of Micromax. Big welcome back to our Ustream feed, and of course to all of the people watching on Facebook as well. Great to have you guys here as a part of our live stream courtesy of DT Film Services. And you can see 6 laps to go now in Heat 2. Change up, Taylor Patel has moved up, and so has Emma Dowling. Oh, Patel to the lead, Dowling to 2nd. Dowling had the lead for about 2 corners, and it looks like Verheul has dropped back slightly there into 3rd place. So coming out of the dam section, a couple of changes in the front end of this field, and going to be looking for more of the same. Patel leads out, Dowling in 2nd. Verheul is in the 4th place now behind De Silva. De Silva dropped back slightly, but then managed to make up 1 position after losing out to 1st and 2nd place on the road. Looks like he got down almost to 3rd place, but fortunately just being able to keep Christian Verheul out. So Taylor Patel now leads out, trying to get away, looking to try and stay out of harm's way this time. Little incident between himself and another kart earlier on. Definitely changed things up there for his top 5 honours. He was looking for a potential of the podium and it went all wrong. Now to the top end of the circuit. Watch for the left-right flick here. Patel from Dowling. Dowling from De Silva. De Silva hanging on for now as they come across the line and complete another lap. There's 6 to go. 0.22. Emma Dowling now 0.2 of a second back. 14.698. But have a look at Michael Danks down in 10th place. Fastest kart on track with a 14.574. Trying to make up the ground and get into that top 9 if he can. Into single digits where he wants to be. Taylor Patel hangs on for now, but Emma Dowling, De Silva there into the 3 spot. 4th place starting to heat up as well. Look at the little maneuvering happening in the background there in the 4th place. Verheul under a bit of pressure. Patel hanging on. Dowling coming under pressure now from Patel. Looks like Emma Dowling might have a bit of a problem there. The Gazoo Racing kart just dropping into the clutches there of that 2nd pack of karters. It's led out at the moment by Christian Verheul, but Christian Verheul looking a little bit worse for wear as closing onto the back end of Emma Dowling. Looks like there's a possibility that Dowling might have a slight issue here in the 2nd part of this 2nd heat. They're coming to the halfway stage, about to be completed, and the top 2 getting away ever so slightly. So Patel and De Silva leading things out at this point in time. Can they keep it all together now for the next 4 laps? 4 to go of the 8, so halfway stage. 14.1 from Rafael De Silva. He's starting to turn that up. Emma Dowling into 3rd place. So trying to hang on to that 3 spot, but you can see she's been hounded at the moment by the rest of the pack just behind that. The top 2 getting away from her. And whatever went wrong on that Gazoo Racing machine, she seems to have got it sorted. Santiago Frey coming into the mix as well. Santi having a much better run here in the 2nd half of race number 2 as they come up towards the switchback.
Junior Max, if you're not in the pre-race park,
Rafael de Souza
and you haven't collected
also in the mix there, but it's Rafael de Silva who is in second place at the moment, putting the pressure onto Taylor Patel. Taylor Patel is the man to watch out for. Oh, Emma Darling makes a mistake coming out of that switchback section, and she looks like she must have lost 1 or 2 positions there. And just making a small mistake. Verheul gets to get through. Darling goes defensive to keep out what is 5, 6 and 7th place on track. But not easy to do that when you've made a small mistake coming out of one of the sections. So just how difficult it is. De Silva comes across the line. 0.342 on the last pass, goes even quicker this time. 1.32. Rafael de Silva's closed that gap down rapidly. He's gone half a second quicker on that last lap. And he's now into Taylor Patel's back end and looking for a way through. Verheul in 3rd, Dowling in 4th. Beaumont is now up to 5th. Johan Nolte and de Souza have dropped back slightly. So there's big moves here from Christian Verheul to try and get onto the back end of these top 2, but they've pulled a big margin. Emma Dowling trying to run there with Christian Verheul if she can. Dowling looking to try and keep out the rest of this pack as they come into the switchback. Dropping down, it's a right-hander into it. Left out. Another big left that takes them back to almost where they started. Oh, there's a big move on the inside there. Behind Nolte diving through as well. Nolte getting there, and Beaumont comes back at him. Beaumont comes straight back at him. Brilliant stuff there between Nolte and Beaumont. They're having a fantastic little dice there. That is for 5th and 6th place on track at the moment. So chopping and changing. Top 2 getting away. 3 and 4 in their own little fight. Then it's 5, 6 and 7th place. All fighting hard for the final position in that top 5. Beaumont and Nolte going at it. And Rafael de Souza looking to pick up the pieces if he can. As his namesake goes across the line there in 2nd place. Taylor Patel, 13.9. 1 minute 13.9 from Taylor Patel. That's an amazing lap around here in a Micromax kart. First time we've seen a 13 come out of the Micromaxes, but you can see conditions are a lot better than they were this morning. Cold track conditions and cool conditions were good for the engines, not so great for traction. The Mojo tyres are now working perfectly in almost ideal conditions here. A little bit more heat in the tarmac would help out, but nothing wrong with what they're doing at the moment. Emma Darling still hanging on for 3rd. Verheul now with Beaumont on his tail. Aidan Beaumont looking for a chance now to possibly spoil the day there for Christian Verheul and maybe get into the top 4. Beaumont and Nolte fighting hard. Verheul just ahead of them. Dowling leads that 2nd pack out. They've closed that gap down now, so it's 4 karts fighting for the 3rd spot on the podium. Top 2 getting away as they get to the top of the hill. They've got 1 lap and about 3 corners to go. It's not quite 1.5, it's a little bit less than that. They come through the left-right flick. Now down through the right-hander, into the final straight away. About to start their final lap, here we go. Last lap time, 13.908 was the last pass from Taylor Patel. He's now down at 14 dead. 13.349 from Rafael de Silva. He is absolutely hauling around here at the moment. De Silva on a flyer here. De Silva looking very dangerous, and Taylor Patel could be in danger here. They're onto the last lap, and it's De Silva putting the pressure onto Taylor Patel. Patel soaking it up for now. Rafael de Silva putting the pressure onto the back end here, looking for every opportunity, and even more if there is. But Taylor Patel is just keeping him at bay. Placing that kart perfectly, not giving any opportunities here for a dive up the inside. Rafael's going to have to get creative here if he wants to try and make an overtaking maneuver. Makes a small mistake coming out of the switchback now, heading to the top. Beaumont fighting hard in the background as well. Look at the battle that's raging there for 3rd place. There are 4 karts fighting for 3rd. 1 and 2 up to the top of the hill they go. Great race action here from our Micromax. Expect more of the same in the 3rd and final heat a bit later on in the afternoon, but there is nothing in it here. Coming to the line, who's going to have what it takes? Taylor Patel is going to hang on. Raf's going to get 2nd. Rafael comes through for 2nd place and comes through for that 2nd spot. Patel takes it. De Silva in 2nd. Is Darling going to hang on to 3rd? Emma Darling comes through for 3rd place, just ahead of Christian Verheul. Look at that. Verheul, Beaumont, Nolte, De Souza, Shuttleworth and Gibbard all through there. And every single one of what is 3rd place down to 8th place. Half a second. Absolutely amazing stuff there from Micromax. Once again, putting on a fantastic show here at Formula K. Taylor Patel, De Silva, Dowling, Fahel, Nolte, and Aidan Beaumont. Ahead of Rafael de Souza, Matthew Shuttleworth, Franco Gibbard, Michael Danks, and Santiago Freud with some problems in that mid-pack. He'll be looking to come and return the favour later on today in Heat 3. Up next, we go into Junior Max. They'll be out shortly. We're going straight into action now from Junior Max as they make their way back onto the circuit for their second heat of the day. Casey Ensel-Smith was the car to beat in race number 1. Eric Haystack is on pole position alongside Ensel-Smith. Nick Vistanis and Mohamed Murat on the second row ahead of Vian Boshoff and Jaden Goosen. Divya Naidu, Jono Wilson, Ashton Repsol, Brandon van der Walt, Dennis Dylan Watkins, and Zalo Koza. Jean Hendrick at the back there as well, pushing hard from De Villiers' point of view, and Mahir Wabab at the back, so looking for a chance now to try and come through there in Junior Max Heat 2. We got them lined up, heading into those tram lines, ready for race 2's start. The second heat of action coming out of Junior Max. Now, who's going to have what it takes off the line? Haystack's got the pole position, but it looks like the whole shot might go to Casey Ensel-Smith coming down towards turn 2. They sort things out. Oh, in the background, a big one. Big one in the background. Two carts coming together. One off circuit, both of them getting back on track. And you can see not happy about the fact there was a little tag between two carts as they came out of turn 1. It is Casey Ensel-Smith who leads things out. So he wasn't involved, but in that mid-pack, a little touch between two carts definitely affected two of them dramatically, and they've dropped right to the back of the field. So some work to be done now as they come into the switchback for the first time. Trying to pick up on exactly who those two carts were. They're a little bit further back than the pack were concentrating. You can see them just in the background of that shot coming through. We'll pick them up on the timing monitor as they complete the first lap in anger. But two carts coming together, coming out of turn 1, headed out towards the hairpin at turn 2. Ensel-Smith leads things out at the moment. Haystack in second by the looks of it as they head up towards the top end of the circuit for the first time. Watch for our Junior Max competitors through this left-right flick. Amazing little S-bend at the top end of the circuit. An unusual place to put an S-bend, but it certainly works out well here, and it's one of 12 configurations they can run here at Formula K. So across the line, Ensel-Smith, Murat, Goosen, Boshoff, dropping by the wayside. The two carts involved there, Nick Vistanis and Brandon van der Walt by the looks of things. Those are the two carts that were involved in that little touch coming out of turn 1 on lap 1. And this is a 10-lapper, so there's 9 still to go. So it's Eric Haystack there making his way through rapidly, trying to make his way to the front end, but having to do some work there. Vian Boshoff having a fantastic start. And look out for the hard charge coming out of Mohamed Murat. Murat wants to get to the front end. He'd like to be running at the front as high up as possible if he can. But it's Kazoo Racing leading things out at the moment with Casey Ensel-Smith doing the job he did in race number 1 again here in Heat 2. Absolutely awesome stuff here from our drone, getting an opportunity to see the circuit from a high level point of view, seeing the configurations that could possibly be thrown at these guys this time out. Oh, and a big move up the inside into the S. Absolutely perfectly done there. And Murat's going to have a go as well. So looks like Jaden Goosen might have lost out there ever so slightly to two carts as he comes across the line. Murat was one of them. Goosen is a man who's moved up ahead of Mohamed Murat, but Boshoff wasn't able to make it stick. So Vian Boshoff had a look, but just wasn't able to get through there on Mohamed Murat. He has been able to do it now. There you go, change up out of the dam section. So it's Murat moving up rapidly. And there's a bit of chopping and changing there for what is third place on track. Fantastic start here to the top two. They're getting away from the field. Fight is on for third place. They go 3 by 3 heading towards the switchback. Anybody having a look on the inside? Haystack has a look on the inside. Murat comes back at him. Just behind that, it's the 37 of Bossoff. Bossoff looking for a chance. Oh, a little bit of touching. That could usually end up in tears. And runs wide. That's the reason why you don't be doing that. Losing out 1, 2, possibly 3. No, only 2 positions there. 2 positions as they come through there. Very lucky to be not tagged by the third cart and lose out that third position. Casey Ensel-Smith getting the job done and dropping the hammer to get away. So it's 7 laps to go as they cross the line. Ensel-Smith 106.2 on the last pass. Now goes down to a 105.8 ahead of Goosen. Haystack, Murat, Koza. Nzalo Koza up to 5 now ahead of Ashton Repsold. So a couple of changes in that top 5. First 2 are all on their own. Third place also starting to bridge a bit of a gap now over the second battle. And then there's the battle we're watching. It's the fight for about 4th place on track. 4th place fight is now consisting of 6 carts. 6 carts in it for that 4th place battle. Led out at the moment by Bossoff. Bossoff leads things out for that 5th place battle. 1, 2, 3, and 4 evenly spread. But 5th place definitely where we want to be concentrating here as they come up into the top end of the circuit again. The short straights and into hairpins up the hill. Getting the corner speed right, getting the traction right on the Mojo tyres, exactly what they need to do. Through the left-right flick in the S. And down the hill comes Casey Ensel-Smith. Team Gazoo Racing's pilot has had no problems whatsoever all race day long. Looking for another victory here. If there's one up for grabs, and the way that he's going at the moment, could possibly get that one without any problems at all. 6 laps to go ahead of Goosen, Haystack and Murat. Goosen, Haystack and Murat looking for opportunities now to close that gap down on Casey Ensel-Smith, but there just doesn't seem to be any answer to the pace coming out of Ensel-Smith today. Looks like Haystack's trying to close the gap down there on Murat. Oh, looks like problems here. Bossoff is starting to get into the mix there, and they've got ahead of Murat. Murat has dropped back into the clutches of that battle for 4th. So a little bit of maneuvering happening there. Top 3 all on their own and staying consistently apart, but the fight for 4th now heats up. It was a fight for 5th, but they've caught the 4th place pilot and have now decided to take him on. Top 3 out of the top right-hander into the S-bend. Out of the S they come down. You can see it's a left. You can't really see the left-right flick, but there's a little left-right flick that takes them into the final right-hander to complete another lap, and the halfway stage of this race reached. 5 down, 5 to go. Casey Ensel-Smith controlling things dominantly from the front end of the field. No answer from anybody else to the pace that Ensel-Smith has got at the moment. Doing a superb job there for Team Gazoo Racing. Behind them, pushing hard. You can see just how hard that push is coming from 2nd place to try and close that gap down, but it's just not being done. 3rd place, little off the back end of 2nd at the moment, but not really in the mix. Fight for 4th, 5th, and 6th place, definitely heating up. So Casey just eating up these laps and doing the job to almost perfection here. No answer at all. 4-5-3, Jaden Goosen still hanging on there for the 3 spot, for the 2nd place. As I said, 3rd place starting to come in, closing the gap down slightly. There you can see just on the left-hand side of that drone shot, the battle for 4th. It's Murat, Bossoff, Koza, and Naidu. With Jono Wilson into that little pack as well. So it's almost a 5-way fight for 4th place. 4 laps to go. As they come across the line, another 4 to go for these drivers. Casey Ensel-Smith. And no worries at all there. From his point of view, just putting everything right over the last 2 heats of racing. 4-5-3, Jaden Goosen definitely being closed down, and being closed down rapidly there. Eric Haystack is definitely applying a bit more pressure than he was earlier on. So the move is on here from Haystack's point of view, closing that gap down for 2nd, and coming into what is going to be 2.5 or 3.5 laps to go. 10-lap race, Heat 2 here of Junior Max. And more of the same as what we saw in the first heat. A little bit of a bigger margin, though, from Casey Ensel-Smith's point of view for the lead. 3.5 seconds over Goosen and Haystack. Bosov, Murat, Koza, and Naidu. That's the pack just behind that. Here they come. So second and third, look at it. Oh, it's definitely heating up there for second and third. And that pack in the background for 4, 5, and 6. Haystack on the inside. Dives up the inside, takes second place away. Goosen drops down one. Goosen drops down one into third place there. Eric Haystack timed that to perfection. Coming out of the dam section and up into the right-hander. Just able to get onto the brakes or lift off the throttle. Not really on the brakes, I'd say. Maybe just a lift off on the throttle there and up the inside. A little bit later than what Goosen was able to do. So double right-hander. So we're going to see a move here from Goosen to try and come back at Eric Haystack. Fights on for second. Aerial material here from our drone as they head to the top of the hill over the Fly Sapphire Jumbo. Lovely stuff as they come through that left-right flick in the S-bend. Little undulation there as well as it drops down. 1:05.7 is the fastest lap from Casey on the last pass. And another 1:05.7 once again from him. Not as quick as the last time out. Everybody else in the 1:06s or 1:07s. No one even close to the pace that Casey Ensel-Smith is able to set in his kart. 2 to go. And it's Goosen and Haystack fighting for second. Fourth place up for grabs. Bosov, Murat, and Naidu. 1.7 seconds between those three. A little bit more of a gap now between Vian Bosov, Mohamed Murat, and Divyan Naidu, who's lost some ground there. Divyan Naidu just dropping back slightly into the clutches of Jono Wilson. And then there's a small gap again down to Nzalo Koza, Ashton Repsold, and Jan Henrik de Villiers. That's your top 10 at this point in time. No worries whatsoever at all there for Casey Ensel-Smith. Go back to the battle here for second between Haystack. Haystack fighting hard here for second place honours. Can he keep it all together? Stay ahead. 1 to go. Final lap has started here for Junior Max Heat 2. There goes your leader up towards turn 3. Down into turn 2 comes 2, 3. Here's 4 and 5. Oh man, just the gap opened up a little bit too much, and I kind of expected to stay a little bit closer. Big mistake early on we saw from Nick Vastanis, who's had to make up some ground now. We'll keep an eye on to see exactly where he ends up after being in that first 4 in the first part of the race. Little tag out of 2. Oh, red flag by the looks of things as well. Just saw that over the top of my screen. Thanks, Jazz. Didn't see that just over the top of my screen out the window. Get to see the red flag. I'm not quite sure why red flag's being called. Must be quite a big incident somewhere on track. Maybe down at the dam. Probably down at the dam section. But red flag has been called, which means we will go 1 lap back for a result, because we have completed enough laps to call the race. So if we go 1 lap back, of course we're not going to lose out there. Casey Ensel-Smith will take the victory. I think Eric Haystack and Goosen will stay the same. Bosov and Murat ahead of Divyan Naidu and Jono Wilson. And then Zalo Koza ahead of Ashton Repsold. Just looking to see who it might be involved in that incident, because it hasn't shown us who went off. Vastanis went off earlier on. He tagged Brandon van der Walt. Maybe Dylan Watkins could potentially be the problem. Kart down in 13th place, or 12th place at the moment. But we'll get confirmation of that and bring that to you a bit later on if we can. Up next, we're going into Senior Max. They'll be out shortly.
check of a race day. Cracker check of a race day.
Well, a case of a big welcome back here to the Formula K circuit in Benoni. As you can see, an ambulance on circuit means that we had an incident in the previous heat there with the Junior Max category, and a red flag was called, which brought the race back one lap, but still Casey Ensel-Smith taking the victory there in that second heat of our Junior Max. Senior Max will be making their way out onto circuit any second now. Just an amazing race day so far. Started out with very cold conditions here at Formula K. Things have certainly heated up here, and it's great to have the sunshine out there. The crowds have come into the restaurant and all around the circuit to enjoy a good day's racing here at Formula K, and a massive welcome to all of our friends and families and fans around the world on our YouTube stream here, due to DT Film Services and their team that are bringing you all the action here today. So fantastic to have you all here. We'll be back shortly with race action coming out of Senior Max for their second heat of the race day. But make sure that you are passing on the information from all of our live stream feeds on YouTube and Facebook, and send them out to your family, friends and fans all around the world to come and enjoy the action here from Benoni in South Africa. We're just outside of Johannesburg. And awesome stuff once again at round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge here in South Africa. Karts on track. We were going to go to an ad break, but we changed our minds there quickly as we saw the karts coming on. Mohammed Wali and Karaba Malamela. Those are the top two from race number 1. Malamela was the man to catch. Mohammed Wali initially was the man to catch. Had a small issue into turn 2 and dropped back down into 6th place. Had to fight his way back up into the top 3. But it's now back to Wali and Malamela on the front row. Thompson and Kaji on the second row. Then it's Snyman and Visser. Watch out for Tate Bishop, looking to try and turn his luck around as he finished down in 13th place in race number 1, ahead of Corbin Spies and Roshan Goodman. Watch out for Daniel Kruger, Ethan Bostander and Matty Wadley. Olarato Sakuru and Tristan Loesch. Ethan Steer eventually got up into 9th place from a 16th place start in race 1. Where can he go from 15th place this time out? Just ahead there of Jean Reynal, Keon Spies, Yifan Lee and Hannah Daniel making up the field of 19 karts about to go to battle for Senior Max. In the tram lines, we got a green flag and we're racing. Down towards turn 1 they go, and is it going to be Mohamed Wali? It is. Mohamed Wali looks like he's got the whole shot down into turn 1, into turn 2, cements that. Coming through the field there rapidly, as you can see, chopping and changing for 2nd place. It looks like a big move there from Troy Snyman, and also coming out, oh yes, big move there from Delon Thompson. Thompson and Snyman coming through rapidly to get ahead of Mohamed Wali. Mohamed Wali has dropped down to 4th place there behind Malamela. So some changes there in the front 4. Poleman, by the time they got to turn 4, has dropped down to 4th place. And then they all start to sort it out just behind that, including Corbin Spies and Musa Kaji. Musa Kaji in the parallel, starting to make his way through rapidly as well, looking for opportunities where there aren't any. Karaba looking to pounce through as well, right from the word go. So it's a bit of a mix-up here. Mohamed Wali eventually getting back to 2nd as they came out and start to make their way back up to the top of the hill. So a good start coming out of Snyman, out of Delon Thompson. Fantastic run so far, as you can see, Delon Thompson from Wali. That's how it stands as they come to the line, even though the timing monitor tells us slightly different. Here they're going to get confirmation of that position as they cross the line for the first time of 10. Snyman leads out, Wali in 2nd, Thompson right there with him, as you can see, in 3rd. Tate Bishop's up to 4th. Better start there from the 2 Cape Townians as Fiss is on his tail. Karabo Malamela, first race winner, is down in 6th place. So the fight is on here big time. Snyman leading things out, leading Wali away from the 2nd pack, which Delon Thompson is currently at the front end. Thompson from Malamela, Fisser, and Tate Bishop in there too. Bishop, oh, contact! Malamela runs wide, looks like he's taking Snyman out. Snyman might be in big trouble there. Oh, Wali diving through there as well. It's just non-stop action. We saw karts coming together a bit further back there. Delon Thompson coming together there with Malamela, and Snyman having a big dive on the inside of Wali to try and keep him out. But Mohamed Wali is at the front. Snyman drops down to 2nd place. Action continues here between our karters in Senior Max. And in the Senior Max, already some kart action that's dropped a couple of competitors out of contention. So it's Mohamed Wali who crosses the line now at the front end. Snyman in 2nd. Delon Thompson is no longer in 3rd place. After that little incident, he's dropped right out of it. Malamela up into 3rd, ahead of Fisser, Musa Kaji, Roshan Goodman. Looks like the other kart involved there might have been, just trying to see, Tate Bishop, I think also had to take evasive action. He's dropped back down to 13th place. So Roshan Goodman has been promoted up to 6th, Losh into 7th. Ethan Bostander into 8th place. Olarato is into 9th, ahead of Corbin Spies. But it's Mohamed Wali controlling things from the front end now with a 106.5 from Wali. Snyman 2nd, Karaba Malamela is 3rd, Fisser in 4. Fisser closing down on Malamela. Only 0.05 of a second there between himself and Malamela for what is 3rd place on track. Ricardo starting to come into mix there. That is Musa Kaji. Kaji having some fun and games of his own there as he starts to come through the field there. Musa Kaji pushing hard to try and come through there in the parallel as well. But it's Mohamed Wali who just keeps an eye out on the front end, keeps just having a look over the shoulder every now and again to ensure that he stays at the front end of this field. Top 2 across the line with 7 to go. They come down into turn 2. Mohamed Wali controlling things from Snyman. Snyman hanging on for 2nd. Trying to get back to that gap that Mohamed Wali has opened up. Mohamed Wali now trying to get away from that 2nd pack. Fisser closing in. Malamela and Fisser going at it here. Charles Fisser had a little bit of issues with a tight chain at the start of race number 1. Cost him to drop back slightly, but he's now certainly got that kart sorted out and into 4th place. Could potentially still get up onto the podium. Fisser pulling away from Kaji. Oh, there's a great pack just behind that as well. Big raging, big fighting karts happening in Senior Max, as we expected to see multiple SA champions and former champions in their categories fighting hard now in Senior Max here at round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge South Africa. Through the left-right flick and another lap completed. It'll be 6 laps to go for Wali. He leads over Snyman. Malamela, Fisser, Kaji, Goodman and Bostander. They come through almost instantaneously behind that. Bostander ahead of Corbin Spies, take Bishop back to 9th. Back into single digits, but I don't think there's enough time. 6 to go. Bishop's got too much work to do to get back onto the podium. Malamela hangs on for now. Good run here from Karabo to keep out Charles Visser. But it's Muhammad Wali controlling things from the front end. No worries at all there from him so far. Had to do a bit of chopping and changing to get back to the front. Lost pole position, dropped to 4th. Came back to 3-2, and he's back into the top spot again. Halfway stage of this lap, so it's 5.5 to go for the entire race. Coming to the halfway stage here for these guys. Absolutely amazing stuff to see how hard they are fighting and just how difficult it is with these karts so evenly matched amongst these competitors. Nothing in it between the top two, as you can see. They really are giving it everything they can. Muhammad Wali doing a superb job to stay at the front end, but it's Snyman fighting hard. Look at the battle though, starting to rage now for 3rd place. It's definitely picking up there. Malamela, Visser and Musa Kaji a lot closer this time between the 3 of them for 3, 4 and 5 on track. Snyman has not been able to do anything about the lead that Muhammad Wali has got at this stage. In the background as well, nice little battle there as well, just behind that second pack of karts. And there's literally just kart packs all the way through this field. Top 2 evenly matched. 3, 4 and 5 about to become 3, 4, 5 and 6 as we see that gap closing down between what is 4 and 5 on the road and what is currently 3 and 4 on the road. So there's definitely a little bit more intention being shown there from the 5th and 6th place drivers to close that gap down and potentially get themselves onto the podium. Through the left-hander and the XPS left there up towards the top of the hill past the jumbo. Nice little run here from Muhammad Wali to stay at the front end. Just how difficult it is for him. It's not that easy, I can tell you that much. The way he's driving this car to stay in front of a field that is so evenly matched and with so many former champions at the wheels of their karts makes it a very, very difficult job to do. But Wali is doing it to perfection. Staying ahead of Snyman. Karabo Malamela. Visser. Visser's ahead of Kaji. Kaji ahead of Goodman. Hardly anything in between those 3 karts further down in the pack. There you can see them coming out of turn 3. Up towards 4. Malamela trying to keep out Visser. Visser trying to bridge that gap. He's been doing it all race long. Just hasn't been able to get that little gap down to about half a kart length. Malamela turns the wick up and just continues to fly. He's doing such a good job there for 4th place at the moment. The 3rd place battle in the hands of Karabo Malamela, but it is nothing in it between them. There is really a great little fight. Musa Kaji closing in on Visser. Visser could be in a bit of trouble here. Kaji's coming along for the ride and looks like he could be a bit more dangerous than what he's expected to be from Visser's point of view. So Visser now going to have to watch that rearview mirror if he had one on the kart, because he knows, and he'll probably hear the engine revving there of Musa Kaji. And not too far behind that, Roshan Goodman into the 6th spot could potentially spoil the day for both of them. Here they come. That's the battle we're talking about right there, across the line. Once again, Visser, Kaji and Goodman. Half a second between them. Muhammad Wali doing a super job at this point in time though to keep the rest of this pack at bay. But all of a sudden, Troy Snyman seems to have just turned the wick up ever so slightly. He is a lot closer to the back end of Muhammad Wali than what he has been all race long. Wali knows that. Little look over the shoulder there, little concern coming from Muhammad Wali's point of view. Into the closing stages now, 2.5 laps to go. And Muhammad Wali has looked over his shoulder twice in this lap alone. So he knows Troy Snyman is coming. Snyman is closing that gap down rapidly. Oh, look at this. Lovely stuff further back there. A fight there for 5, 6 and 7th place. Charles Visser in it. Oh, little brake check there. Little brake check from Visser on Kaji and on Goodman. And he's continuing to brake test them as they go up to the top of the hill. Visser runs wide. And goes Kaji diving back on the inside. So makes up their position again. But oh, it is on there for 5th place. No doubt about it as they come through the left-hand and right-hand sweeps out of the S's. Charles Visser with a bit of a brake test up into the top corner. Caught out Goodman. Kaji saw it coming and dived to retake the position away from him. Fantastic run here from these 5 karts. The top 3 now, of course, Karabo's got away. And that's due to the fact that these 3 are fighting as hard as they can for what is going to be the last part of the top 5. Absolutely amazing stuff here between these guys. Will Visser do the same thing? You can see some concerns there coming from the 4-7 kart. Not happy about it at all. And that's what it's all about. Rishon Goodman going, hang on a second, you can't brake test us all the time. Visser looks up the road. He's got Kaji on his tail. Looking for a way to dive through. Can he find it? No, he can't. Definitely has a big look as they come out of the switchback section now into the left-hand at XPS. That's where we saw the brake test. Kaji's now right on Visser's tail. Goes wide, tries to get the cutback. Visser keeps the line, holds that inside line, does not give any opportunities there for Kaji to come through. Musa Kaji is all over the back of Visser like a fat kid on a cupcake. He really is not holding anything back here to try and find a way through, but can't find it at the moment. Across the line they go. 1 to go for these three. Top three have got away. There's not going to be a change between the top three. But 4, 5 and 6 are up for grabs here in a big way. And Charles Visser's in the fight of his life here in a kart. He hasn't been pressurized this hard in a long, long time as Charles Visser. And this, of course, is only for what is going to be 4th place on the road. So imagine if this is the battle for the lead. The top three, there they go through their little switchback. And out of that switchback, here we go. Kaji on the inside. Kaji's dived on the inside. He's going to bring Goodman with him. Goodman goes up the inside. Kaji's there. Visser comes back. Goodman drops behind him. Musa Kaji finds a way through. Here comes Visser trying to come back at him. Visser gets the cut back. He's now going to try and head up the hill. He's got Goodman all over the back of him and Kaji's ahead of him. Visser wants to return the favour. He runs slightly wide. Here comes Goodman run. He's outside. Will he be able to do it on the brakes? No, he can't. Visser comes through. Oh, and coming into the mix as well. We got another kart involved in that as well. All of a sudden diving through there as well. Watch out as the Paralyn comes through. Brilliant stuff here coming to the line. Top three have got to go across the line already, but the fight is on here for 4th place and it's still up for grabs. Top three, Wally, Snyman and Malamela. Visser's going to make it just through, does he? No, he doesn't. Kaji beats him out. Visser in second. Bishop. What a run there from Tate Bishop coming through in the latter part of this race. Absolutely brilliant stuff from Tate Bishop. Ahead of Rishon Goodman. A Goodman coming through there for 7th, and it's a Kudu who comes through for 8th place. Bo Stander in 9 and Corbin Spiss in 10th place. Top quality stuff from Senior Max. Exactly what we expected here now that things have heated up here at Formula K. Up next, we're heading into the second heat of Bambinos. Welcome back here to Formula K for round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge South Africa. The second heats have now been absolutely amazing so far, and looking for more of the same now as we head into Bambinos. From Bambinos, of course, we're heading into our Mini-Max. From Mini-Max into DD2 Masters and Veterans, and then DD2s themselves, as Bambinos are about to make their way out with Ronaldo Kuhn and Noah Cronier on the front row. They'll be looking for opportunities to try and control things from that front row. Remember, we've got our pace kart out front, so don't worry too much about Nico out front there. He'll be Nico Zafiris doing the job to run the pace kart for us. And of course, Bambino's running the Indy circuit here. One of 12 different variations at Formula K for karters and short circuit racing. If you've never been out to the circuit and you are in Johannesburg, it's definitely worthwhile having a little squiz at maybe the calendar to find out when the next race meeting here at Formula K is going to be, because the facilities here are top class. And now looking for an opportunity for Noah Cronier to possibly spoil the day there for Ronaldo Kuhn, Adrian Steyn, Diogo Antunes and Brody Darling. I said at the front end of this field, it's kind of a battle of the double digits. We've got 77, 66, 11 and 22 fighting with Kart 24 for honours here in the second heat of Bambinos. They get led to the top of the hill for the start, but that's only for the start, and then of course they cut back and take the Indy version of the circuit. I think it's version B or C of the 12 versions that this track and configurations Formula K can run. But it's a shortened version that Bambinos will be taking here, led out by Nick Seferis in the Leclerc chassis. Koen and Cronier, Steyn and Antunes, Dowling and Detroit, Wharton and Gibbard, Motlaechi and Diaz, O'Mahony and Fana, and Van der Merwe at the back as they come across the line. We start things out, and the pace car drops the hammer. Is it going to be Noah Cronier who gets the whole shot? Looks like he might do. Noah Cronier going around the outside of turn 1 and trying to hang on. They come 4x4 out of turn 1. Bambino's in the house as they head down towards turn 2, eventually slotting into the line astern, and it is Cronier who hits the front. Antunes down into what about 5th or 6th place at the moment, 77. Koen is up in a second, hanging on to that front row just behind the man who was just behind him on the track. So a couple of changes there. In fact, dropping down to 3rd place is the 7-7 of Ronaldo Koen. Antunes up into what is second now, challenging for the lead as they head towards where the switchback would normally happen on the kart. And this is where they'll cut back across the circuit as they come out of that switchback. So hitting the front for the first time. Diego Antunes leads things out as they come up to the top and into the right-hander that completes their first lap in anger. On his tail, Noah Cronier. Cronier's got problems of his own with the 22 and race 1 winner, Brody Dowling, up to 3rd place now and side by side with Ronaldo Koen as they came across the line. Koen gets the motor down to 4th place. Dowling is up into 3rd. Adrian Steyn is into 5th place as they came across the line there. Steyn trying to close that gap down ever so slightly there on the other 2 karts just ahead of him. That is 22 and 77. 66 leads out. That is Antunes. He controls things from the front at the moment, and the top kart chassis now doing a superb job. Watch out for the 24 kart though. Noah Cronier looking very dangerous. Good drive out of the turn 5. Heading to the switchback section. Brody Dowling all over the back end. Looking for a way through now. Can he find one on Noah Cronier? Antunes coming through there as well and controlling things from the front end, just trying to keep the entire pack at bay for now. Not easy to do. Noah comes wide, runs down into turn 1. He's got the inside line for turn 2, potential change up here for the lead. Noah's got through and he's going to bring the 7 through as well. Dowling comes through as well. So it's Brody Dowling who dives on the inside. I thought Antunes was going to be outdone by 1, but he's actually outdone by 2 karts coming into turn 4. So a lot of changes there in that turn 2, 3 and 4. Lead changed up first of all to Noah Cronier, 2nd place. Then went to the 22 of Brody Dowling. Dowling now ahead of initial race leader Diego Antunes. Antunes now under a bit of pressure from 77 on his tail. That's Ronaldo Koen. Koen has got Adrian Steyn and the 11 kart right on his tail. And then it's 18 coming along for the ride. All of a sudden we've got Boipelo Motloechi into the mix as well. So Boipelo with a much better run here in heat number 2, up into 6th place overall. We come down towards turn 2 now, 6 karts in it. Dropping back slightly is Callum du Toit. Du Toit was a lot higher up in race number 1. Dropped back down into a top 5 finish there for Callum du Toit. Running the number 34, similar to what his dad. Oh, here we go. Noah Cronier getting up close and personal. Brody Dowling putting the pressure onto the 24 kart. Makes a small mistake. They're side by side as they head to the right-hander. So close there. Noah Cronier later on the lift-off, but Brody Dowling saw that and cut back earlier on. He got through. He's moved to the lead. Dowling hits the front, and 2nd place, a touch between the 2nd place drivers there. Noah Cronier coming together with the 66 machine. Diego Antunes just having a little bit of a touch there with Noah as they came out of that right-hander. Now completing another lap. They've got the halfway stage reach of the 8. 4 done, 4 to go. Dowling leads for the first time. Can he open up the gap that he did in the first one? Ahead of Noah Cronier, Diego Antunes, Ronaldo Koen and Adrian Steyn. I said it was going to be a battle of those double figures. The only one that's spoiling the day there for the double-figured karts is the 24 kart there of Noah Cronier. Fight is on though. First 4 karts going at it. See a Marshall running along there to try and help out one of the karts who might have spun out there. He's actually gone right off track. 2 karts off track. Just on the left-hand side of that drone shot. 2 karts off circuit. It looks like it might be Adrian Steyn in the 11 kart. That's one of them. We've lost Steyn in the background there for 5th place. The 11 kart's gone missing. So potentially Steyn and Boipelo, Motlechi. Possibly those two karts that were involved in that incident. Brody Darling going side by side. Outside line from Cronier. Is that like Mark Cronier at World Rallycross? His dad did that at World Rallycross to get through in Cape Town only a couple of years ago. And Noah's using the same kind of line across the line to get through to the lead of the race. Cronier leads out, Darling in second. Antunes into third place. He's still got pressure coming from our poleman, Ronaldo Kuhn. But there's nothing in it between these first four. They'll be coming up on those back markers who've been helped out by the marshals to get back on track. But it looks like there's going to be a lot more of this action expected over these next 2.5 laps. Coming up on the 46, Liam Wharton looks like he might be the first of the back markers to be caught here by Cronier and Darling. Brody and Noah going at it for 1 and 2. Third place, a little bit of a gap down to third place now. It's in the hands of 77 Ronaldo Kuhn. Kuhn's got ahead of Diego Antunes. 2 laps to go. Absolutely nothing in it, and here they come again, side by side. This time on the outside, it's Brody Darling. Coming up on that back marker realizes it's coming. The blue flags are waving, gets out of the way. Good driving there from the 46 car of Liam Wharton. Wharton stays out of the way. Oh, Darling and Cronier coming together. They've tagged. And that's opened up an opportunity. 77 hits the front. So we got our pole man back to the front. Ronaldo Kuhn hits the front as Darling and Cronier came together. The two top car chassis rubbing is racing, and that's exactly what happened as they came out of turn 3. Little touch between the two of them, and it's caused them to drop back slightly. Darling's dropped to 4th. Cronier very lucky only to drop down a 2nd. And now goes on the attack to try and get back to the lead of this race. He's got to find a way through on Ronaldo Kuhn. Kuhn at this stage is the lead man. Cronier coming along. Darling's got a problem. Darling puts his hand up. There's an issue there on Darling's kart. One of he's done some damage to the front wheel. Maybe just some issues on that chassis there from him. Something's rubbing. But Darling is losing out big time here. Chance of a second victory going by the wayside here as Darling came together with Noah Cronier. Cronier is about to hit the front. He's looking for a chance now to get up on the inside of the 7-7. And he tags the back end of him. Oh, the two of them have gone off. They've gone off the track completely. So Antunes has been gifted an opportunity to dive through here. Looks like Diego's taken that opportunity, but it's definitely a problem there for one of the karts. I think that possibly is the 77 machine. Ronaldo Kuhn stuck on the sideline. Antunes all on his own now. And he's on the final lap. As you can see, this is perfect timing from Antunes' point of view. He stayed out of trouble. He's going to be gifted a victory for staying out of trouble. But is it going to be Cronier who still hangs on for second? Did he have a big enough margin to still maintain second place? No, he has not had a big enough margin. So it's going to possibly be Benjamin Gibbard who comes through for second. That is Diego Antunes taking race 2 in Bambinos. The rest of the pack cross the line. It's Brody Darling who comes through for second. Cronier in third and Benjamin Gibbard in 4th. Biggest loser there was Ronaldo Kuhn, who also went off the circuit, has not been able to get through yet. Jensen Diaz, Michael O'Mahony comes through there for 6th. Jaden van der Merwe coming through for 7. And still no sign of Ronaldo Kuhn. Boipelo and Adrian Steyn. Earlier crashes have come through there to take 7th, 8th and 9th place. And Kuhn still not on track, so it doesn't look like Ronaldo Kuhn has been able to get his kart back onto the circuit. Let's have a look and see. Once again, Antunes from Darling, Cronier from Ben Gibbard, and Jensen Diaz, your top 5 in the Bambinos. Eventually, Ronaldo Kuhn comes through for 10th place, beating out Callum de Toy, Olomelo Mfana, and Liam Wharton for the 13 karts on circuit. Up next, we're heading into the second heat of Minimax. Straight into more race action here from Formula K in round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge South Africa. It is into Minimax, and a big fight expected once again here from our Minimax competitors. We saw such an incredible dice in the first heat, and as I've spoken about in these last couple of second heats of the day, track temperatures have picked up, ambient temperature has picked up, which means the racing is becoming hotter and hotter. Kaji and Odendaal on the front row, Jordan Wadley and Riachile, Spice Mayaula there on the second row. It's Keegan Martin and Ken Swartz who are 5 and 6. Our young lady rider or pilot there in 7th place, Georgia Lennox, who managed to get up into 3rd place overall in race number 1, starts from 7th ahead of Carl Spies, Darrell Goodman and Travis Mingay. Then it's Keegan Beaumont, Sabelo Ntuli, Amani Kunyua, and it's Matthew Chiwara next to him, Caleb Ross, Gianna Pasquale and Torben Roos, who make up the 17 karts about to go to battle. So Minimax lines up now for their second heat. Let's see who's going to have what it has. Here we go, Mingay looking for a chance as they hit the line, and the green light goes and the green flag goes. They'll all stay within the lines. We've got a good start as they head down towards turn 1. Who's going to have what it takes into turn 1? A good start here from this pack as they come down into turn 1 and then down into the dam section through the replica of Thunderdome. As they come flying, you can see chopping and changing there in their mid-pack for 3, 4 and 5. 5th place and 6th place up for grabs. Some banging there in 5th place and 6th place as well. As they come through there, there's certainly some big action expected here for Minimax again. At the front end, they're going to be looking for opportunities to get away from this pack and stay out of harm's way. That's probably the best opportunity and the best tactic to have here. Just get your head down and get away from the hard charges that are behind you. Usually ends up with somebody touching and some battles royal, and the royal battles are started already. Nothing in it between these 6 karts at the front end, and they're going to stay like that hopefully the whole race long. 46 out front, that is, of course, is Adam Kaji leading things at the moment there, just ahead of the 7-9 of Spice Mayaula. Riachile is up in his 2nd place. Good start there from Spice, making his way up into the 2nd spot behind Kaji, putting the pressure onto Kaji from the word go, not going to give him any room to play. And tucked in behind there, Jordan Wadley. Wadley comes across the line. They start the final first lap of the 8. Kaji, Odendaal, Swartz and Wadley. Then it's Martin, and Riachile is up down into 6th place there, so a couple of chopping and changes that happen there. As they come through there, you can see just how hard it is and how difficult they are pushing here to get to the front end as they come through. So Kaji hangs on for now. How much longer can he soak up the pressure? Have a look at that behind it. 2, 4, 6, 8 karts tucked in behind him, looking for a chance to be at the front end of this field. There's a change up for 2nd. There'll be a couple more of those throughout this race, there's no doubt about it. The 46 kart moves up into 2nd place there, Adam Kaji. And he's now being pressurized by 5, 8 Ken Swartz. Swartz all over the back of him. All of them looking to try and go through. Change up for 4th. Diving into the XPS corner. And the change up for 4th could potentially be returned. The favour almost instantaneously returned. And then they all have to just slot in as they get into the S-bend. Can't be on the outside of a kart or on the inside of a kart through that S-bend. It's just too tight through there, no matter what size your kart is. Kaji was the man leading things out. That's changed up, of course, now. Caleb Odendaal from Kaji, Swartz from Martin. Wadley into the 5 spot. So it's Kaji, Swartz and Martin fighting for 3rd. Kaji at the moment looking for a chance to get through, but can't find it just yet. Really, really awesome start here from these first 5 karts as they start to pull away. They've got a little bit of a margin now over that 2nd pack. The 2nd pack is losing ground there, and losing ground rapidly. See them lining up there, but it's not quite where that Toyota Gazoo Racing machine wants to be. The 2nd pack led out by the Gazoo Racing squads. 575 is the man to beat at the moment, and Caleb Odendaal is just keeping them all at bay for now. Odendaal, but look, man, there's just nothing in it. On the inside, change up for 2nd. Are we going to see it? Yes, Kaji dives through. Odendaal comes back at him. The cut back there from Odendaal potentially could spoil it. No, Kaji's got through. Now Linus Stern into the S's. Oh no, not Linus Stern. Kaji runs wide and loses 2 positions out of the S's. What a move there. Opportunistic driving coming from the man out front and making it stick as he says, right, think, come with me, let's go. So it's Adam Kaji, Caleb Odendaal and Ken Swartz fighting hard Kaji, the biggest loser there. Ken Swartz and Udendal now through. And Udendal continues to lead things out, even though he lost the lead in the mid part of that third lap. He's now into second. Swartz and Udendal trying to control things from the front end, getting away. They continue to fight. They're not going to get away. They've got to work together if they want to get away. That's not always easy to do. The second pack is closed in again. The fight at the front is slowing them down slightly, and it's bringing that second pack along for the ride. We've now got 11 karts fighting for the lead. And I say that they are split by less than half a second, those first 11 karts on circuit. Udendal under pressure. Swartz gets through. Swartz and Udendal changing, and then in the background, watch out for some more changes. Oh, and a tag! Tag running wide. Is it just being avoided there? Swartz and Udendal coming together. Looks like it might be Swartz who's been turned around there. Not what you wanted coming out of that left hand at XPS. Just want to get confirmation of that as they come across the line. I think it may have been Swartz who was turned around there, crossing the line. That's how they do it. No, it's Udendal. Udendal was the man who spun around, and Caleb Udendal's dropped right to the back of the field. Swartz, Georgia Lennox up in the second place. Ria Gila is into third. Lennox was coming through the field rapidly, was watching her. She's up to second place, one step higher. Ria Gila, Spice Maiula is up into third. Pressure from Maiula as well, put on there big time. As you can see that they start to line up there just behind Spice. Georgia Lennox hanging on for second, doing a great job here for women in motorsport, that is no doubt about it. She's up to second place. She finished third in the first heat. Potentially up for a win here. There's no doubt about that. She's got the potential to take a victory here. There is big time opportunity for her to do that in this one. 79, Spice Maiula under pressure though. Big time there for third. The third place battle raging and starting to get even more exciting as we're getting Beaumont and Wadley coming into the mix as well. The three of them starting to get into the mix and starting to put the pressure onto the drivers around them. Jordan Wadley, Adam Kaji, Matthew Chiwira. We've got Travis Mingay in the mix as well now. Amani Kinua up into fourth. It's Lennox from Spice Rayagula. Adam Kaji, Carl Spies, Matthew Chiwira doing a super run. Ken Swartz though, now that he's at the front, is trying to control things there from the front end. Not going to be easy to do with the amount of pressure that's being applied from behind. And look at the pressure being put on here. 5, 6 and 7th place. Oh, and a mistake. Spice makes a small mistake there. Two karts coming together, and it's changed that mid-pack up again. So top two control things there from 1 and 2's point of view. No problems at all there for Georgia Lennox as she looks over her shoulder just to make sure she's got some breathing room. Once again, Spice Maiula under pressure from the 540 kart of Matthew Chiwara. He's had a fantastic run. He's having a really good run here as they head up into the top end of the circuit again. Chiwara, oh, and some banging up to the top of there as well. Swapping and changing, looking for opportunities. Line is turned into the S's as you have to be. There's not really any overtaking maneuver into that top S. Adam Kaji, fastest on track. Chiwara right behind him on a 7.44. 2 laps to go. Swartz from Lennox. Kinua up into third. Spies, Maiula, Chiwara and Kaji. Mingay just behind that as well, having a fantastic run here as Travis Mingay in the closing stages. He's closed that gap down and is now into that pack fighting for third. Let's see who's going to have that top 5 opportunity. The 5th place battle there you can see is 5 karts fighting for 5th. 1 and 2 ever so slightly ahead of the 3 and 4 battle. It's about 10 kart lengths between that 1st and 2nd place fight. And right now, Swartz hanging on for dear life. Lennox looking for a chance. Spice Maiula having a look on the inside as well. Dives through. Little tag, oh, a little touch between them as well. This is what it's all about. Minimax fighting as hard as ever. And there are now 6 karts fighting what is going to be for 5th place on track. Any of those 6 can take it. Oh, a little mistake. Oh, they're locked up. 2 karts have locked up that back straight away. Oh, that was very close there between the 2 of them. I think possibly going to be Adam Kaji and Jordan Wadley who might have come together there. We'll get confirmation as they cross the line. Swartz and Lennox 1 and 2. No problems there for Kinua as well. Spies is in 4th place. It is Maiula and Kaji. Spice Maiula and Adam Kaji coming together and locking up. The 2 karts getting wheels interlocked and it slowed them both up. They're going to have to wait to get unlocked there by the marshals possibly. They're on the final lap now. Let's see what's going to happen here for this mid-pack battle. 1 and 2, pretty much plain sailing there for Swartz and for Georgia Lennox. Looks like we're going to see a bit of a fight on there as well for third place. As you can see, Amani Kunyua is under a bit of pressure. Amani looking for a chance now to stay up in the top 3. The 545 Kart wants that third spot. Georgia Lennox has moved up 1 position higher than she finished in race number 1. So potentially looking for an overall victory here is the young lady. She's got a chance of taking the overall victory here. It'll have to be a good finish in race number 3 if she wants that. Second place at the moment is 1 better than her first race. She finished 3rd in the first one. She's going to finish 2nd in the second heat. But Kent Swartz is going to take the victory. Swartz takes the win. Lennox in 2nd. Amani Kunyua in 3rd. 4th place, it's going to be Carl Smith. Mingay. And Chihuahua has dropped back slightly to 7th. Goodman came through. 6th place there for Goodman. Just beats Matthew Chihuahua to the line. And Keegan Beaumont finishes up just ahead of Caleb Moss and Torben Roos. So top 10 confirmation there. Swartz from Lennox, Kunyua from Spies, Mingay from Goodman, Chihuahua from Keegan Beaumont, and Caleb Moss and Torben Roos making up the top 10. Pasquale comes through there for 11th place ahead of Sabello and Thule. Jordan Whaley and Keegan Martin survived to 13 and 14 ahead of Kaji, Riachile, Spice, Mayaula, and Caleb Undal right at the back of the pack in 17th. Up next, we're heading into DD2's Veterans and Masters. They'll be on track shortly.
Check of a race day.
Straight back into the action now as DD2 Masters and Veterans make their way onto the circuit for their second heat of the day. The fight at the front end was between the top 2 competitors in this category, and Nick Verheul and Eugene Brits will be going at it again here for the DD2 side of things from the Masters point of view. Let's see if they can do it all again. Hopefully Jonathan Peterson will be able to stay a little bit higher up than what he did in the first one. He just couldn't bridge that gap between those top 2 to stay with them initially. There was a nice fight as well between Friki Cornelius, Jonathan Kairouz and Felipe Chapat to take the veteran side of this category. Expect to see more of the same between them as well here in race number 2 of DD2, Vets and Masters combined. Verheul and Brits on the front row. This time it's Nick Verheul who's got the pole position. Brits in 2nd, Peterson there in 3rd. There's going to be a fight on here as well. Watch out in the background for the likes of Johan Kruger, Connor Hughes as they come across the line. Heading down towards turn 1. Is it going to be Brits or Verheul who get the whole shot out of turn 1? Looks like it is Brits who hits the front. Brits controls things, Verheul into 2nd. 3rd place is Peterson by the looks of it, and then just in behind that would be I think Ricardo of Felipe Chapat, who leads out the veteran side. On Chapat's tail, looks like Jonathan Kairouz also in there as well. No, Kairouz right at the back, so not quite the start he wanted. As they come up towards the switchback section for the first time, Brits and Verheul trying to get away there from Peterson. Tony Kart of Peterson trying to stay with him this time, doesn't want him to get away. As they try and keep onto the back end of those top 2 if he wants to stay in the hunt for a possibility of a win. He's taken a podium in race number 1. But the win would be definitely what he's aiming for here as they cross the line to complete lap 1 of 10. 1 107.3, 107.4, 107.8 for the first four. Peterson is that third close. Kart, the Tony Kart chassis, looking for a way to close that gap down. He has just closed it under braking though. And now we've got Saudi versus CRG versus Tony Kart. First three all masters. Second pack and two karts in that pack coming out of the veterans category. Led out at the moment by Felipe Chapat. Frankie Cornelius, I think, is the man just behind him in the CRG. So we go back to some aerial material here from our drone. Heading around the outside of the switchbacks and now heading towards the top end of the circuit again to complete a lap in anger here in Heat 2 of DD2 Veterans and Masters. S-bend is a really awesome shot there from the aerial material, showing you just how tight that corner is. So Brits, Verheul, Peterson, that's your top three, and they stay top three as they cross the line. Brits under a bit more pressure though, as Verheul had a look on the inside of turn one. He's going to lose out because he'll be on the outside for turn two. Tries to get the cut back to get up into turn three. Is he good enough on the brakes? Yes, he is. Verheul hits the front for the first time. Brits down a second. Peterson now looking to try and pounce on both of them. Make them pay while they're fighting so hard.
And our DD2 Masters out on the circuit already for 3 laps.
Here comes Brits trying to come back at them though. Really looking for an opportunity here to try and get back as early as possible. Cannot afford to lose ground there to Nick Verheul. If Verheul, oh, what a move. Brits late on the exit and the attempt to get through to first. Didn't quite work out. Cheeky move there from Eugene Brits, nearly paid off, just wasn't able to make it stick though. Now they come out of XPS heading back up to the top of the hill again. Watch for Brits on the inside, just tries to richen the mix up as well as he comes out of the top end through the S-bend. Back down, left, right flick into the right-hander. And that is another lap completed there, so fights on. And it's certainly a lot closer there between the top three masters in DD2. Chapat from Connor Hughes. Hughes in the Cosmic chassis there, up to 5th place now. Wide line coming out of Eugene Brits, loses a little bit of ground there to the leader when he fends off the attack coming from Jonathan Peterson. Nice little fight on here between these top three. Very evenly matched, lap times are almost identical. It's all up to skill, all up to race strategy here from these top three. What can they do?
Right, this is final call for DD2 competitors.
Brits now pulled slightly away from Peterson and right onto the tailpiece of Nick Verheul. Nicholas Verheul could be in big danger here. Down towards turn 2, expect a maneuver here from the slipstream effect gained onto the boulevard. 1/10 between the top two, half a second between all three of them. Nothing in it between these three karts for the Masters side of DD2. Verheul controls things from the front. Brits might be hanging back slightly. No problems. So apologies there for the break in proceedings on our live stream as well as on the live commentary. You heard from Jeff in between saying that there was a power supply issue, and unfortunately it looks like somebody might have plugged into the power supply with something that draws a little bit more power, and unfortunately did cut everything down, including our live stream feed as well as the timing and all of the systems that we require to run the race meeting here at Formula K. So apologies for that, ladies and gents. But as you can see, our DD2 Vets and Masters have been brought back onto the line, and they will get a restart. I'm not quite sure if it'll be a full restart or a reduced restart. We'll get confirmation of that as soon as we can. They had completed about 4 of the 10 laps, so potentially a 6-lap sprint race being touted here, and then a combination of the two to confirm what will happen for race heat number 2 here of DD2 Vets and Masters. We'll get confirmation of that as soon as we can. But it was Verheul ahead of Brits, Peterson. That was your top 3 in the Masters category. Chapat, Hughes and Alistair Mingay sitting in 4th place. 6 on the road, but 4th place of course in the Masters. Frikkie Cornelius in 7th and 3rd in the Veterans category, behind Chapat and Connor Hughes. So that's how things have gone in terms of the... In fact, Connor Hughes, I beg your pardon, is also a Masters. So it would be Chapat from Cornelius and then Kairou's there in 8th place for the top 3 in the Veterans category. Just double checking that everybody's in their right grip spots. Remember, these karts are geared karts, so they will go for another warm-up lap to get them into formation. The one cool thing about the Beverly Hills Boulevard here as our main straightaway, it's a slight incline, so it does mean that if karts have stopped, they can literally roll and bump start them if they need to.
Unfortunately, with the stretch of powers, it is an overload. Unless something drastically changes on the infrastructure of the power, I'm urging you not to plug the urn or a kettle into the power supply on the circuit.
So just confirmation in the background as well, coming from Jeff from EMR Karting, to say to the guys downstairs not to plug in anything that draws too much power out of the systems here at Formula K. Hopefully we don't have any more breaks in proceedings here from our live stream point of view, but we are good to go. Just waiting for confirmation from the COC as to how many laps they're going to get given, and hopefully we'll get an idea of that from our timekeepers down below us as well, as to how many they're going to be given to go. They're going to shorten the lap for them if they do get into formation. And get them ready to go now for Heat 2's restart. Verheul and Brits fighting with Peterson for the lead. That's how they finished up on the left-hand side of your screen there after the red flag came out. Flag, and we're racing down towards turn 1. It looks like it is going to be Verheul who controls things from the front end. Brits is on his tail. Peterson tucked in behind them as they come out of turn 1 and 2. So just situation remains the same. Connor Hughes putting the pressure onto the back end of Felipe Chapat as they come out of turn 3 and 4. Chapat under pressure there for the veterans' point of view. Connor Hughes right there with him, tucked in behind that. Looks like it's going to be Alistair Mingay. Mingay also starting to make his way to that battle for what is 4th place on track. We got hands up again as red flag is called. So a bit of chaos here in race 2 of our DD2 Masters and Veterans. I didn't think they were supposed to go for the start there. I did see a gesticulation of potentially 2 warm-up laps. So maybe going to get them back under starters orders here again and try and go for a third time lucky in the DD2 Vets and Masters. As long as we see them come to the line, we'll then be able to tell you exactly what they're thinking in terms of restarting this one for the second time.
Right, guys, unfortunately we haven't been able to resolve the issue with the timing.
Looks like, by the sounds of things in the background, our timing guys are down at the moment, and that's the reason why we've had to red flag the race again. We were up and running, and unfortunately it looks like somebody might have gone back onto the main power source and used something as innocent as a kettle or a heat gun on the tires. It just draws too much power, and here in South Africa we know that we're already under a bit of strain in terms of power supply. So once again, a call out to everybody out in pit lane, if you can hear me, or if you're watching us on the live stream and you can get the information to your pit and to your crews, please do not use any kettles or urns or heat guns to clean the tires from the main circuit's power. If you want to use any of those items, use your own power, either from a generator or some alternative power source, not from the circuit's power source, please guys. We're just waiting for the timing to come back up. Verheul looks across, you can see him a little bit frustrated, I'm sure. Britt's sitting going, well, I'll get on with it as soon as we can. Peterson, Chapat, Connor Hughes, Fricky Cornelius, Mingay. Just waiting for confirmation from our timing and timekeepers to tell us when we're ready to go again. You can see them working down there to get everything sorted out. See our drone pilot as well there from DT Film Services, Carl. He's bringing us all the aerial material from above with the drone that's probably about as big as Jonathan Kairu's Ricardio chassis. It's a massive drone, and the cool thing about it is that we can go live to it as well, which is really, really awesome, and a good effort there from the DT Film Services crew to give us that aerial material of this really incredible facility here at Formula K in Benoni. We're in Johannesburg. If you haven't caught up with us so far and you just joined us on the live stream, it's Johannesburg, Gauteng, South Africa, of course, for round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge South African Championships for 2022. We're literally just waiting for that timing to come back up, and I'm sure then we'll get the green light to go ahead. See Rain Dog and Raymond out there from Motorsport Fanatics doing a good job of getting some still shots for all of their competitors, and probably for some of the other competitors that are looking for some good memories from today's racing. I don't think they're going to count that second start as an official start because they'd red flagged it before they even completed the first lap. So it'll be a full restart here for the third time once we get the go ahead. See a combination here of SWAT Corps Marshals, Kyle Army Marshals, and of course Formula K Marshals, all part and parcel of today's proceedings. Gives us a chance to thank them for the countless times they've been out on racetracks all around the country to provide a safe racing facility and instantaneous relief from incidents that happen on track. Alright, so we'll be back shortly with action from Formula K here for round 2 of the Rotax Max SA Championships.
absolute crackerjack of a race day.
Well, we haven't resolved the timing issue just yet. You can see a little chat there between Brits and Fahal on the front row there. Just waiting for confirmation of the green light to go racing again. It's due to a power issue we've had here at the circuit. If you just joined us on our live stream, apologies for that, but it's completely out of our control. And once we've got Brett and his timekeeping gurus back up and running, we can go back to racing here at Formula K. First round of this championship was a very, very hotly contested battle. And this is round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge South Africa. All the competitors racing out here today will be looking for opportunities to possibly represent South Africa at the World Finals later on in the year. Because there's still an opportunity for guys who haven't made it into the championship potential to still win out the Africa Cup. That's how they finished up at the start of first part of race 2 for Hale, Brits and Peterson, and Shapat, Cornelius and Kairouz, who are of course the leaders in the veterans categories. Hughes and Minge in the mix there between them in 5 and 6. They'll be currently sitting in 4th and 5th place in the Masters category. A bit of discussion happening there. Connor Hughes out the kart. Alistair Minge just bumping his kart into the back end of Felipe. Looks like Jonathan Kairouz also just getting out the kart to stretch his legs a bit. But we stand by now for Heat 2 action from DD2 Vets and Masters as soon as the timing has been sorted out here at Formula K. Let's have a quick squiz at our messages one more time and we'll be back shortly.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every 10th, every 100th, every 1000th, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero. my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
Looks like we're back in racing here at Formula K for the third time in heat number 2 for DD2 Masters and Veterans combined. Kart's heading down towards turn 3 and 4, and it's remains the same as what they finished up in the second attempt to restart this after some power issues here at the circuit. Still leading things out, Nick Verheul from Eugene Britz and Jonathan Peterson. Felipe Chapat under a bit of pressure. Look at the pressure being applied there from Jonathan Peterson's point of view. Going at it, banging there with Eugene Britz coming out of turn 3 and 4. Going into the switchback now, and out of 5 and 6 they come, and opening up a margin now, and they're giving Nick Verheul a chance to get away. So you cannot afford to be banging bars so early on, particularly on a restart 3. It looks like Eugene Britz has lost out a huge amount of ground there due to the fact that he was putting out a little bit more pressure than what he had been all race long from Jonathan Peterson as they came into the switchback section. Coming out of the S and down to complete the lap. Let's see how many laps we've got to go here as they cross the line. Our timekeepers will tell us exactly how much time we've got to go as they come across the line there. Verheul from Britz, Peterson at 1.8 seconds there between Verheul and Britz. That's the biggest margin that Nick Verheul has had over Eugene Britz all day long, and that was due to Britz and Peterson coming together out of turn 5 and 6 into the switchback. So Verheul now going to try and control things. They're on, it's a 2-lap sprint they've been given here according to what I've got on my timing monitor. So it looks like we've got, this is the final lap. They're going to give them 2-lap sprint race to sort this all out. That's why Jonathan Peterson was pushing so hard. He realized he had to get ahead of Eugene Britz right from the get-go, otherwise there was going to be some issues Verheul has stayed out of harm's way and is on his final lap, headed to the checkered flag. So it'll be a combination of race 2's first start, second start and third start to make up what is going to be Heat 2's results. It'll take a little while for them to work that all out, but Brett and his timekeeping guys downstairs, the gurus, will get it all sorted out, I'm sure, and get that to us before the start of their third and final heat later on. Nick Verheul comes across the line. Checkered flag is out. He takes the second victory here in Heat 2 of DD2 veterans and masters combined, and it's Felipe Chapat who will take the win in the veteran side of things, down in 4th place overall. Connor Hughes, Alistair Menge, Fricky Cornelius and Jonathan Kairouz just dropping down behind Derek Joseph there, and Johan Kruger make up the top 10. So it's Verheul from Brits and Petersen, Connor Hughes and Menge, your top 5 in the Masters, Felipe Chapat, Fricky Cornelius, Derek Joseph and Jonathan Kairouz, Johan Kruger, your top 5 in the veterans. We'll be back shortly with action from DD2s themselves, but also just a reminder to everybody, next round of this championship heads down to the Dubai Kart circuit in KwaZulu-Natal on the 15th and 16th of July, and then the 17th of July down there as well will be Africa Open. So make sure you've got those in your diaries. We're not holding back now after that big break in proceedings, so straight into DD2s. And another big fight expected at the front end there. Kazoo Racing's Joseph Oels will be looking to take on the front end of this field and fight it out once again with Jamie Smith and Sebastian Boyd. It's kind of where we finished things up in the first one. Kieran Grottis, though, will definitely be looking to try and mix it up there as well, along with Brandon Smith and Waylon Wyman. Nico Zafiris and Nicholas Spanianis, Devon Brock and Carl Visser. 10 karts about to go and fight it out now for honours in Heat 2 of DD2s. Boyd and Grottis on the front row as they come around one more time. Brandon Smith and Wyman to start things out here for Heat 2. Look at the power, and Hammer gets dropped as they head towards turn 1. Looks like Boyd might hang on. Grottis in second place as they come through turn 1 and 2. Grottis being outgunned there slightly by the looks of things. One of the Ricardios diving through. Is that Brandon Smith? Yes, it is. Brandon Smith up into what is now second place. Grottis drops back 1 and dropped back 4, in fact, down to 5th place as we see a big move there from Joseph Oels, already moving up to 3rd place. He was starting down in 7th, so he made up a massive amount of ground coming out of turn 1 and 2, and now into the switchback. He has a big dive on Smith into the switchback. Nice move there from Oels up into what is now second place, and coming along for the ride, he's bringing a couple of the seasoned campaigners in this category. Waylon Wyman diving through there as well, looking for a chance to be in the top 3 and stay there. Out front though, controlling things from the front end, Sebastian Boyd. He was on the front row and he was exactly where he needed to be to try and ensure he can go for a second victory here in this very hotly contested DD2 category. He's got Oels in second, Wyman in third, Smith in 4. 5, by the looks of things, is now Grottis. Kieran Grottis dropping back slightly. Jamie Smith's on his tail. Then it's Carl Visser and Nicholas Spanianis. Brock and Zafiris. Last card across the line there. First lap of 10 completed, 9 to go. And we've got a change up possibly here. No, we haven't. Thought we might have a change up for the lead, but just missed out on the lead cart there. Sebastian Boyd was just out of the shot of the camera panning through, and I thought we might have seen Joseph Oels at the front. Oels being helped out there by the Kazoo Racing squad, and of course his mechanic in the sidelines there, Jared Ray, doing an amazing job to get that kart sorted out. He's looking for a chance now to possibly run and close down on Sebastian Boyd, bringing Waylon Wyman along for the ride. Brandon Smith lost out slightly there. He wants to try and get back onto the back end of Wayman if he can. And Wyman Kart is very good. And the little Tony Kart chassis pulling hard now to try and stay there with the Gazoo Racing man. Across the line, 105.8 was Sebastian Boyd's last pass. He goes to 105.8 again. 0.9 off his Ools, 0.1 off the back of Ools is Wyman. So there's less than a second between those top three. Ools and Wyman trying to work together there to get onto the back end of the leader. Sebastian Boyd, lots of time in the saddle there for him in terms of experience. Definitely knows exactly how to put a kart at the front end and keep it there. Of competitive categories like DD2. We saw when he was in Senior Max and even when he's in Junior Max, his ability to stay at the front end and fight hard. He's now keeping out the current champion. And a man who, of course, in previous seasons took an Africa Cup win, which of course is on the 17th of July down at the Adobe Circuit. So we've got a national and the Africa Cup double header weekender on the 15th to the 17th of July. Definitely something you want to be making sure you've got that in your diaries. Wyman fastest on the last pass. Will he be the same? No. This time it's Boyd. No, in fact, it's Kieran Grottis. Kieran Grottis has moved himself up into 5th place and he's gone quickest of everybody. 105.422 there from Kieran Grottis, trying to close the gap down on Brandon Smith. And he's right there with Smith now as they come into turn 4. Up through 5, heading to the switchback. Grottis has got through. He's got ahead of Brandon Smith. Smith tries to come back at him into that little switchback section. Smith looking to return the favour, but he had to go defensive. He had to try and keep out the charge coming from behind there. And that looks like it might be Nikos Averis who's putting the pressure on him. 6.5 laps to go for these guys as they head up towards the top of the hill again, past the Fly Sapphire Jumbo. Flying at the front, as he did in race 1, is Sebastian Boyd, pulling away now from Ools. Ools doing the same thing ever so slightly to Waylon Wyman. Not as big a gap, but every lap it gets bigger and bigger. Half a second now between Ools and Wyman. Grottis has got through on Smith. He's also pulled a bit of a margin now on Smith. Smith having to go defensive to keep out the kart behind him. So it's Wyman on the charge. And has he been able to do anything about Ools? No, Ools just hanging on to that gap he's pulled over Waylon Wyman, trying to bridge the gap here to Sebastian Boyd out front. So let's see what the Gazoo Racing man can do here. Has he got enough time? Yes, he's got plenty of time. 5.5 laps will be more than enough time to bridge that gap and possibly spoil the day for Sebastian Boyd. Boyd's into the S-bend. The gap is notably closer, as you can see from the visuals there. Big move on from Ools' point of view to close that gap down. It was just over a second as they crossed the last time. Has it come under a second on this last pass? No, stays at a second. So maintains the gap, Boyd and Ools. About 2/10 up there between Ools and Wyman. Ools losing out to the tune of 2/10 on that last pass. Double left, double right, into turn 4 and 5. Here we go, up towards the switchback. 5 laps to go, 5 done. So halfway stage reached in this second heat of the day for DD2s. Second pack on track, also starting to get a little bit more up close and personal. Kieran Grottis pulling away slightly. As we go, aerial material here, courtesy of our drone. Looking at the top end of Formula K. Through the S, down through the right, through the left flick, and into the right hand, and it completes another lap. That's going to make it 4 laps to go. 6 down. Boyd now 1.1 second ahead, so he's pulled slightly on Ools. Ools once again back into the clutches of Wyman. Wyman's closed the gap down again. Under a second between Ools and Wyman. Tony Kart starting to put the pressure on now, trying to close it down again onto the Gazoo Racing man. Behind that, you can see them lining up, looking to try and pick up any pieces that might fall apart here at the front end. led out by Grottis. Grottis then got Smith. Smith's got Spanianos behind him. So all of these karts now looking for a chance of finishing on the top 3 overall and for the top 3 in Heat 2. Boyd looking good so far for a double win. Boyd comes through the right-hander. It's a double right into a very tricky S-bend. Off camber and downhill there. And coming from a off camber right-hander at the top of the hill. Very different way of putting an S-bend into a configuration of a race circuit. Jamie Smith, fastest on the last pass. Will he be fastest this time though? No, they all stay relatively in the 5s and 6s. Almost every single kart in the 105s there. Just showing how evenly matched these karts are. And also showing us just how incredibly close this championship can be when they are so evenly matched. We're only in round 2. We got 3 and 4 still to go. 1 is in Indubi. The final round is at Swartkops International Kart Circuit. That's in September. So some work still to be done in this championship. As I said, most of these guys fighting for honours here and potential to have a look at a seat for the World Finals. Starting to get a little bit more up close and personal in that mid-pack. We're watching the leaders, but I just caught a glimpse of some overtaking maneuvers in the background. And it was very close there between 4 and 5. Another lap completed for Boyd. Gets his head down, getting the job done. Ools in second. Doesn't have an answer. 4-5, heating up big time. Smith and Smith. Brandon Smith and Jamie Smith are side by side as they cross the line. Jamie Smith just tucks in behind Brandon Smith as they go down towards the dam. We're waiting for them to come up into turn 3 and 4. Watch out for that first blue kart on track. It's Jamie Smith fighting with Brandon Smith. And it's Ricardo versus Burrell. Having a fantastic little dice there for what is 5 and 6 on track.
Second race. The next class up will be the Micromaxes for the 3rd.
Lead kart getting away here with no problems at all.
Guys, we're running a little bit behind schedule. Maybe close to 10 minutes.
Sebastian Boyd with a lap and a half to go. He'll be looking forward to a double victory, that is for sure. He knows exactly what to do in this situation. He's backed out slightly, but he hasn't backed out enough for Ools to close the gap down on him. And about to start the final lap. So it's Sebastian Boyd, Joseph Ools, that's your top 2 as they come across the line. Wyman, Grottis, and look how tight it is here behind that. Smith and Spanianos going at it. Lead kart comes out of 3, up into 4. Nice run here from Sebastian Boyd, has not put a wheel wrong. Joseph Ools has had a bit of a fight on his hands to get to second. And then once he got to second, has had not enough time to close in and potentially spoil the day. Grottis trying to spoil the day in the background. Grottis had a big look there. Looking to try and get up into 3rd place if he can. Grottis all over the back of Waylon Wyman. Wyman keeping him out for now. Here comes the second of the Gazoo Racing team drivers looking for a way through. Kian Grottis had to tuck in behind Waylon Wyman. Wyman hangs on for now. Back to the top of the hill they go for the last time here in heat number 2. Back down the hill here for Sebastian Boyd, and another victory on the cards. Done deal as he comes across the line for the checkered flag. Boyd takes it, Ools in second. 3rd place still up for grab there between Wyman and Grottis. Wyman's going to hang on, he does. And Grottis comes through to beat out Jamie Smith and Brandon Smith, Spanianos. Nikos Severus in 8th place. And Devon Brock finished up just ahead of Carl Visser. So there you go. Boyd from Ools, Wyman and Grottis, Jamie Smith, the top 5. Beating out Brandon Smith, Spanianos, Severus and Brock in heat number 2 of DD2s. We'll be back shortly with heat 3 action now, starting with our Micromax. Third and final heat now for our Micromax competitors as they're onto this track now for the last time today. 8 laps of action coming away now from them, and some more of the exceptional race action we've seen out of this category all day long. First heat this morning was in very cool and cold conditions, brought the field up close and personal, and very, very close battles there as well. And expect to see some more battles there between the likes of Rafael da Silva, Aidan Beaumont, Christian Verheul, Taylan Patel. Emma Dowling has already taken a victory, so has Taylan Patel. So let's see what's going to happen here for the third and final race of our Micromax competitors. Seven more races to go here in the second round of Rotax Max Challenge South Africa. It's Da Silva and Patel on the front row, Dowling and Gibbard, Danks and Nolte, Beaumont and Shuttleworth, D'Souza, Verheul and Santiago Freyd at the back of the field as they come round now and under starters orders. Let's quickly shoot down to pit lane. Lisa's got some information for us. Let's find out what she's got for us. Thanks, Lisa.
Right, I've got Sebastian Boyd with me. We interviewed Sebastian a little earlier, Kart 69. He had qualified in first. He had done Heat 1 in first, and now he's done Heat 2. And guess where he is? P1. Sebastian, it's all going absolutely fantastically for you today.
Yeah, it was a really good race. We got a good gap in the beginning and then just maintained it throughout the race.
I think that's the key here. Hey, if you get a toe on that 210 meters start-finish straight, you're in trouble. But you just seem to be fantastic at breaking that toe.
Yeah, a crucial thing is obviously break the toe because then they don't get the slip. So once you have that toe broken, it's much easier to lead.
Yeah, and you just don't look back. Every lap was near perfect. Well done. I'm impressed.
Thanks.
Okay. Right, we're going to go back to Greg for now, but I'm going to catch up with some of the big guns in the DD2s as they come off over the waylay.
Awesome stuff, Lise. Thanks for catching up there with our race 1 winner. Here we go into the S-Bend for the first time in race 3 and lap number 1 of 8 as they head down towards the completion of this first lap. Da Silva, Dowling, Patel and Nolte all fighting hard for the front end as they cross the line. And so he's going to have what it takes here into this first part. Dowling, fastest of the pack. 15's already out of Emma Dowling. She's not holding anything back here in this third and final heat. Taylan Patel all over the back end of her, looking for a way through. Patel has got through, and Dowling has been forced onto the high side and round the outside of turn number 3, dropping back down into the clutches there of 536 by the looks of things there, or the 636 Kart of Johan Nolte. So Johan Nolte just getting up close and personal there with Emma Dowling as they come out and in towards the top end of the switchback section. The first part of the switchback is a right-hander. As they dive into that switchback, you can see just how difficult it's going to be for Emma Dowling to keep out that pack. Nolte's on her tail, Verheul behind that, but it's Taylan Patel who's getting away here from Rafael da Silva. Just a bit of a mix-up there as they came out of turn 2, and it dropped the second and third, well, the third and fourth place carts back ever so slightly as they almost got up close and personal and touched. But that second place battle now, or third place battle I should say, has got 5 carts in it. 5 carts fighting for third. 1 and 2 getting away ever so slightly as they come to complete another lap. Good start here from Rafael, trying to hang on to the lead. Taylan Patel also looking for that lead, and of course has got it at the moment. 1:14.7 from Taylan Patel ahead of Rafael da Silva, Emma Dowling and Nolte. Nolte has a go, but Dowling keeps him honest, keeps him at bay and stays in third. Nolte with Verheul behind that. You can see them lining up, waiting to pick up any pieces that could go wrong between the battle for third. 1 and 2 a lot closer this time as Da Silva closes on to Patel. So Da Silva now looking to try and up the wick there ever so slightly. There's a big move. I think that was Christian Verheul diving through for what is now going to be 4th place on the road. That's allowing Emma to get away slightly, so Emma Dowling getting away from that pack of carts behind her. Here they come up to the halfway stage of the lap. Dowling now with a little bit of breathing room, but maybe not enough time to close in on the top 2. We'll watch for the lap times and see what her lap times are like compared to those 2 who are fighting. So it may help her out slightly. Taylan Patel fighting hard there for the lead, and he's got Rafael da Silva right on his tail. So the 2 of them slowing each other ever so slightly It was a 14.7 on the last pass. Let's see if it's gone a bit slower or quicker from Patel's point of view. No, 14.3, 14.1 from Rafael da Silva. Lap times dropping dramatically at the front end of the field between the top two. So they're not slowing each other down as much as what I thought. They are definitely keeping each other very honest and in contention for a win or potentially second place. Any one of those two could take it. Emma Darling will be waiting to pick up the pieces if she can there in third. Fourth place is starting to rage though. Look at that fourth place battle. 4 karts in it for fourth place. Verheul leads out at this point in time. De Silva in there as well. De Souza, I beg your pardon, in there too. As they go at it now. 5 or 4.5 laps to go. And Patel still maintains the lead. Only just for now to stay ahead of De Souza. Past the big jumbo. We got aerial material once again down into the XPS corner. Coming out of XPS up to the top into the double right and takes them into the S-bend. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Pack of karts behind Emma Darling at the moment. 7 karts fighting for that fourth place. Verheul is the leader. Beaumont behind him. Santiago Freire, Johan Nolte, De Souza and Gibbard. Top 2 side by side under turn 1. Who's going to have what it takes on the brakes into turn 2? Could be a change up for the lead. It is. Rafael da Silva's dive through into turn 2, setting things up, staying around the high side of turn 1, the difficult side. Off camber, downhill, left-hander, and he was on the outside of it, and he managed to keep the grip there. How he found it on those mojos, only he'll know, but he did find it, and he's moved to the lead. Dive through into first place from turn 2, and look at the gap he's pulled already over Patel. So Taylor Patel could possibly have been holding him up slightly there, and now dropping into the clutches of Emma Darling. De Souza looking for overall honours here. If he can finish at the top end and Darling only finishes in third, he could potentially win the day overall here. That's good championship points. Headed down in about a month's time, or less than a month's time actually, to the Adubi circuit for round 3 of this championship and the Africa Open. Big right hand and then left right flick through the S. It's Taylor Patel who was at the front. He's now in second, and this time they cross the line with Rafael da Silva leading things out. He did a 13.998. They're down to 14.4s and 14.7s now. So the pace has eased up ever so slightly. Pace might have eased up, but the action is certainly about to heat up there between Verheul, Beaumont and Nolte. Verheul at the moment with Beaumont on his tail and Nolte tucked in behind that. Aidan Beaumont looking for a way to dive through there. Can he find a way on Christian Verheul? No, Verheul keeps him honest for now. But how much longer do you want to have that little fight on? Well, it's another 2.5 laps they've got to go at it. Taylor Patel coming back at De Silva.
The checkered flag comes out for the Micromaxes.
Big fight on here between the top 2.
Competitors that need to see the CLC.
Really awesome little fight here as Taylor Patel comes to return the favour on Rafael da Silva. Da Silva soaking up that pressure. Patel got a much better drive there on that last pass. So Taylor Patel in the Formula K chassis having a look to go on the inside. Can he find it? No, he can't. Had a big look there on Da Silva, but Da Silva shut the door. Tony Kart versus Formula K for top honours here, and going to be coming to start their penultimate lap. 2 laps to go here for these two as they cross the line. Da Silva finishes up still in front with 2 to go. Patel going to try and use the same kind of maneuver. Look at this little fight behind that. Verheul, Beaumont, Nolte, Freire and Gibbard. De Souza in it as well. There's about half a second between 6 karts for what is now 5th to 10th place. Brilliant action here from these guys. Absolutely hauling around here, these 2 karters. And at the moment, it looks like it might be De Souza who is the quickest of the 2. De Silva looking for a chance now to squeeze ahead and find a way past on this man out front, Taylor Patel. Patel has got to the front in the Formula K now at Formula K. Can he keep it all together for the next couple of laps? 1.5 to go as they come out of the switchback. Really, absolutely nothing in it between these top 2, and they are giving it everything they can. Emma Darling is comfortable in 3rd place, but no worries for her at this point in time, as the fight behind her is probably slowing them down slightly and giving her a possibility of 3rd place unhindered. Not too difficult of a run there from her point of view for that 3rd place. That depends on what happens there, of course, between these 2. If something goes wrong, she'll be itching to make up that ground early on. De Silva, Patel and Darling are top 3 with 1 to go. Top two have crossed the line and there's nothing in it. Patel and De Silva at 0.07 of a second, 700th of a second between the top two as they head down towards turn 2 in the dam section. Come out of the dam, Patel still in front, De Silva around the outside. He's going to try and cut back and maybe get him on the return up the hill. Through turn 4. Up towards a very tight right-hander at turn 5. Still Taylor Patel hangs on. Only just though. Really, really awesome little dice here for the lead. Looking over the shoulder, don't want to do that. He has a big look over the shoulder and De Silva nearly makes him pay. Nearly caught him out on the wrong side. He makes him go around the high side. Then a little tap. Oh, a little nudge there from De Silva onto the back end of Taylor Patel, under braking. They come through into 7, 8, and now up towards the halfway stage of the wrap. Heading into the final half of this race. There's a move. De Silva dives on the inside. Is he able to make it stick? He does. Makes it stick perfectly. Patel going to try and come back at him. He wasn't happy about that move, but it was a clean move through to get up into the lead of the race. And there is 2 corners to go. Through the S-bend. Down towards the final right-hander, and De Silva's timed it to perfection. He comes across the line and takes the win. Wins out by 0.2 of a second over Taylor Patel. Dowling over Beaumont by 0.8. And then it's Nolte from Verheul, Santiago Freyd, Franco Gibbard, Rafael de Souza, and Michael Danks beats out Matthew Shuttleworth. That is our final heat of the day there from Micromax, and what a great one it was. Rafael de Silva taking the victory over Taylor Patel. Emma Dowling in 3rd place, wins out over Aidan Beaumont and Johan Nolte. Christian Verheul, Santiago Freyd, Franco Gibbard, Rafael de Souza, Michael Danks, and Matthew Shuttleworth. 11 carts for Micromax's Heat 3. We'll be back shortly with Junior Max on track. Junior Max on track now for their 3rd and final heat as well. And we've had some epic battles here today, but no one seems to have had an answer yet to Casey Ensel-Smith, who's been the dominant factor today with 2 victories by very comfortable margins. He's on pole position ahead of Eric Haystack for this final heat. Vian Boshoff and Jaden Goosen will be 3 and 4 ahead of Murat and Naidu. Jono Wilson and Zalo Koza on the 4th row ahead of Ashton Repsold and Brandon van der Walt. Nico Vastanis, Jan Hendrik de Villiers, and of course it's Dylan Watkins and Mahir Wahab at the back for the final heat now of Junior Max. As I said, Casey Ensel-Smith has been the dominant factor, and is he going to be able to be beaten here in this 3rd and final heat? Not if they've done anything right down at Toyota Gazoo Racing. That Alain Kart of his has been unmatched and not troubled at all, and being on pole position will be the ideal place to start this 3rd and final heat. Side by side and alongside him looking to get through will be the entire field. No one other than anybody else on track at the moment wants to beat Casey Ensel-Smith more than the carters behind him, and they'd love to spoil his day for the perfect day in the saddle. As he slides down into turn 2, he does get the whole shot and already pulls about half a cart length over the rest of this pack. It looks like it's a big move on there from Vian Boshoff and Haystack. Haystack trying to hang on. Boshoff there with a good start as well, up into what is now 3rd place. And looking for a way through there was Divya Naidu, and look out for Jaden Goosen as they come up onto a short straight into the switchback. What a move up the inside. Burrell Artman moving through there rapidly, and Vian Boshoff was not holding anything back there as he dived from about 5th place up into 2nd. So heading up into the first part of this race proceedings as they come through into the top end of the circuit to complete the first half of the lap. Let's shoot back down to pit lane and catch up with Lisa with a bit of an interview there from our 2nd heat and 3rd and final heat of our Micromax.
With me, Rafael de Silva, cart 669. He's just come in after heat 3 in first position after a highly contested race. Raphael, congratulations. That was a humdinger.
Thank you.
You got your fan club over here cheering you on. Raphael, what made you make that last turn at a critical moment to get past Talon?
It was just a chance. I take chances. That's all I do.
Well, it worked. You made it stick at the right time. That's racing craft. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank Archie's Poultry. I'd like to thank NBR Karting and everyone else who supports me.
Fantastic. I'm sure you've got a lot of supporters. You're a likable guy, and boy, you can drive. Well done.
Thank you.
Go enjoy the celebrations. Right, we're going to go back to... you got to see this. We've got the Junior Maxes on at the moment, so we're going to throw it back up to Greg in the commentary box.
Awesome to see the celebrations down there as well amongst them, but the fight is still on here, and it's a huge fight that is going for second place. Casey Ensel-Smith has moved up and disappeared at the front end, as he's done all day long, but second place is wide open, and Goosen, Boshoff, Murat, Haystack and Naidu all fighting hard for it. At the moment it is Jaden Goosen, 106.9, 106.5 out of Casey Ensel-Smith, so half a second quicker than anybody else on track, which is why he's pulled 2.5 seconds over the first 2 laps of race action here in the third and final heat of Junior Max. This Junior Max class has been really, really exceptional all day long, and you can see just how good it is here as we get into the third heat and how they are mixing it up already for what is second, third and fourth place on track. Haystack fighting there with Goosen. Goosen in the mix, as you can see, trying to find a way past, but it is the 435 machine there, or 453 kart of Goosen, who is the kart to beat for second at the moment. Let's see whether or not they're going to see any changes as they come up into this section now and past the big Fly Sapphire Jumbo. Big right-hander at the top end, double right-hander that kicks them into the S-bend, off camber and slightly downhill. The undulation through that S makes it very difficult there. Bosov and Murat fighting hard to stay with Goosen. Haystack's dropped back slightly there. You can see him head down across the line, trying to get onto the back end of Mohammed Murat again. But it's not an easy task, that is for sure. As they come flying into what is now turn 3 and 4, you can see that fight continues. Casey Ensel-Smith getting away and getting the job done. He's basically almost got the hotel bill paid for and going to check out and go to the plane, because there's no doubt about it. He's been the man to beat. 4 karts fighting for second now. The fourth kart coming along rapidly. Watch out for that fourth kart closing in and potentially making a 4-way battle for second. Ensel-Smith has done an incredible job here this weekend. 2 wins out of 2 starts so far, looking for the third and final one here as well. Getting huge points in the bag here to head down in half a month's time to the Adobe circuit for round 3 of the championship and for the Africa Open. But right now the battle continues for second, and it is an epic battle between Goosen, Bosov and Murat. It's Eric Haystack that's starting to come through the back end, and he's closed the gap down onto the back end of Mohammed Murat, and fastest on the track on that last pass was Haystack. So Eric Haystack has definitely got the wick turned up there to try and close the gap down on Murat, just ahead of him. Bosov on the back end of Goosen. Goosen, Bosov, oh, what a fight there for second. And it's getting a little bit more up close and personal as they're bringing along for the ride. 4 and 5 on track. Flick through into the switchback. Bit of a big spoon type curve here as they come through. A right-hander in, 2 left-handers out, a left-hander out, and then back onto the main circuit. As I said earlier on, if you haven't been to Formula K, there's about 12 configurations of this circuit that they can go racing on. And this is the one they've chosen for today, and it's brought about some really close dices. Very little incidents to talk about, only one that caused a red flag in terms of kart crashes. Everything else has been due to, unfortunately, some power issues that we had. Eric Haystack was quickest on the last pass. Let's see how he goes now into this halfway stage being reached, and now 5 laps to go. So 5 done, 5 to go. Goosen, Bosov, Haystack, Murat, Naidu. Behind that, Jono Wilson brings up that third pack of karts just in the background. Gazoo Racing going to be ecstatic with the performance there of their top man in this category. Top man today, that's for sure, in any category. Only one looking for 3 out of 3 will be this young karter for Team Gazoo Racing. Casey Ensor-Smith doing a superb job to stay at the front end. Goosen keeps off the battle for second. Fending off the attack coming from Murat, coming from his stablemates there, and from his closest rivals, of course, Eric Haystack. Remember, it is Casey Ensor-Smith in an LN chassis out front. Doing such a good job pulling away now from this battle for second. Boshoff in the Burrell Art Machine is in that pack. Haystack's in the LN Kart. Murat in the Kart Republic Machine. And of course Goosen in the Kart Republic Kart as well. So as I said, stablemates fighting hard. But let's see whether or not they can do anything about the lead now of almost 3 seconds. Possibly even more by the end of this one. With 3.5 laps to go coming out of the switchback. Ensor-Smith has put not one wheel wrong. Look in the background, it's starting to heat up even more. Look at that. Boshoff saying, come on, let's work together here. We've got to get through on Goosen. We've got to try and catch Casey. Highly unlikely that's going to happen though, but Boshoff is working on it. Oh, big move from Haystack, diving on the inside. Haystack had a big look there. Has he made one to make it stick? He has. Haystack has got through. He's got to third place behind Goosen. So Boshoff was saying to him, come with me, let's work together. And Haystack said, no, I'm going to do this on my own. Thanks very much. I'll take that one away. Caught you off guard. Do not look over your shoulder in karting. It can be costly, and it was right there for Bjorn Boshoff as he loses out to Eric Haystack. Across the line goes Casey Ensor-Smith. Consistently staying in those lap times, going to 3 laps to go. 106 is out of the top 3. 107 from Bjorn Boshoff. That was due to the slight mistake he made there that lost him what was third place on track. So big moves here from that second, third and fourth place battle. Biggest mover there was Eric Haystack, looking to try and get up onto the podium now. He's there. Can he go one step higher and get through there on Jaden Goosen? Goosen in their attack there big time. Eric Haystack is applying the pressure. Boshoff trying to come back at them. And it's Murat just behind that, waiting to pick up the pieces if something goes wrong. Got 2.5 laps to go. This is Junior Max at its best. Don't normally see such a big gap in the lead and such a dominant factor in the Junior Max category. They're normally very evenly matched, and you've got about 5 or 6 karts fighting for the lead, which is what we got for second place at the moment. And it's usually for the lead that we'd see this kind of a battle. However, Casey's had just an incredible day behind the wheel. Big move there, and there's a change up once again. Is that Haystack ahead of Goosen? No, not quite. He had a look, but Goosen saw him coming, came straight back at him. So Jaden Goosen hangs on for now to stay ahead of Eric Haystack. Boshoff behind that, as I said, just waiting for something to go wrong between these two. He will take that third place away, and if it's second, he'll be even more grateful. Smith from Goosen, Haystack, Boshoff and Murat. Nzalo Nkosa there into 7th. Repsold is 8th. Jono Wilson is 9th. John Hendrik de Villiers is in the 10th spot. Watkins, Naidu and Mahir Wahab at the back of the field. Looks like we've lost Brandon. Brandon van der Walt in the Cosmic has pulled into pit lane. Just looking at that last look at the timing monitor. Here they come, back down towards us, and the commentary position up at the restaurant. It's for the final time to start the last lap. Casey Ensor-Smith going to just keep it on track for the last 2Ks or so of the circuit. Goosen, Haystack and Boshoff still in with a chance there to spoil each other's days for the final steps of the podium. They're not going to catch Ensor-Smith, but second place is definitely up for grabs. Haystack and Boshoff a lot closer now to the back end of Goosen. Watching in the background there, you can see them coming up close and personal, looking for a chance now to ruin each other's days for the potential last steps of the podium. Goosen soaking it up big time. Haystack applying huge pressure. Can he find a way past? No, he can't. He's looking dangerous. Jaden hanging on for now, but only just. Eric Haystack is all over the back of him. Watch for the cutback now, under braking. Down into the XPS corner. Can he make it stick? No, he can't. There's a big look up to the top of the hill. Can he get through the S's? There's no more opportunities here to overtake. He's missed out the opportunity to overtake. Goosen will be able to hang on. I don't think you're going to see a move into the final corner here from any of these karters. The win goes to Ensel Smith. That's 3 out of 3. Goosen gets second and just beats. Oh, Haystack comes through. Can you believe that? By 0.02 of a second, Eric Haystack gets across the line ahead of Jaden Goosen. He came out of the final corner and just dropped the hammer. And Eric Haystack gets the second place by the tune of 0.02 of a second over Jaden Goosen. And Vian Boshoff only 1/10 behind that. What a great way to finish up a fantastic day's racing there for the Junior Max class. Up next is Senior Max. They'll be on track shortly. We're going straight into the third and final heat now of Senior Max. Also been some fantastic battles all day long. Casey Ensel Smith, Haystack taking the victory there in the final heat of the juniors. The seniors are on track. There's 19 karts about to go to battle for the final time today. Muhammad Wali looking to try and take the final victory if he can. He is on pole position, but he's going to be pressed big time here from this pack of 19 karts. And any one of the 19 can take a victory here, let me tell you. We've got an exceptionally talented field of karters about to go to battle for the final time now. Looks like we've got a red flag situation on the start though, so potentially some power issues again. I don't see any problems with karts on track. And picking up on those karts that are on track there, all 19 are lined up and we're ready to go. Was there a potential problem there, possibly with power again here? We do know we're under a bit of strain in terms of power as it is, but I know a lot of the guys were putting on some heaters or the tire cleaners. Yeah, they're bringing them to the line to stop them, so there must be an issue there with power again. It hasn't conflicted our issues here with the live stream, fortunately. So the DT Film Services guys looking up there, 224 going, what is going on? Ethan Steer saying, yeah, look at where I am. I'm on the second row of the grid and you now stop the race. What's going down? 299 is Muhammad Wali. 279 is, of course, a close rival there, Musa Kaji. 247 in picture is Rishon Goodman. He's had a fantastic day in the saddle so far. Ethan Steer has been in the top 10, finished in 9th place on the first one. But let's go down to Lisa. She's picking up on one of the interviews, possibly catching up with our race winner from 3 out of 3 in the Junior Max.
Qualified second too. Yeah. Right, I've got Eric Haystack with me. Eric wasn't in contention. He missed the Cape Town National, yes, at Kalani?
No, I was there, but I struggled to get pace there. But at least we got pace here.
Absolutely. You've made up for it today. Qualified second, Heat 1 second, Heat 2 second, Heat 3. Coming from way back, you got past a couple of karts to come in second again. Tell us, what do you most enjoy about the track?
This track, definitely the long straight. The slipstream you get here makes the worlds different. The setup here, you need to get just right. Sometimes you need straight line speed, sometimes you need corner speed. Today was straight line speed, what helped us. Yeah.
So the rubber being put down at the moment was a little bit too sticky around the corner, so you just went with the harder axle to drive over that?
Yes. The first heat was good. The rubber was there, but not too much straight hold in the corner. But heat 2 and heat 3, there was a lot of rubber and we struggled to get out the corner. Okay. Well,
I think you've just made a very significant charge on your national ranking. Congratulations, you've got seconds all round. You're going to pick up a wad of points today. But wonderful racecraft. You really did show your best driving skills out there today, so congratulations.
Thank you. I also just want to say thank you to my team, Extreme, that's owned by Uncle Leroy, and also Uncle Al being my mechanic and helping me. Just thanking them.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. And we've got the senior Maxes on their warm-up lap at the moment, so we're going back to Greg in the commentary box.
Well, at least they're actually out racing at the moment, so a good start there coming out of Troy Snyman. Delon Thompson having a fantastic start. He currently leads out over Mohammed Wali. So Wali now onto the back end of Thompson. Snyman was looking to try and get the whole shot. Didn't quite work out according to plan there for him, but Delon Thompson squeezing through nicely and keeping Mohammed Wali at bay now as they come down to complete the first lap in anger. Senior Max has been a very hotly contested category all day long. In the third and final heat, looks like there's going to be more of the same. Musa Kaji, Ethan Steer up into now a potential top 6 overall on the track. He's dropped back slightly there. Steer had a bit of an issue there on that lap. He was in 6th place as they crossed the line on the first pass. It's Tate Bishop up into 3rd place right now as they come down into what is turn 3 and 4, heading up into the 5th place of turn 5, a tricky right-hander that takes them up the hill towards the switchback. And it's Mohammed Wali who hits the front. Delon Thompson coming alongside him. He'll just dive on the inside of Wali as they go into that switchback section. Wali back down into 2nd. Tate Bishop looking to close things down, and Wali going to go around the outside. Watch for the cutback there from Wali. The two stablemates going at it there. You can see just how difficult it's going to be to try and outgun each other when you're in similar chassis and on similar lap times. Here comes Bishop along for the ride. Tate Bishop now puts himself the meat in the sandwich between these two karts. And the two contenders there in the Xperi karts having a fantastic run. But it's Delon Thompson with Tate Bishop now eventually getting everything right on that kart. And the angry man has now made his way up into 2nd place. Mohammed Wali in 3rd. Looking for the lead now is Tate Bishop. He's going to go around the outside of turn 1. He was fastest on the lap there, 106.998. He hits the front. Tate Bishop out front now, but right back at him comes the big move there from Delon Thompson. Thompson was looking dangerous, but Bishop had such a good move coming out of turn 1. Into turn 2, he made it stick, and he eventually just squeezes out and loses against to Mohammed Wali. Coming along for the ride. Watch out in the background. They're lining up in a big way and looking for opportunities to dive through there. Look at the opportunities that are opening up there for all of these karters in this first 5 karts. All 5 of them in with a shot for the money. Bishop has brought along a ride here, big time. Musa Kaji diving through there. He finds a way through up into 4th place. Super run there from Musa Kaji, now tucks in behind his stablemate as they come round. Oh, it's good stuff here. This is really, really tight little battle, and you can see just how difficult it is. And there you go once again. Mohammed Wali has a big look, can't make it stick, but he now falls into the clutches of Bishop. Bishop's all over the back end of Mohammed Wali as they come to complete another lap here. This will be 7 to go, 3 down. Bishop was quickest on the last pass on a 106.998. He still stays amongst those top contenders, but a 109.27 has dropped him out of contention for the lead at this point. Delon Thompson, 108.9. Somebody running wide in the background, putting some wheels onto the dirt. Possibly could have ended up in tears there. Don't want to be running off wide down at that section. You'll end up in the dam. Wali all over the back end of Delon Thompson. Bishop's on his tail, looking to try and follow suit. Look like it's going to be a really tight battle here. Oh, a massive one. A massive one there. Mohammed Wali out the kart. He gets flicked out of the kart as they touch wheels. And Mohammed Wali is out the kart completely. Red flag is called, understandably, after a massive moment coming out of the switchback section. Tate Bishop shaking his head going, no, hang on a second, what went wrong there? Bishop hits the front. Mohammed Wali getting flung right out the kart. I'm not quite sure if our TT Film Services guys could possibly give us a replay on that, but that would be really interesting to see. A massive moment coming out of those guys as they went into the switchback section, and it was a big moment there that is called a red flag. Understandably, with a karter being flung completely out of his kart. Mohammed Wali, he did get up almost instantaneously though, so very lucky to survive that one. Of course, if you are watching on YouTube, you can rewind instantaneously to watch that yourself, but you can see a couple of guys shaken up by that. Didn't quite go. So it looks like the replay won't be able to be given to us at this stage. But you'll probably be able to get that if you are watching, as I said, on YouTube. You can always rewind on YouTube to have a look at it. But it was a big moment. Fortunately, the Carter seems to be okay. The ambulance and our medical team have gone out to ensure that he is okay, but I did see him get up. And he was gesticulating, saying, what went wrong there? Kart's getting out of shape there. And, of course, if you do touch wheels in open-wheel racing like karting, it can end up in tears. Wally on the back end of our Med-Assist machine. And his cart being put onto the back of the kart shop recovery vehicle. That's a big pity there to lose him. He was a definite contender. Are they going to reshuffle this grid? I can see, is that Troy Sneyman pulling to the sideline? Or DeLon Thompson? I think it's DeLon Thompson. DeLon Thompson's pulled to the sideline and completely off the circuit. So it looks like there might be a bit of damage. There is Muhammad Wali on the back end of the Med-Assist golf cart going back to the medical center. It looks like he might have hurt his left knee there. Understandably, he landed basically on his knee after the crash. So big pity to lose him. But Tate Bishop has been given the opportunity to be at the front end of what would be seen as the restart here of the third and final heat of Senior Max. Senior Max competitors, they don't hold anything back, these guys. They really give it everything they can. It was Thompson at the lead if we finish the race right now. He came across the line a lap back before the red flag was called, so he would be gifted the victory over Wali and Bishop if they were going to, of course, end the race here and now. Highly unlikely that's going to be the case. They'll probably get an opportunity to restart this one. Couple of concerned faces down on the grid, couple of concerned faces on the pit wall as well from our contenders and from the speckies and team bosses and mechanics. See whether or not we're going to get a full restart or we're going to get a reduced restart here for the third and final heat of Senior Max. Kart is out of the way. The driver was in a safe position, so red flag, of course, was called purely from a safety point of view. Too many karts and too many contenders in that field that could potentially have also ended up in harm's way. I see DeLon Thompson just on the bottom left there, trying to get some kind of assistance on his kart, which might have taken a bit of damage after tagging and coming together. I think he was the man who came together there with Muhammad Wali. So we stand by now for a call from the race control to tell us how we're going to restart this one and how many laps we're going to have to do in the second start. Charles Visser also having a quick chat there, finding out what the potential change-up would be. Guys, it looks like they're being sent back to their karts to get back into ready-to-go conditions. Bo Stander a bit further back than what he was earlier on as well. Saw the 258 kart right at the back of the field. It was Olarato Sakudi going back to have a chat with his stablemate. So if it is a restart, it'll be Bishop who will lead things out. 279 behind him is Musa Kaji. RKT man looking to take on the angry kart from Cape Town. Just looking in that shot of the pit lane. I don't see Muhammad Wali, and highly unlikely he's going to be brought back onto the circuit after that kart turned completely upside down. Corbin Spies having a chat there with Mitch Kutsia. He's just walking down the pits, down the grid to tell them exactly how they're going to be doing things on the restart. Giving information to Jean Reynal as well. There you can see a nice shot of what I term to be Beverly Hills Boulevard here at Formula K. Magnificent facility they've got here at the Formula K circuit. Charles Visser having a chat to Mitch as well. Just getting information directly from the man on track. And hopefully we'll get that information passed on to us as well at the restart of the second heat, or third heat, I beg your pardon. Oh, looks like we're almost good to go here for another restart. So they're going to do the shortened version of the restart, cutting to the right-hand side. And back under starters orders now for Heat 3 of Senior Max. A big race incident that happened coming out of the switchback, throwing Mohammed Wali completely out of his kart. And he's now back down in the medical center having a quick check up there, but not back on track for the third and final heat, which is going to give an opportunity here to Tate Bishop to turn his luck around completely. He will be at the front end of the field. They will come across the line astern, as I understand, on the restart, and get ready to go now for their second attempt at the third and final heat of Senior Max. Mohammed Wali out, means it's up to Delon Thompson, Bishop, Olarata Sakuru, Musa Kaji, Karabo Malamela, race 1 winner potentially here to get to the front again and see what they can do from a race restart point of view. We got green flags. And are we racing? No, we don't have a green flag. They haven't put a green flag up. They're going to give them one more lap. They were not in formation there for the restart, so more trouble here for Senior Max. Got to give a little bit more of opportunity here for these guys to get back into that formation. They have to be in the formation. They have to be in the tram lines before they get a green flag here for the start. Trying to get some heat into that rubber. You can see them switching left and right. The Mojo tires will be a little bit cool from standing on the grid, so it's a good idea to get them to get some heat in that rubber. Can't do too much switching back and forth because they're coming up to take up their positions and trying to get into line astern. As you can see from, yeah, that's exactly what I thought would happen. They would have to restart line astern, and now they've gone line astern. So the information wasn't passed on to everybody down the road. They're now into line astern, which is exactly how they'll restart this one now for the third heat of Senior Max. This is the reason why they didn't give the green flag there on the restart. Attempt 1, this is attempt 2. Before we came into the red flag situation, Karabo Malamela was the quickest man out there. So watch out for him coming from about 6th place on the grid. Race 1 winner, of course, there was Malamela. Race 2 winners out of this race. I think Troy Snyman might have had some issues. We'll have to keep an eye on whether or not we've got the 226 kart of Delon Thompson back on track as well. Here we go, restart. And green flag, we are racing. As soon as the flag comes out, of course, they can then break formation, but they have to hold formation until that green flag comes out. It is Tate Bishop who hangs on to the lead and gets the whole shot out of turn 1. Moving up onto his 6 and looking for a chance to pounce as quickly as possible. Here's a super start there from the 271 kart of Corbin Spies. He's got the rest of the pack lining up behind him, led out by the looks of things by Musa Kaji. Kaji's got Karabo Malamela on his tail as they come out of the switchback for the first time. But Tate Bishop is now going to turn the wick up and try and get away. Angry Cartman has not had a good day in the saddle. He came through nicely in the second heat, but his first heat was nowhere, down in 13th place. So he's definitely got to turn his luck around here from that 13th place finish in race number 1 and potentially get the victory here if he can. That'll keep him in contention for this championship. We started the first round down in Cape Town. We're here now in Benoni, outside of Johannesburg, on the eastern frontier, of course, of Gauteng. And we head down to KwaZulu-Natal for round 3 and the Africa Open in July, and then back up to Swartkops for the 4th and final round of this championship at the Swartkops International Kart Circuit. Tate Bishop hanging on ahead of Corbin Spies. Spies got Karabo Malamela now on his tail. Musa Kaji's dropped back into a pack of about 6 karts fighting for 5th. Charles Fiss is one of those. Looks like Troy Snyman might be in there as well as they come into that. Fiss are fighting hard, as you can see, trying to find a way through there on his fellow Tony Kart competitors. Having a big look there. I think it was on Ethan Bostand. No, it wasn't. Yifan Lee, I think it was the man he was having a go at. So a bit of chopping and changing there as Fisser comes through. Has he made his way up? No, he hasn't. He's not quite up into that 4th place just yet, but 3 and 4, 2nd and 3rd still up for grabs. So it's Tate Bishop controlling things from the front end at the moment. with 6 laps to go. It'll be 5 as he crosses the line. And this will be the halfway stage reach here for Tate Bishop. Not halfway stage of the race, but halfway stage of the combined races there. 106.5 out of Karabo has made him go up into second place ahead of Olerato. Olerato Sakuru in second. He's now down to third. So confirmation there. That is the 2.11 of Olerato Sakuru there actually, and not the 2.71. Apologies there of Corbin Spies. Spies is in that second pack though, but it's Malamela and Sakuru fighting for second. Left-hander into the switchback section now. The two boys trying to close down here onto the back end of Tate Bishop from Cape Town. Angry Kart out front, controlling things and keeping the lead, keeping a good margin over Karabo Malamela, but Malamela was quickest on the last pass, so he might be closing that gap down on Bishop. Bishop has to try and keep that pace, cannot afford to drop by the wayside here and into the clutches of these two. Malamela already taken a victory here today, so he'll know exactly what to do in that kart to get it around here as quickly as possible. And as they come across the line, let's see what the lap times are like. Malamela once again quickest, 106.3. Only 9/10 of a second behind Tate Bishop. Gap is closed down. It's about half a second he made up on that last pass. So Tate Bishop in trouble here. He's being caught hand over fist by these two in second and third. There's Olerato Sakuru currently sitting there in the 3 spot, allowing Malamela to bring him up to the back end of Bishop. Two of them working and not fighting with each other. That's definitely helping them out and their ability to close the gap down on Bishop. Being on your own out front is not always an easy thing to do. You've got no one to mark or measure yourself against. And Bishop now having to just watch the boards, watch the timing monitor he's got on his steering wheel to tell him what he's doing. He has to go quicker than what he's doing at the moment if he's going to try and stay at the front end. Potentially take the third and final victory here of Senior Max. 106.6 is not quick enough. We've got 106.3s and 106.4s behind him. And this time out is it Bishop who crosses the line on a 106.5. 106.1 from Karabo. So Malamela is definitely the man on the move. He's bringing Sakuda along for the ride. Sakuda grateful for the pace that's being set here. Musa Kaji under a bit of threat now from Fissa. And behind that they line up as well with the 233 machine of Matty Wadley. Matty Wadley under a bit of pressure as well there. I think it's Goodman on his tail. So Roshan Goodman onto the back end of Matt Wadley. Bishop has been closed down rapidly here. It's taken 2 laps and it's less than 2 kart lengths between the leader and himself with 2.5 laps to go. And Tate Bishop could be in trouble here as Malamela is closing in rapidly. Angry Kart versus the Tony Kart. As they head up the hill, Sakudu in the LN chassis trying to close that gap down between himself and Malamela. He's lost a little bit of ground there to Malamela. Malamela can smell some blood in the water. It's got a bit of an angry taste to it as they come down to complete another lap and 2 to go. Malamela's on the drive. 105 now from Malamela. Quickest lap of the race from Malamela as he closes in on the back end of Tate Bishop. Bishop goes on the defensive, but Malamela's up his inside and he's got through. He runs a little bit wide. Bishop should be able to come back. He does. Malamela outbraked himself there ever so slightly, going a little bit too hot down into turn 3. They're up to 5 now. Bishop on the inside. Malamela goes for the cutback. They head towards the switchback, and Malamela's on the inside under braking. Has he got it? He has. Malamela squeezes through. Does Olerato go as well? No, he doesn't. Sakudu tucks back into 3rd place behind Bishop. So it's Malamela from Bishop. Bishop from Sakudu. Sakudu looking dangerous. Looking for a way past if he can get it. You can see his good friend there making his way away from the 2 of them for 2nd and 3rd. Bishop realizes that, turns the wick up again. Tries to come straight back at Karabo Malamela. Karabo is in the lead at the moment, but how much longer can he take the pressure being applied by Tate Bishop? Well, he's only going to do it for 1 more lap if he can. All 3 of them slightly slower than the karts behind. That's due to the fact they've been fighting so hard. They dropped down almost 3 seconds slower on that last lap due to the fact that they're fighting as hard as they can. And it's allowing that 2nd pack to close in on them. They're going to have to be wary about that. You cannot afford to do that in the closing stages. Karts coming through there on 103s like Charles Visser will definitely make you pay. So it's Karabo Malamela, Tate Bishop, third place. Olerato Sakuru with half a lap to go now. And nothing separating those first three. Oh, a little tap there from the back end onto the back of Tate Bishop from Olerato Sakuru, getting frustrated. Trying to force a mistake out of Tate Bishop. Bishop soaks it up, says, no, I've got this. Coming out of that top turn into this, I don't think there's an overtaking maneuver unless you can get drive onto the straightaway like we saw earlier on there from Haystack. Eric Haystack was able to get the drive, but I don't think it's going to be the same here. No. Karabo Malamela takes 2 wins out of 2 starts. Bishop across the line ahead of Sakuru by 300ths of a second. Manny Wadley, Roshan Goodman, Yifan Lee and Ethan Steer back into the single digits again there from Cape Town. Corbin Spies ahead of Tristan Loesch, and then it's Ethan Bostander. Visser with some problems on that last lap as well. He dropped right out of it. He must have made a mistake somewhere on track and spun out. Charles Visser was looking good for a 4th place there ahead of Manny Wadley. He's made a mistake somewhere on track and he's dropped out of contention down into what is 15th place at the moment. That's if he crosses the line. I think he might have just done that. So, confirmation of the top 10 there. Malamela, Bishop and Sakuru ahead of Wadley. And a good effort there from them to come through to win things out there in a very, very action-packed Senior Max final heat of the day. We head now down into the Bambinos. They'll be out on track shortly. Back under race conditions here for the 3rd and final heat now of our junior category. The youngsters and the future of karting. Certainly well represented here for Bambino's category. 13 of them about to go to race action again. Led out by double race winner Brody. And it looks like an awesome job there from Brody Darling so far. But before we get underway, let's shoot down to Lisa quickly and catch up with our race winner there. And I think she's going to be catching up there with the Karabo Malamela. I thought she was catching up with one of the winners from the previous heat, but she was actually finding an opportunity to catch up with some of our veterans and masters before they go out to their final heat of the day. So Nick Severus, our pace kart there for our Bambino category. Remember, they run the Indy version, or what is it, version C or D of the 12 different tracks that are available here at Formula K. Slightly shortened track compared to what we've had in the past with the other heats that have just finished up. It's Darling and Kuhn on the front row, Mutlaeche and Cronier on the second row, Stein and Antoinez, and then Dutoy and Watton, Gibbard, Diaz, O'Mahony, and at the back end a good start as well, looking for a change up in luck from Callum du Toit's point of view as they head down towards turn 1 and 2. Pace Kart gets away. Looks like somebody crashed at turn 1 there, and we can pick up on that one as we go down to Lisa. But definitely some action down at turn 1. One of the karts running wide. Back down to Lisa.
Right, I've got with me here not the DD2 Masters class, which is age 32 and up. I've got here the DD2 Veterans. This is a new league that's been organized. And if you can just introduce yourselves to us and let us know how your day is going.
Right, I'm Philippe Chapar.
Jonathan Kairus.
Johan Creer.
Frikkie Cornelius.
Derek Joseph. We call him Frikstappen. So we're a new regional league here in Gauteng. We race at Swartkops, FK here, and Vereniging as part of the Gauteng region. So these are the guys. You want to talk to them?
All right. And you had a couple of breakdowns, somebody mentioned? Yeah?
Many breakdowns, but at least we're okay now. The third heat's going to be good.
Okay, so the kart is good, the emotions are good, we're feeling positive.
Absolutely better.
Okay, brilliant. So who's the winner out of the 5 of you? Who's
Me. Yeah.
Okay. So
Are we beating some of your masters? They're crying, eh?
I love it. I love it.
Your husband.
Good. You're never too old to karts. We've got the Bambinos on at the moment, so we're going from the oldest on the grid to the youngest on the grid. So back to Greg in the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lisa. Yes, indeed. And it's Brody Darling who's controlling things at the front end. The battle between the double figures thrown into the mix is not the 24 of Noah Cronier. I think Noah Cronier might have been the man who crashed out at turn 1. He got forced off the circuit into that first lap. We just saw him getting out of his kart as we went to Lisa. But it's Darling from Kuhn. Callum du Toit with a much better start. As I said, looking to change his luck around there. And up into third place ahead of Adrian Stein and Diago Antunes. See green flags down into turn 2, just giving the guys an indication that the incident has been cleared there. But I have to assume that we don't see Noah in that top 6 hunt. So I have to assume that he's the man who possibly ran off the circuit in turn 1. I'm not quite sure if he was helped out, but definitely saw a kart off at turn 1 at the start of this third and final heat of the Bambinos. 77. Looking to try and close things down now as you see Brody Darling just getting away and getting the job done. There's no answer to Brody Darling at the moment, so as we get into this third and final heat of Bambinos. Antunes has got onto the back end there of Adrian Stein. It's the 66 and 11 karts in that second pack, but in the middle of those double numbers is the 34 of Callum du Toit. Great run here from du Toit. Ahead of Stein and Antunes, Benjamin Gibbard, and then it's Jensen Diaz. I don't see Noah Cronier or Boipelo Mortlaeche. Those are the 2 karts that potentially were involved in the incident in turn 1. Just saw it in the background and on the left-hand side of the shot as they came out of the dam section. So we went down to Lisa to chat to our slightly more elderly statesman as our youngsters were going at it here, full tilt. Bit of a change up here possibly. Callum looking for a way around the outside of the 7-7 of Kuhn, keeping out Adrian Stein's attack from behind as well. Watching over the shoulder there, you can see he had a big look. Here comes Antunes. Antunes on the inside looking for a chance, possibly spoil Stein's run there, and he's got through. He's got ahead of Adrian Stein up into what is now 4th place. Stein down to 5. Behind Adrian Stein, they line up in Ben Gibbard and Jensen Diaz format. Gibbard and Diaz across the line now stay in the same positions they were in. You can see some karts on the left-hand side here being worked on. That's potentially why we've got that man with the yellow flag waving down at the dam section in turn 2. No one's going to catch this man. Brody Darling doing an amazing job here in the 2-2 karts. Looking for his second win of the weekend. Didn't quite make it the perfect weekend, but he's had a fantastic day in the saddle. There's no doubt about it there for Darling. Look at the gap he's pulled now over the 7-7. Here comes Callum du Toit looking for a chance to get up to second. Adrian Stein going to return the favour on Antunes into the switchback, and he does so. He gets up ahead of Antunes. Antunes the motor down 1 position again. And a nice little run here from Antunes has been outgunned again by Adrian Stein in the 11 karts. 22, 77, 34, 66, 11. And then lucky for some, number 13 there, Ben Gibbard, ahead of Jensen Diaz. Liam Wharton is in 8th. Jaden Funamava there in 9th place. And looks like Noah Cronier's got back on track, but he's down in 10th. He'll try and circulate to get as many laps in the bag as he can. Potentially not lose out on a chance to still score some points for finishing up in that top 10. His dad, Mark, will know exactly how that all feels, and of course will be telling him to stay out there and continue circulating to see if he can stay in that top 10 and be classified to score those points. 22 is our leader, Brody Darling. Look at the lead that he has pulled over the rest of this pack. Change up for second. It's Adrian Steyn up in the second place now, ahead of the 7-7. Kuhn down into third. Callum de Toy down into fourth. Antunes is in the 5 spot. Behind that, it's Gibbard and Diaz. So we've literally got 5-6 carts fighting there for second place. And any one of them can take that second place away. Liam Wharton is basically on his own. And there's a small gap down to Jaden. And is that Noah Cranier onto the back end of Jaden Funamava? Could possibly be at the back end. Back to the battle for second. Steyn from Kuhn. Kuhn from de Toy. De Toy ahead of Antunes as they come up towards the switchback. This is where they cut back and go back into the shortened version of the circuit. No worries at all here for Darling. It's a massive margin that Brody Darling has got over this field. Doing it all right. 52 sevens out of Brody Darling, 53 fives out of Adrian Steyn, 53 dead out of Noah Cranier at the back. So you can see Cranier's got the pace to run at the front. Unfortunately, him and Boipela, I think, might have come together and ended off track. Down into the dam section, the reverse angle camera showing us what that drop down to the dam section looks like. As I said, very similar to the Thunderdome at the Dubai Kart circuit, where we head for the next round of this championship. The big double right-hander at turn 2. Hits the kart absolutely flat out through a right-hander. Blue flags waving there for the back marker. Back marker potentially going to be, is that, I think it might be Omolemo Mfana being caught. Yes, it is. Omolemo Mfana now being caught as the flag comes out. So just missing out on not having to do an additional lap. To the line though, have a look at this. It's Steyn from Kuhn, from de Toy, from Antunes, from Gibbard, from Jensen Diaz. And it is less than half a second splitting 6 carts to the line there in the Bambino's final heat. Showing you just how quick these guys are. And speaking of quick, Noah Cranier on the last lap gets up to 8th place with a 52.7. So he'll be classified in 8th place and score those 8th place points after an off-track excursion early on. But no one could catch Brody Darling. That's 2 out of 2 for him in Bambinos. And that is our 4th last heat of the day completed. Up next, we're heading into our Mini-Max. They'll be on track shortly.
Jack of a race day.
Straight into race action now out of the circuit that we're going to in the next round of this championship, the Dubai Kart circuit in KwaZulu-Natal, just outside of Pietermaritzburg. That's where round 3 of this championship happens, and the Africa Open at the same time, 15 to 17 July. Stand by now for action from our Minimax Heat 3. Kaji and Spies, Minga and Wadley, Swartz and Kinua, Chihuahua and Maiaula, Goodman and Lennox as they start and head down towards turn 1. Expecting a big fight out here for the third and final heat as they head down in towards turn number 1 for the first time. And the pressure is on at the front end. Who's going to have what it takes to get to the front end of this race right from the word go? You can see just how difficult it is to get to the front end of this race, particularly when these karts are so evenly matched. Skill of the drivers now being put to the test into this third and final heat of the day. It's our third last race of the day as well. We've got DD2 Masters and Vets and DD2 still to come. But these juniors are going to give it everything they can now to try and stay in contention for the final win of the weekend. 558 Ken Swartz is already up in a second place, applying the pressure onto the leader. You can see just how difficult that is going to be. It's Jordan Wadley who leads things out at the moment, but he's under massive pressure there from Swartz. Tucking in behind that and starting to lead up that second pack. Looks like it's going to be a big fight on there between that second pack of karts. In the mix there, of course, look out for the likes of Adam Kaji, Caleb Woodendorf, Keegan Beaumont, Matthew Chihuahua, Travis Mingay. They're all going to be looking for chances to get up there onto the podium if they can. Potentially even take the race victory. It's only an 8-lapper here. And as they head out to complete the first lap in anger, they got 7 to go. Let's see how they've come across the line there. Leading things out at the moment. It is Adam Kaji, Ken Swartz, Chihuahua's up into third. Goodman into fourth. Mingay into 5. Kinua is into 6th place. It's Maddie and Jordan Wadley who's up into 7th. But it is a fantastic run here at the moment from these Minimax contenders. Chihuahua under a bit of pressure as they come out of turn 2 up towards 3 and 4. They head up the top of the hill and into turn 5 now, heading towards the switchback. Look at how they're just hanging in there. It's one massive steam train of karts. No gaps opening up just yet. And there's a move for the lead. Swartz hits the front for the first time. Can he try to open up? Oh, it's 4x4 as they come out of that switchback section. 4 karts side by side as they went into the final left-hander out of the switchback section. Could have ended up in tears there big time. We saw that earlier on in Senior Max. But fortunately, they all just got in line astern and managed to get through there unharmed. The battle continues here as they come flying through. Absolutely amazing to see these guys at it. Kaji from Swartz. Chunwara was there, and then it's Goodman. But Mingay's now moved up. So it's going to be a little bit of a change up here as they cross the line this time. Swartz is at the front. He's ahead of Kaji. Goodman and Chihuahua. Mingay and Kinua. Then you've got Jordan Wadley. Keegan Martin, fastest on track at the moment, down in 9th place, incredibly, with an 11.6. So Keegan Martin trying to up the pace there slightly to close that gap down. Swartz down to 2nd. Once again, it is Kaji back to the front. Top 3 now with a small gap into 4th. Watch out in the background as they start. A little bit of bumping in the background as well. That will slow them down. You do not want to be rubbing plastics here at this stage of the race. It will cost you. And you're going to lose valuable time. Ken Swartz back up the inside again. This time sealing the deal up in a 2nd. Kaji comes back into 2nd place. Fighting hard there with Jordan Wadley. Wadley in a chance now for 2nd. 540 right on the tail there. That is Matthew Chihuahua running in 4th place and leading that 2nd pack. He's bridging the gap down to 3rd as well. As they come through the S-bend, he's now right onto the back end there and looking for a chance to bring along 5, 6 and 7th place for the ride and to the last time as they come through there onto the final corner. 5 laps to go. Swartz from Kaji, Goodman, Chihuahua, Mingay, Kinua and Wadley. Keegan Martin with that last lap of a 1:11 has moved himself up into the top 7. So it is a fantastic run there from him. Closing that gap down rapidly in the background. Watching out for opportunities as they open up. Wadley now dropping to the back of that pack. The first pack now led out by Swartz and tailed there by Jordan Wadley. As I say that 2nd pack closes in. How close do you want it? There are 11 karts fighting for the lead here. A little bit of a gap opens up as they come down the left-hander and through the 2 lefts and take them out of that switchback section. Big move on. This is what it's all about. Big move up the inside. Chihuahua moves back up into 4th place. Retakes that position away from him. So the fight is on there. 1st place up for grabs, top 3. Little gap, and the 2nd place, the 2nd battle on track is for 4th, and Chihuahua hangs on for it for now. Through the left-hand flick they come and back onto that right-hander to complete another lap. Halfway stage reach, 4 done, 4 to go. Keegan Beaumont on the last pass was quickest. Let's see what happens this time. It's Kaji. Kaji with 11 flat as he comes across the line ahead of Darrell Goodman. Chihuahua is there in fourth, ahead of Minga and Kinua. Darrell Goodman all over the back end there, looking for a way through on Swart. Swart's doing the same thing to the leader. Chihuahua hangs on to that fourth spot at the moment. No, he's dropped back one. He's dropped back one as they came in there. So he's got a bit of work to do now as he come up to the top and into the breaking point. Losing a little bit of ground there. But here's where he makes up the ground. Into this little switchback section. Watch how that train concertina's up. Coming up out of the switchback. Heading up into turns 6 and 7. Big move on the cards in the back as well. Nice little chopping and changing right through this pack of carts. 18 of them going to battle. Second biggest field of the day. And it's still on there. Swartz had a look. Didn't quite get up the inside. Kaji kept him honest. For now, that is. They come across the line, there'll be 3 to go. Swartz and Kaji have changed plastics and changed position on a few occasions. They've had a couple of rubs as they've gone past each other as well. 500ths of a second splits 1 and 2. 3/10 down to third. 4/10 down to fourth. Another half a second down to fifth place. So hardly anything in it here between these karters fighting for this third and final heat of Minimax. Brilliant stuff here from these karters as they go at it for this last couple of laps in anger. 2.5 laps to go for them. 5:46 is the man to beat. Artem Kaji at this point in time hangs on. But Kent Swartz is looking the more dangerous of the two karters out there. Always difficult to try and catch the man in front of you. Even more difficult to make a pass. Especially when you're on similar lap times. You've got to try and force the mistake if you can. Put the pressure on and make the man in front of you. Look over the shoulders, not what you want to be doing now. Artem Kaji had a big look over his shoulder. He is concerned about the pressure being applied there by Kent Swartz. Swartz in second, wants that first place. He's got 2 corners and 2 laps to do it in. Darrell Goodman, Minga and Chihuahua, top 5. As they come across the line again. Chihuahua trying to come back here at Minga. They're side by side across the line as they head down towards turn 1. Amani Kinua getting involved there as well. He's moved up. He finds a way past Matt Chihuahua. So a little bit of a change up there between the two of them as they headed down into turn 2 and 3. Looks like Amani has gone through there and got ahead of Matt Chihuahua. He has. So a little bit of a change up there again. But once again, back to our intentions at the front end being shown here by Ken Swartz. Swartz wants by, but he hasn't found a way past just yet. Maybe waiting for this next lap and a half as they go into the last lap and a half of this race. Kaji hanging on for the lead at this point, but can he do it all to the line? .47 at the back end there with the 7.7. Keegan Beaumont also having a little bit of a tough time in this final heat of the day. Let's see what's going to happen here as they start their final lap. Coming to the line, nothing in it between the top 2. It was 0.05 of a second between them in the last pass. 0.06 this time, so only 100th of a difference there between Kaji and Swartz in 2 laps. 11.267, 11.272. How much closer do you want that? 3 or 4 thousandths of a second between their 2 lap times as they cross the line for the last time. On to the final lap now. Top 2 going at it for the win. Third place very much still up for grabs as well. Brilliant bit of run here from these Minimax competitors all day long. Chihuahua hanging on for a potential podium, and can he do it all together here in the last couple of laps? There's a good chance here for him. 46 is the man to beat. Can anybody beat him? They're all trying hard. He has a look over the shoulder just to make sure he's got a little bit of breathing room. It's not a lot, but it might be enough. There's the move on from Swartz. Can Swartz do anything about him heading up into the double right? Through the S-bend. We've only seen one overtaking maneuver through that S-bend today. It was a gutsy move and it paid off, but this time it's not close enough. There's the run to the line now. Who's going to get it? Kaji hanging on. Can he keep it all together? Yes, he can. Beats Swartz to the line. Or does he? It is so close. 0.03 of a second there between Kaji and Swartz. Minga, Goodman, Kinua, Wadley and Matt Chihuahua in 7th. Keegan Martin in 8th place. Caleb Windal in 9th. And Beaumont up into the 10th spot. Tough time of it there for Riachile Spice down in 11th, and Georgia Lennox, who's been on the podium twice, down in 12th in the third and final heat. So it's Adam Kaji who takes the victory. He wins out over Ken Swartz and Travis Mingay. Dural Goodman and Amani Kinyua are your top 5 in the final heat of Minimax. Up next, we head into DD2s, the Masters and Veterans. They'll be out shortly. So here we go for the last time for DD2 Masters and Veterans. It's kind of been a 3-horse race here, although Jonathan Peterson in the last one was certainly looking a little bit more dangerous, and is on the front row alongside Nick Verheul. Brits side by side there with, is that Felipe Chapat? Yes, it is. Behind that, it is Connor Hughes and Alistair Mingay, Fricky Cornelius and Jonathan Cairuz, Derek Joseph and Johan Kruger as they head down towards turn 1. Potential there for Verheul to get the whole shot, but Peters is going to make him work hard for it. As they go down into turn 2, into the dam section, it's Brits who moves up ahead of Peterson out of turn 2 and up into second place behind Nick Verheul. A bit of a change up, and of course we had power issues here at the circuit in heat number 2, so hopefully not going to have the same here in heat 3, but the power issues or the power struggle at the front end is these 3 carts: Verheul, Brits and Peterson. Chapat is still ahead there of Connor Hughes. Connor Hughes, of course, will be sitting 4th place in the Masters as they come through. And then we'll look to see if it's going to be Fricky Cornelius or Jonathan Cairuz who will be looking for 2nd and 3rd place in the Veterans side of things. 5 Masters, 5 Veterans going at it here for the 10 carts on track for the next 9 laps of action as they're going to complete the first one here in Anga. Just a shout out, of course, to a couple of guys who've joined us as well. Karen Joseph, Megan Grottis came in there as well. Amelia and Sonia van Niekerk. Apologies for that, we had a little bit of a loss in power there from our live stream, but we're back up and racing. Nothing has really changed at the front end, still a battle on there between Verheul and Brits. They've pulled slightly away now from 3rd place, Jonathan Peterson. Putting on a bit of a show here, a little bit of show boating and some sliding and slipping from these two. as they fight hard for potentially the win here. An overall win on the day as well, because Brits has taken one, Verheul has taken one. So whoever takes this third and final heat will probably get the overall victory for the day. There's a move from Brits up the inside. Yes, indeed. Runs wide, and is that Verheul coming back at him? Yes, it is. He saw that one coming. Brits was quickest on the last pass with about 7 to go, or 8 to go. He's 7 now as they cross the line. So it's Brits, Peterson, Chapat, Hughes, Fricky Cornelius, Alistair Mingay, and Jonathan Kairu's ahead of Joseph and Johan Kruger. As we're now into the third and final heat of our racing here at Formula K in Benoni, just on the eastern side of Johannesburg in Gauteng, South Africa. If you've joined us from all around the world, I was running through a couple of people who have joined us. A massive thanks to, of course, Marcel de Beer and Tion for all the support there. Karting World is in the house as well. And I saw the RS102 team joining us too. So thanks for that, guys. Appreciate that. We have shown all the racing action. We've also shown a couple of interviews down in pit lane with our race winners. Because of the nature of karting, if you are a karter and you've been to a karting event, they literally run back to back. So there's not really enough time for a production crew like DT Film Services to get official interviews done like they would have sort of at MotoGP or any of the other categories that run around the country or around the world. You've literally got to try and squeeze them in wherever we can, which is why Neil and his team downstairs have got Lisa on call, and why we sometimes have to do some interviews over the race action while it happens on track. They're literally pulling carts off into the Park Fermé area, and in the pre-race area the carts are being rolled onto the line and onto the track to go to battle. Trying to make up some ground here as well, because as we know, or if you have been in Johannesburg and lived here for a long time, when that sun drops out the sky here in wintertime, it gets dark very quickly. And we've got this heat and one more to go, so we should be just in time before the big red ball drops out of the sun. Speaking of that red ball in the sky, remember we go to Red Star Raceway just down the road from here next weekend for Extreme Festival action. And a lot of the karters that were here today will be involved in that championship fights at the various categories next weekend down the road here in Dalmas, just outside of the province, of course, moving into Mpumalanga. As Verheul and Brits complete another lap and the halfway stage. It's only a tenth of a second there between Verheul and Brits. Peterson behind them, and it's Chapat in the 4th spot, still leading out from the Masters point of view. DD2 battle has been a good one, particularly between these two. Peterson was a lot closer in heat number 2. Might have gone for a slight change up in the settings on that kart, and it hasn't worked out for him here in the third and final heat. Take nothing away from the action that we've seen though. Ooh, and they're starting to use some curbs again. It's always not the greatest thing to do on a kart. Can potentially cause some problems and some damage. Looking to do some damage though is Brits. Brits is all over the back of Verheul now, as we just reached the halfway stage, and he's now looking to try and put the pressure on a bit more. Verheul and Brits going at it here as they come across the line. And it's Nick Verheul, 0.174. It's now down to 900ths. 900ths of a second there between Verheul and Brits. Brits upping the work slightly, 105.9. Slightly quicker than the leader. So he definitely means business now, does Eugene Brits. CRG with the honours at the moment, Saudi on their tail. Bit of a gap down to the Tony Kart in 3rd. The switchback section, Brits is putting the pressure on there. Has a go. Can he make it stick this time? He runs wide again, but he's on the inside line. And he's timed it to perfection this time. Gets through, new leader. Brits comes through, but here comes Verheul back at him. Through XPS. Nick Verheul had a big look, couldn't quite make it stick. So it's Brits at the front end. And he'll have 3 to go as they cross the line this time. Is this good timing from Eugene Brits' point of view? Is there still some time for Nick Verheul to come back at him? He puts his head behind the steering wheel, tucks down and heads down towards turn 1. And he's pulled 2/10. A little bit more of a margin there over Verheul than the 900ths he had at the start of the previous lap. 3 laps to go. Brits is at the front. What is Eugene Brits going to do now to try and keep Verheul at bay? Kart placement is vital. Oh, big move. Nick Verheul with a big move into the switchback and gets back to the lead. As he dives on the inside there of Eugene Brits. Brits going to try and come back at him at the last pass. No, not quite close enough, and not close enough on the brakes for the next turn. So out of 7 and 8, they've a little bit of a change up there. But he wasn't close enough to return the favour. Oh, there you go. Into XPS. This time he runs wide. It's a little bit hot. Too hot. Verheul comes back at him. He knew that was going to happen. Waits for the switchback. So Verheul and Brits going at it here. They've changed positions 4 times in the last 2 laps. And they're about to start their penultimate one. So can we see 4 more changes in these last 2 laps? That'll be cool. Jonathan Peterson saying, hang on a second, keep going guys, you're slowing down, and that's giving me a chance to get back at you. Verheul and Brits slowing each other ever so slightly, and giving Peterson a chance to have another whiff here. You can smell the blood in the water just up the road, but he's still got to get there. There's Brits into the switchback. On the inside line and hangs on to that inside line for the next part of the switchback. Gets through. So Brits is now up into the lead again, ahead of Verheul. Nick Verheul has seen where Brits is good. He knows where he can possibly get back at him. It might be here under braking. Brits sees it coming, shuts the door. He saw the attempt there from Verheul on the last pass and decided, no, not this time. So with a lap and 2 corners to go, Brits hanging on. Brits hangs on for now, but can he keep it all together for the next lap? There's only 1 more to go. It was 1:73, it's now 1:23, 0.123 of a second. 0.05 of a second gain there from Brits. How tight you want it here in the last part and the last lap of DD2 Masters and Vets. Unbelievable race action here between Brits and Verheul. On the inside, has a look. Brits runs wide, he goes defensive into there. The switchback, he's not going to open up that door for Verheul. He hangs onto that inside line through the switchback as well. Nick Verheul's going to have to try something up into XPS or possibly into 5 and 6. Hits the curb coming out. Brits wrapping those curbs with the Mojo tyres, giving them a little tattoo there as they came out. He goes defensive into XPS, not going to open up the door. Here comes Verheul though. Verheul trying to get the drive up to the top of the hill for the double right-hander. He has a big look into the double right-hander. Here comes Peterson. Peterson's now closed right in there. In with a chance here is Jonathan Peterson. They head to the line. It's Brits from Verheul. And that's how it's going to finish up. Eugene Brits just coming through to beat out, and only just 0.05 of a second there between Brits and Verheul. And 0.3 further back was Peterson. Tight battle. Brilliant race action. Eugene Brits wins out the second heat of the 3 today. Nick Verheul takes 1 of them. So very interesting stuff in this championship heading to Idubi on the 15th to the 17th of July. That's going to be a very good battle down there between Brits, Verheul, Peterson. I wonder if we'll see a couple of the Natal boys joining in there as well. The likes of Benjamin Hubig, possibly even Cristiano Morgado joining the pack here for the Masters and Veterans at their home circuit. That will be interesting to see. But of course, we got our final heat of the race day coming your way very shortly with the DD2s.
absolute crackerjack of a race day.
I've got here Nick Verheil. He's just come off, obviously, where you dry mouth. Still hope you can do this interview, Nick. He's come off of Heat 3 from the DD2 Masters, and what a race. Horse. You went first, second the whole way around, right up till the last corner, and you just got pipped by Eugene. But what a race.
Thanks. Yeah, what a race. The track is extremely hard to pass on, especially in the faster cars, because there's no real hard braking point. So when you make a move on the guy, you really have to trust that they're not going to do something crazy and then there's going to be an accident. And me and Eugene have been racing for 19, 20 years against each other. It's just, I love racing like that. That's what we're here for.
Yeah. It's not as much fun when you're driving around in the front. You're wanting to race.
No, exactly. That's what we're here for. Rubbing is racing, and I think we do it very well with each other. We respect each other. Maybe a lesson to some of the younger guys growing up, racing is about having a jaw as well as winning. Finishing second is still sucks, but
it doesn't. Overall today, though, your positions for Heat 1, 2, 3. I mean, I know you qualified.
Yes.
One. Yeah.
In the cold weather, we had serious pace on Eugene. I think we were about 2 or 3 tenths quicker than him. As the day warmed up, we started to go a little bit closer to him, or I don't know if he picked up or we slowed down, but then we ended up together, and it was actually great. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I finished second, first and second. The second race was a bit of a bummer with the red flags and the timing thing. I think that fell into my advantage because his car takes a few laps to come on. But so yeah, it was pretty much a candy stick for me there.
Well, listen, whatever works in the moment, you grab whatever opportunities you can. Thanks for your time. Thanks for the entertainment. It was a phenomenal race.
Thank you. Great fun today. Awesome. Ciao.
Right, we got the winner over here, but we're going to go back because we've got the Bambinos on at the moment. We're going to do this one still, but not live. So back to Greg in the commentary box to cover the Bambino race.
Thanks, Lisa. Yeah, into race 3 of DD2s. Lap number 2, Sebastian Boyd leading out over Ools and Jamie Smith. Grottis under pressure there from Waylon Wyman. So some usual contenders at the front end. Boydie already going into the 106.4s. Quickest of the carts on track at the moment, but they should get down into the 104s by the time they get to full flight here at Formula K for the final race of the day. Boydie, Ools, Smith, Wyman, Grottis, Brandon Smith and Spanianos. That's how they come across the line for the third and final heat here, and with 8 laps to go, it's still very much up for grabs there. Joseph Ools certainly looking for one victory at least here today, and Jamie Smith will definitely like to outgun his teammate at some point. Sebastian Boyd has not put a wheel wrong all day long and is looking for 3 out of 3, as we saw earlier on there from Casey Ensel-Smith. So it's going to be the only 2 carters up for potentially a perfect day in the saddle. Let's see whether or not they're going to get that here by the time the checkered flag drops in about 7.5 laps time. They're into the switchback, and Ools under a bit of pressure there from Jamie Smith. A much better start. Smith up the inside, gets through the Burrell Art man, forcing the Gazoo Racing cart a little bit wide. I think Joseph Ools will be a little bit unhappy about that little forceful maneuver from Jamie Smith, but he got the job done, and he's up in his second place now, trying to close things down now on Boyd. Boyd in the lead, his teammate right behind him. They come through the S-bend at the top of the hill and back down towards us on the start-finish line. It'll be 7 laps to go for these guys as they cross the line. Smith was quickest last lap. He's potentially quickest again. No, this time it goes to Sebastian Boyd only by 0.06 of a second. Or 0.6 of a second, I should say. And he just hangs on to the lead for now, but it's Jamie Smith who's looking to close him down. Ools coming under pressure. In the background, you can see Waylon Wyman has turned the wick up there on the Tony cart and is closed right onto the back end there of the man from Gazoo Racing. Wyman all over the back end of him. Joseph Ools looks like he might have had a little bit of an issue here in this third and final heat. He has dropped back dramatically over the 2 Burrell Art carts out front. Heading down into the switchback, out of it they come, and up towards 7 and 8 on track. 8th corner on the circuit. This is XPS, and it's Burrell Art 1 and 2. Formation flying here from Boyd and from Smith. We No team orders down in Viral Art, I'm sure, other than taking each other out. So it'll be every man for himself on track. Sebastian Boyd looking to do another fast lap here and stay at the front end. Is he quickest? No, he's not. This time it's Jamie Smith. 105 dead from Smith, closes that gap down even more. Down by 0.2 now to 0.3. Half a second down to 0.3 there, means 0.2 of a second up from Jamie Smith onto the back end of Boyd. Brandon Smith coming through the background as well. Looks like there's been a bit of a problem. Have we lost Joseph Bulls? We have. Bulls has dropped down out of the rankings. Possibly pulled into pit lane. It's Brandon Smith who's up to third place. Waylon Wyman now into fourth. I wonder if there's an issue there between Wyman and Smith, or potentially between Wyman and Ulls. Brandon Smith is up into third place. He's all on his own now in the Ricardio. Waylon Wyman trying to get back onto the tailpiece of that Ricardio kart. He's still got some potential in hand to get onto the podium again. And behind that is Grottis. Kian Grottis slowly but surely closing in onto the battle for what is going to be third place. Brandon Smith's got that at the moment. Tight stuff here between them as they go down to complete another lap, and the halfway stage reached. So we've got 5 to go. 5 laps of action coming your way here for the last bit of race action from round 2 of Rotax Max Challenge South Africa. And it's much closer here at the front end. Close enough for third place as well. Look at Wyman all over the back of Smith. Here comes the 33 on 69. Jamie Smith would definitely like to spoil the day here for Sebastian Boyd. He wants one of these victories. Brandon Smith wants to keep out Wyman, keep out Grottis. They've only got 4.5 laps to try and do that. Jamie Smith looks good. He's looking very good, in fact. Body language on that kart and the driver means business. Brandon Smith trying to hang on. Can he keep out Waylon Wyman for these next 3.5? 4.5, I should say. Out of the S-bend. Through the flick and now down towards it. See a bit of a move on. Is there going to be a move on here? He has a look. Wyman is close enough to Brandon Smith to try and outgun him into turn 1. He goes for the overtaking maneuver. Pulls out into turn 1 and into turn 2. Has he got through? He has. Wyman goes through. Wyman goes through into third place ahead of Brandon Smith. So Waylon Wyman up ahead of Brandon Smith now. Good start there from him. And it's turning out to be even better as he ticks them off one by one, getting himself back up into contention for a podium in the last heat of the day. Jamie Smith all over the back end of Sebastian Boyd, but Boyd just controlling things from the front end. Really hasn't put a wheel wrong here, has Sebastian Boyd all day long. 105 dead, 105-1. That's how evenly matched those top 2 are. Wyman ahead of Smith. Smith into the clutches now of Kian Grottis. Second of the Gazoo Racing team members coming up onto the back end of that Ricardio of Brandon Smith. Another lap completed from our leaders. Here comes the second pack across the line. Wyman pulling a little bit of a margin now over Smith. Third place battle up for grabs still there, with 3 to go. Sebastian Boyd must have got something on that pit board, because he's now turned the wick up. He's pulled 2 kart lengths away from his teammate. Jamie Smith hasn't had an answer to that pace just yet. Brandon Smith looking to try and close the gap down on Waylon Wyman. He's going to have to go defensive on a few occasions there to keep out the intentions being shown by 5th place Kian Grottis. Grottis all over the back end of Brandon Smith, looking for a way past. Can he find it? Not yet. Alan Karchaki working hard there with Grottis behind the wheel. Waylon Wyman comes out of 8. XPS corner up to the top of the hill again. And Brandon Smith under attack. Grottis on the inside, and look, didn't quite make it stick. It's very difficult to try and pass through the S-bend. As I said earlier on, we only had one driver able to go into the S-bend and make an overtaking maneuver. Sebastian Boyd with the fastest lap of the race, 104.8. He's now turned up and decided, right, time to get away. Let's leave Jamie Smith in my wake and make it 3 out of 3. Smith hasn't had an answer. Let's see why. 2 laps to go. It is Sebastian Boyd controlling things and now getting away from Jamie Smith, his teammate. Waylon Wyman's also opened up a small margin over Brandon Smith. Smith having to go defensive, slowing him down slightly. He's keeping out Kian Grottis for now. Once more down to the exit point of that switchback. Turn 7, turn 8 coming up now. XPS corner. It's Waylon Wyman looking for an opportunity to stay in third place. He's got enough of a margin at this point in time, I would say, to keep out Brandon Smith, because Smith has to go defensive on all occasions to keep Kian Grottis at bay. Leaders have started their final lap. Here comes 3, 4 and 5, and fastest lap of the race being set there on the penultimate lap by Jamie Smith. He's not giving up. Jamie Smith is not giving this one up without a fight. He's closed up again on the back end of Boyd. Sebastian Boyd will realize that. He'll hear that engine right on his tail. That Rotax will be screaming out big time for him. And he can realize, if he just looks over his shoulder, which he hardly ever does, Sebastian Boyd, to see Jamie Smith in his rearview mirrors. Coming through out of the switchback for the last time. This is where things could change up. Can Smith find a way to close him down under braking? There's not enough time here. Smith is going to have to settle for second place. He's also going to have to settle for fourth place, because it's Jamie Smith in second, Brandon Smith in fourth, and the leader and winner 3 times today, Sebastian Boyd. 3 out of 3 for Sebastian Boyd and Burrell Art. Jamie Smith's going to come through for second place. His teammate making a formation flying there for the Burrell boys. Waylon Wyman is going to hang on for third, and Brandon Smith for fourth. Just going to beat Kian Grottis to the line. Devon Brock and Joseph Ools eventually coming through there in 7th. Some problems there for Ools in the closing stages, dropped him out of contention for a potential race win. Jamie Smith is happy with his performance, that's for sure. And Sebastian Boyd is going to be ecstatic with the way things are finished up here for the final heat of the day here, coming from DD2s. Boyd from Smith, Wyman, Smith, Grottis, Brock and Ools. Spanianos, Zafiris and Fisser. Did not finish and did not start, in fact, there for Fisser. Spanianos and Zafiris, who had some problems and only completed 7 of 10. So that wraps up all of our action here today from Formula K, round 2 of the Rotax Max Challenge South Africa. The next round of this championship, of course, as I said, heads down to the Dubai circuit in KwaZulu-Natal, and that will be on the 15th, 16th and 17th of July. It's a double-header that weekend. We head not only into the 3rd round of the championship, but we're also going to be doing the Africa Cup down at the Dubai Kart circuit. So make sure you stay tuned to all of the Rotax Max social media pages and their website and the app to ensure you keep up with the action that's been happening here at Formula K and all around the country. As I said, Dubai is the next round. The final round is at Swartkops. That happens on the 3rd and 4th of September. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action here from this magnificent circuit here at Formula K, just outside of Benoni, Johannesburg, Gauteng, South Africa, and all of our friends and fans all around the world. We certainly hope you enjoyed the action with us. On behalf of the team downstairs, the DT Film Services crew, and of course a massive thanks to all of the officials and marshals out there and our medical team, who've done a phenomenal job to get us to the end of the day's racing without any major concerns. For myself, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, we'll see you at the next one. Take care then. Bye-bye now.
check of a racing.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one brand racing, which is what we have here today. That has changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that is much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair, because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it has ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us. Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax.
When I saw the carts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit and helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed. We had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream. To earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
There is no feeling like winning. The glory, the emotion, the memories. But there is so much more to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals than the world-beating, adrenaline-pumping racing. Every day, the Rotax family puts on something special. This is an event like no other. The Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals is about making new friends and catching up with old rivals. To smile, to laugh, and to support one of the 60 competing countries. It is an annual gathering of the biggest, most colourful, most unique family in karting. It is about putting on your race suit and waving your nation's flag. This is a celebration of our sport. Every driver has earned their place here. This is their reward.
winners go down in history. But every driver fights their own battle, pushes their own limits, and celebrates their own achievements. Oh yes, the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals is more than just a race.
Hi everyone, this is Alex from Rotax, and in this video I'm going to show you how to install your intake silencer and your carburetor to your Rotax 125 Evo engine. To install your intake silencer and your carburetor, you need the following tools: a wrench, 5mm Allen key and a screwdriver. The intake silencer with the integrated air filter consists of the following parts: the carburetor socket, the rubber intake pipe, the air filter with the air filter support, the upper and the lower part of the intake silencer, nuts and bolts, and some hose clamps. First of all, before we attach these parts to the engine, we're going to do a pre-assemble on the intake silencer. We start with the upper part, and the first thing we fit is the carburetor socket. It is important to fit the long end into the intake silencer. Take care that you clip the sealing lip into the intake silencer. The next thing is the air filter and the air filter cleaning kit. Both are fitted into the intake silencer. The first part we are going to fit to the upper part of the intake silencer, the first part of the air filter support. The next step is to fit the air filter itself. The air filter comes already drained into oil. This is to achieve the best filter characteristics. After every wet race, please check this filter. The next step is to fit the second part of the air filter support. Now we put this one aside. Now we continue with the assembly of the lower part of the intake silencer. First step is to fit these nuts onto the lower part. It is important that the thread is on the lower side. You can use the desk as a help to fit these nuts. The same process needs to be repeated on the other side. Here we go. Now we fitted all 4 nuts onto the lower part of the intake silencer. The last thing we have to attach to the intake silencer is the rubber intake pipe. The rubber intake pipe has 2 different ends, one round end and one flat end. It is important that the round end is on the outside of the intake silencer, so we fit it this way. So this is how the lower part of the intake silencer looks like when it's completely assembled. You see all 4 nuts are attached and also the rubber intake pipe. You can see the Rotax logo on top of the rubber intake pipe, and the case is perfectly fit into the sealing lip of the rubber intake pipe. To complete the assembly of the intake silencer, we put the upper and the lower part together. Important is that the carburetor socket goes into the same direction as the rubber intake pipe. You can pre-fit the screws in the front, but not at the back, because we have to install the whole intake silencer onto this bracket. After having assembled the intake silencer, we now fit the intake silencer and the carburetor to the engine. These are the last 2 parts that we fit onto the engine before we put the whole engine onto the kart. For the carburetor, we use the small hose clamp, and for the intake silencer, we use the big hose clamp and the 2 screws to fix the intake silencer onto the engine bracket. First step is that we remove the sticker from the intake. We attach the hose clamp onto the rubber part of the intake, and then we attach the carburetor also. We use a screwdriver to tighten the hose clamp and to properly attach the carburetor to the engine. To attach the intake silencer onto the engine, we fit the bigger hose clamp onto the carburetor socket. Now we put the intake silencer onto the carburetor and use the screws to attach the intake silencer onto the bracket with the fuel pump. We use a wrench with a 5mm Allen key to tighten the screw. The last step is to use a screwdriver to tighten the hose clamp onto the carburetor socket. So this was the assembly of the intake silencer and the carburetor. The engine is now ready to be put on the kart. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Alex from Rotax, and in this video I'm going to show you how to apply the battery box with the wiring harness, starter switch and ECU on your kart. Before we attach the battery box and wiring harness to the chassis, we will do some preparations. For the preparations we need a wrench, a 4 and a 5 Allen key. We will remove the cover of the battery box. Then we will install the ECU and also the damping mat for the battery and the mounting to attach the whole thing to the chassis. First of all, we use this wrench with a 4mm Allen key to uninstall the cover of the battery clamp, to remove the battery box cover and to unwind the wiring harness. Now we will remove the cover of the battery clamp and unwind the wiring harness. The next step is to install the support to mount the battery clamp onto the chassis. To give you a better overview, we do it here and not on the chassis. Use the bolt and the lower part of the support and install it on the lower side of the frame. Then you take the upper part and pull it above the frame, so you squeeze the frame in between. Now you use the retaining plate and the battery box and put all together. So this is how the battery box looks installed on your kart. Here you see the lower and the upper part of the support and the retaining plate holding it all together. To reduce the vibration on the battery and increase the lifespan, we install the rubber damper to the battery box. Make sure that the rubber damper also covers the side plates of the battery box. As you can see, the battery is already installed. The plus and the minus pole is connected and also the ECU. So if you push the start button, you will see the red light flash up. This means you connected the battery correct. Please make sure the button is always off and there is no light when you're working on the kart. Now we put the rubber damper over the battery and install the battery cover onto the battery box. We're tightening the screw with a wrench and a 4mm Allen key. After completing the assembly of the battery box, use cable ties to fix the wiring harness to the chassis on multiple spots. After attaching the wiring harness to the chassis, we have to connect the connectors to the engine. This one is for the electric motor, the starter motor. This connector is for the ignition coil. This connector is for the solenoid valve, and this one is for the crankshaft positioning sensor. As you can see, all connectors are different, so it's not possible to connect it wrong. This additional cable is for the DD2 engine only. It cuts the ignition if it has contact to the chassis. Please make sure it's properly taped, that it does not cut the ignition on your engine. This was the procedure how to install your battery box and your wiring harness onto your car. In the next video we're going to show you how to install the Rotax 125 Max Evo engine onto the car. If you like this video, don't forget to subscribe. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Alex, and in this video I'm going to show you how to install the throttle cable and the chain onto your Rotax 125 Max Evo engine. For this installation we need a wrench and a 3mm and the 8mm Allen key. The throttle cable consists of two ends. The loose end will be connected to the accelerator via this fixation plate. The other end will be connected to the carburetor. After the fixation of the chain, when the engine is in its final position, we will fix the engine with the 8mm Allen key. Put the loose end of the throttle cable through the throttle cable support on your chassis. Fix the throttle cable with the fixation plate using a wrench and a 3mm Allen key. Remove the top of the carburetor, but pay attention, the top of the carburetor has a spring under it. Grab the 10mm screw on top of the carburetor slider and pull it out. Unscrew the 10mm screw out of the carburetor slider. Put the end of the throttle cable to the top end of the carburetor. Now, compress the spring and hold it tight. Put the end of the throttle cable through the 10mm screw and screw it back into the carburetor slider. Use a 10mm flat spanner to tighten the screw of the carburetor slide. Now put the carburetor back together. First, put the carburetor slide into the carburetor. Now put it all back together. If necessary, you can cut the hose around the bowden cable to adjust the length. Fix the throttle cable by using the fixation plate. For the installation of the chain, first pull the engine back as far as possible. Then put the chain around the rear axle and fit the chain first to the front sprocket. Now fit the chain also to the rear sprocket. Move the engine forward to tighten the chain. If you adjusted the right chain tension, use the stopper to keep the engine in position. If you're confident with the engine position, you can tighten the screws using the wrench and the 8mm Allen key. The adjustment of the throttle cable is very important. If you go full throttle, you should not be able to move the throttle cable very much. If you release the throttle, then you should hear the clicking of the carburetor slide when it's closing. If the carburetor slide does not close completely, the engine will not run properly. The accelerator stoppers can be adjusted by these screws. I hope this video helped you by installing your throttle cable and your chain. If you like this video, please don't forget to subscribe. See you next time. Hi everyone, this is Alex from Rotax, and in this video I'm going to show you how to apply the exhaust system on your Kart. For the installation of the Rotax 125 Max Evo exhaust system, you will need a wrench and a 30mm nut. The exhaust system of the Rotax 125 Max Evo engine consists of the exhaust pipes, 2 rubber bumpers, a retaining plate, 4 springs, washers and nuts, and the exhaust gasket. Before we are mounting the exhaust system onto the Kart, we will fix this rubber buffer using 30mm flat spanner. Before attaching the retaining plate to the exhaust system, we installed this rubber bumper as shown in the step before, and also the rubber bumpers on the sides. Install the already pre-assembled retaining plate on the exhaust system via these 2 springs. Before you install the whole exhaust system onto your chassis, make sure to install the exhaust gasket onto the engine outlet. Before you fix the exhaust system to the exhaust system support on the chassis, make sure the exhaust fits the exhaust gasket on the engine perfectly. Having the exhaust fitted onto the gasket on the engine, you can now fix the screws of the exhaust support. The last step fit the exhaust system to the exhaust socket of the engine by using a spring retainer. So this was the process how to fit your exhaust system onto your chassis. If you liked this video, don't forget to subscribe. See you next time.
Hi everyone, Daryl Smith here from BRC Rotax. In today's video we're going to be discussing the exhaust valve and how we can alter the exhaust valve timing before you go driving. We have two versions of the ground wire on the harness, and in this version we proceed with the following. So we remove our battery cover, and as you can see the main earth wire is in place, and the second earth wire just underneath the blue tape. To change the exhaust valve timing, we need to remove the blue tape, exposing the second ground wire and adding that to the main ground wire of the battery. With the second ground wire connected, we have an earlier exhaust valve opening of 300 RPM. To show you our second version of ground wire on the wiring harness, we need to bring another cart. It's going to wait for us. So here we have our second cart to show you the next version for the ground wire of the exhaust valve opening. On our second version of harness you will find the ground wire underneath where the relay is. You'll find the second ground wire underneath the blue tape. You connect that second ground wire to the main earth wire of the relay itself to have an earlier Keep in mind, when you add the second ground wire, you have an earlier exhaust valve opening of 300 RPM. So if you have any questions about the videos, please leave it in the comments below, and we'll see you next time.
I really enjoyed working with drivers and teams and helping people in the sport, and I thought I could have a positive impact on the people in the sport, and I started to do this professionally from that point on. My name's Stephen Chapman. I've been involved in kart racing since I was a child. I currently work for Rotax, developing the North American and the Asian markets. Back in the day when the Rotax Max first came to the market, the kart sport was really in a difficult place. The engine life was too short, it was too expensive, and it wasn't sustainable for the end user or the industry as a whole. For me, the Rotax Max engine saved kart. For me, the warranty that Rotax offer is really a fantastic added value to the product, and it's really brings something to the market that nobody else really offers. People are racing the engine, people are pushing the engine to its limit. They're also taking the engine apart, servicing the engine, and this is not normal in any industry in the world. Once you take something apart, normally a warranty is invalid, but Rotax believe in the product will live throughout this use. I think that the reliability of the Max engine is exceptional. For example, this year racers participated at the 24-hour of Le Mans. They completed the full 24-hour race and actually finished first, second and third, competing against our competitors' engines. While the other competitors were changing engines, the Rotax was still on track, performing laps while they were stopped for engine changes because they did not have confidence to complete the 24 hours without a failure.
It's a really immediate kind of adrenaline buzz. Nothing has the excitement of karting. My name is George Robinson. I've been involved in karting for many, many years. Fairness and sportsmanship in karting is a very broad subject, but before Rotax Max came along, there was many different engine manufacturers competing in the same class. Rotax Max was really the first major attempt at running a one-brand racing, which is what we have here today. That changed karting completely because it meant that it was much easier to get the same baseline, a fair level of performance with an amazing level of reliability from a new product that was much more modern. It was the dream of the Rotax company to introduce this category. The Rotax Max was designed to be as much a leisure use engine as a racing engine. But what's happened throughout the world, not just in the UK, it's proven to be the most popular class worldwide. Racing is very difficult to say it's completely fair, because things happen on track that might be an incident you say isn't fair, but as far as the equipment is concerned, as far as the engines are concerned, it is the fairest it's ever been in this sport in the 50 years I've been involved.
So tell me, why do we do it? Why do we push so hard? Why do we test our limits? Why do we reach for perfection? When others leave, we stay. When others pack up, we work harder. When others keep in the dry, our blood turns to ice. When others give in, we dig deeper. Every rev, every corner, every apex, every pass, every risk, every position, every tenth, every hundredth, every thousandth, every goal we set, every challenge we face, every fear we overcome. Because we won't settle for second. Because we live and breathe it. Because we seek the strength deep inside us.
Because we give our best. Because this is Rotax. When I saw the karts for the first time, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream. To earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won.
It's about on a mic. There we go.
Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family.
Right, testing 1, 2, 1, 2. There we go. Live
the color, the speed. It still makes my heart beat faster.
Guys, we're going to start with
eyes
the
open wider,
Bambino
my
prize
desire
giving.
to race
Boys,
gets
team,
stronger.
these are trophies. We're going to start with prize giving.
And still to this day, I feel
As
like the
mentioned,
king.
we're just waiting on the Senior
king
Max. As soon
of
as we get
speed.
Senior Max, we'll continue with that. But we're starting off with the Bambinos, and I'm going to call out all Bambinos. You come forward. Please stand in front of the backdrop, and we'll do prize giving. Right, parents, all Bambino competitors. In 13th position, Kart 55, Omalemu Mfana. Is Omalemu still around? Come, Omalemu. Here you go, boy. In 12th position, kart number 18, Bupelo Molatlehi. Thanks, Bucks. In 11th position, kart number 46, Liam Wharton. We move into 10th position, kart number 61, Jaden van der Merwe. Hello, boy. In 9th position, kart number 37, Michael O'Mahony. Hello, boy. In 8th position, kart number 77, Ronaldo Kuhn. Ronaldo. In 7th position, kart number 25, Jensen Diaz. Well done, Jens. Then we move into 6th position, kart number 34, Callum de Toy. In 5th position, kart number 13, Benjamin Gibbard. In 4th position, kart number 11, Adrian Stein. In 3rd position, kart number 24, Noah Cranier. In 2nd position, kart number 66, Diego Antunes. And our Bambino winner for the day, kart number 22, Brody Dowling. Rhodes, come stand in the center, boy. Right, there we go. Right, guys, that is our Bambino class, the youngest class of this national championship with kids as young as 5 years old. And our champion for the day, Brody Dowling, well done. In second position, Diego Untins. In third, Noah Cronje. In fourth, Adrian Stein. Fifth, Benjamin Giebart. In sixth, 34, Callum de Toy. Well done, boys. Right, as the Bambinos move off the podium platform, we move on to Micromax. Micromax in sixth position, kart 636, Johan Nolter. In fifth position, 676, Aidan Baumann. In fourth position, 639, Christian Ferrell. Onto the podium in third position, kart 623, Emma Darling. In second position, kart 626, Taylan Patel. And the winner for the day, kart 669, Rafael de Silva. Well done, Raf. There you go. Do you want to say something? No. Okay. Right, that is our Micromax class for the national here at FK. Again, in sixth position, 636, Johan Nolter. Fifth, 676, Aidan Beaumont. 639, Christian Verheul in fourth. And third position, 623, Emma Dowling. Then we've got Taylan Patel, 626. And the winner of the day, 669, Rafael de Silva. Right, we move on to Mini-Max. Again, highly contested, extremely close racing. But in sixth position for the day, kart 547, Durrell Goodman. Well done, Dury. In fourth position, 510, Travis Mingay. In fourth position, 548, Jordan Wadley. In third position, 586, Georgia Lennartz. Well done. Second goes to 546, Adam Kaji. And our winner, 558, Ken Swartz. Right, guys, that is Mini-Max. In sixth position, Durrell Goodman. Fifth, Travis Mingay. Fourth, Jordan Wadley. Third, Georgia Leonards. Second, Adam KG. And the winner, Ken Swartz. Right, guys, before we leave, just all the winners of the day, we want to take a photo of you guys after prize giving's done. So don't run off, please. The next class will be Junior Max, and in sixth position, kart 498, Divian Naidu. In fifth position, Kart 427, Mohammed Murat. In fourth position, 437, Vian Bosov. In third position, 453, Jaden Goosen. In second position, 439, Erich Heistek. And the winner for the day in the Junior Max class, Casey Enzo Smith. Right, that is our competitive Junior Max class. In sixth position, Divya Naidu. Fifth, Mohammed Moritz. Fourth, Vian Bosov. In third, Jaden Goosen. Second, Erich Heistek. And the winner, Casey Enzo Smith. Right, we're going to move on to DD2. And in sixth position for the DD2, kart number 63, Nicholas Panianis. Nick. In fifth position, kart number 16, Kian Gratis. Is Kian around? In fourth position, kart number 3, Brandon Smith. Brandon Smith. In third position, kart number 1, Joey Uls. In second position, kart number 33, Jamie Smith. Jamie. And the winner for the day, kart number 69, Sebastian Boyd. Right, that is our DD2 class for the day. In sixth position, kart 63, Nicholas Panianis. Fifth, 16, Kian Gratis. Fourth, kart number 3, Brandon Smith. In third position, kart 1, Joseph Uls. Second, 33, Jamie Smith. And the winner for the day, 69, Sebastian Boyd. Guys, just before I continue with the prize giving, there's some cars parked outside the property. It's highly recommended that you move them in. So that's just a quick note before we move on to the DD2 Masters overall results. And then in sixth position, kart 104, Alistair Mingay. In fifth position, kart 188, Connor Hughes. Connor Huggies. In fourth position, kart 155, Philippe Chapat. In third position, Kart 169, Jonathan Piresa. In second, Kart 101, Nick Verheul. And the winner for the day, 199, Eugene Brits. Right, again, results in 6th, 104, Alistair Mingay. In 5th, 188, Connor Huggies. In 4th, 155, Philippe Chapet. In 3rd, 169, Jonathan Peterson. 2nd, 101, Nick Verheul. And the winner, Eugene Brits, Kart 199. Right, we also ran our DD2 Vets. That's a regional club class here in Gauteng as the invitational class for the day. In third position, 165, Derek Joseph. Is Derek still around? There we go. Everything takes a little bit longer. Yeah. In second position, Kart 121, Frikkie Cornelius. And the winner for the day in the Vets class, 155, Philippe Chapet. Right, Derek Joseph third, Frikkie Cornelius second, and Philippe Chapet, our winner of the Vets class in DD2s. Last but not least, we have the final results for the day for Senior Max. In sixth position, Kart 211, Olorata Sekude. Well done, Ali. In fifth position, Kart 224, Ethan Steer. Well done, Ethan. In fourth position, 279, Musa Kaji. In third position, Kart 299, Muhammad Wali. In second position, 294, Tate Bishop. And the winner for the day, Kart 247, Rashawn Goodman. Well done, Rashawn. Right, a highly competitive Senior Max class in sixth position, Kart 211, Olorata Sekudu. In fifth, 224, Ethan Steer. Fourth, 279, Musa Kaji. Third, 299, Muhammad Wali. Second, 294, Tate Bishop. And the winner for the day, 247, Rashawn Goodman. Guys, that is the end of prize giving and a very exciting national event. To all officials, photographers, camera crew, thank you for the weekend's hard work. Just to all the winners of our national classes, please come to the backdrop so we can get some photos of our winners with the backdrop in the background. From the owners and from the promoters of the series, guys, thank you very much. Good weekend's racing. To the guys from Formula K, good show, guys. Thank you.